The Toronto Raptors complete yet another historic comeback as they beat the hapless Washington Wizards at home after trailing by more than 20 points at various critical intervals of this game. I will start this live out with two stories, two parables, two ounces of wisdom, I think, for anyone out there who's looking for a little bit of a deeper insight into life. The first one from Seinfeld, the story about the bike. Ultimately, at the end of the day, let me start that over. Elaine and Kramer are at odds over who is the rightful owner of a bike. All right. And they go to Newman as the impartial third party who's not very impartial. And he decides that the only solution is to cut the bike in half. So, out of spite, Elaine says, all right, cut it. And it is Kramer who says, no, give it to her. Give it to her. I would rather the bike go to someone else than to see it destroyed. And it is through that wisdom that Newman decides that Kramer is, in fact, the rightful owner of the bike. What is the lesson there? Not clear? All right, let's try another one. When I was a young child, I was very fortunate that my parents read me from Aesop's Fables. It made me a very wise 5-year-old. In the story, there's an old man who has a lot of sons who are very competitive over who is the best. And so, sick and tired of their bickering and their individualism and their selfishness, he decides to bundle up a bunch of sticks and he says to them, whoever can break this bundle of sticks will ultimately be my best son. And no one can break it. No one can break this bundle of sticks. Everyone tries, everyone fails. After they've all exhausted themselves, the old man, the old fisherman, decides to unbundle the sticks, and he hands all of them one stick each, and they break it all in unison. The lesson I learned as a 5-year-old was that united we stand, divided we fall. A lesson that the Raptors have not learned so far this season. I am struggling to find one game that the Raptors have played this season. We are now 10 games in. 10 games is usually the right time where you can start getting some feedback. You can weed out some of the sample size bias and all that stuff. You get an idea of who the team is. This is a team that has been spurred in spurts by individual performances. There is the historic individual performance by Scottie Barnes when you were down against the Spurs. The Spurs, who are, by the way, the worst team in the NBA. Now there's an individual performance by Pascal Siakam in the third quarter, which kind of helps you stay afloat until you figure your shit out in the fourth quarter. He goes to the bench, whole thing falls apart again. And then Scottie Barnes comes out with this huge defensive individual performance. It's all individual. Everything's individual with this team. Which, correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't that the issue last year with Fred VanVleet and Nick Nurse? There's a lot of reasons why, if you're a Raptor fan right now, you're probably feeling a little bummed out. Number one, you almost just lost to the Washington Wizards. And had the Washington Wizards been just about any other team, you probably would have. You gave up 46% three-point shooting to the Washington Wizards while you put up 19%. That is a cause for concern. You needed a 39-point explosion from Pascal Siakam, including 22 points in the third quarter, in order to beat the Washington Wizards. You needed a lot of self-inflicted wounds by the Washington Wizards. You need Kyle Kuzma forgetting that he's playing basketball in order to beat the Washington Wizards. The Raptors may be 5-5 right now, but they have played, in all total, maybe one good game out of the first 10 games. And if you are Darko Rajakovic, I think that is a big cause for concern. And if you are Masai Ujiri looking at this team right now, I would say that is a very big reason that you, sir, need to very desperately consider that the roster that you have assembled does not fit. All right, let's get to this intro, get some of your chats. Lines are open. You can call in. Let's talk about it. You know, sometimes they say that teams are a reflection of the fan base. Sometimes they say fan base is a reflection of the team. I don't really know which is which, but seriously, man, like some of you really, really, really do have more of a vested interest in your guy doing well as opposed to the team doing well. Me personally, I don't care if Scottie has 10 points. I really don't. If the team plays well, that's what I care about. And I know I care about that because I know that he cares about that. Okay. I know that I care about that because I have eyes and my eyes have to watch basketball and I don't want to watch bad basketball. And I was promised that when we got rid of big bad Nick Nurse and, you know, selfish Fred VanVleet, that the selfish basketball was going to go away. Hey, man, I watched the Rockets play the other day. They're playing pretty well. They were good to watch. Not kidding. They were good to watch. I watched the Sixers play the other day. They have an innovative offense with off-ball cutting. What the hell? And here I am watching the Toronto Raptors, apparently without those two guys. Man, do we owe an apology? Do we owe an apology to Nick Nurse? A little bit? No, it's too soon for that. No, he quit. He soft quit on this team. Fine. Do we owe an apology to Fred VanVleet? Man, I don't know if we owe an apology to Fred VanVleet because I certainly will stand on my hill that he's not worth $43 million. But man, some of y'all saying Dennis Schroeder's better than him, you need to fucking chill. Wow. Chill on that, okay? I just watched the dude who single-handedly tanked the entire offense today, okay? Now, y'all were getting pissed off at me when he was putting up those shots, and I'm like, yo, wait till these stupid shots that he's taking stop going in. This is the fact, okay? Now, I'm going to talk about the positives to tonight's game. Dell, hang on. We got Dell, who I'm not sure has called in before, but we'll talk to Dell. We'll talk to a few people. We got J5 waiting. All right, we got some callers. Let's have a discussion. That's great. Maybe y'all can let me know what's going on, what you're seeing. We got a super chat here. Hang on. Okay, hold on. From Recruiter Dude. Schroeder turned the ball over so many times that I wondered if he took money to throw the game. Jeez. Let's look at the box score. I mean, yo, you want my player of the game? I'll give you my player of the game. You want honest player of the game? Malachi Flynn again. That's my player of the game. I'm tired, man. I'm tired of telling you that I'm waiting for this guy to check into the game. I mean, we are at such a sad place in Raptors history right now where I am literally watching Dennis Schroeder oh my God. Bro, if you've played basketball on any level, this is craziness to watch. He is walking the ball up. You got a 4-on-5 transition. 5-on-4 transition. Other guys just lost. He's just like, let me dribble. Let me dribble and survey. Let me see what's up. There were a couple times where he made a clear pass to, I think, Chris Boucher, streaking up. Those were obvious. Anything beyond obvious, it's getting picked off, it's going out of bounds, or it is insane. I mean, yo, you got a franchise max player. Yeah, you're gonna say, oh my God, 39 points. Pascal Siakam had a hell of a game. No shade. He had a very good game. But this is not the offense. This is not the offense that you are trying to implement here. Now, at the end of the day, if they're going to put Jordan Poole on Pascal Siakam, you got to attack that. So this is not a Pascal yes or no situation here. This is a more like Raptors, what the hell are you doing? Remember that thing I said about individuals and sticks? The man handed all his sons like 20 sticks and said, which one of you can break this? And then they couldn't break it. Well, if he had handed them all like 4 sticks, they could break it. Well, the Wizards are your equivalent of 4 sticks. You're not going to be able to do this against a good team. And isn't that what you're trying to do? You're trying to build a team that can compete against good teams. Now, the Raptors have completely inverted their offense. They flipped it around, okay? There was a lot of Scottie early in the game or early in the year, 7, 8 games in. No, 7 games in. Then we got San Antonio. We got second half Scottie. We got all the media fanfare. Is he an MVP? He's better than Siakam, etc. Complete flip. Next game, we come out Dallas. He's not getting the ball. He's going up 4, 5, 6 times down the court. He's not touching the ball. Okay, so now we've got a flipped offense. Now Scottie is kind of camping out above the break. Scottie's kind of filling weak side corner. Scottie is sort of just running around setting picks, looking a little bit lost. He has the ball. Precious Achiuwa is supposed to roll. Precious Achiuwa just stands there. I'm like, yo, man, if you understand basketball, you understand that there are 4 guys who are supposed to be doing stuff on the basketball court that is just not happening. Now, The reason I said that whole bicycle thing in the beginning was this is the point, isn't it? If 5 guys don't buy in to motion offense, motion doesn't work. That's the problem. See, isolation can work. It didn't matter. When Pascal Siakam picks on a Kyle Kuzma or a Jordan Poole and just kind of takes it to the basket, no one's denying that he can do that. When Scottie Barnes bully balls a dude in the post and just puts it up over him, no one's denying that these guys can do that, okay? No one is denying that that is possible. But you know what those plays have in common? They don't really require the other 4 guys to do very much. And that's why they're working right now. Everyone who's pointing to, hey, man, the Raptors' only chance in the half court is to put the ball in Pascal Siakam's hand in the post. Yeah, because they won't do the other stuff. They're not doing it. They're not cutting. They're not cutting with intention. They're not moving with purpose. Yo, freeze frame any play from Boston, freeze frame any play from tonight, and tell me what the spacing looks like to you. Now, even Jason Tatum and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander would struggle in this offense right now. Now, is that on coach? I certainly know that he's not preaching this. Is that on players? Is that on players just not knowing what to do? And when we get 10 games into an NBA season with NBA professionals, you got players who don't know how to cut. You got players who don't know how to relocate. You got players who don't know how to properly space the floor. I mean, this is shit that Division II teams learn in a summer. Division II teams. Yes, there is not. I can't think of a Division I basketball program right now in the NCAA that is playing a more sorry brand of basketball than the Toronto Raptors. That is fact. Fight me on it. Find me a team that is playing more disjointed basketball than the Toronto Raptors right now. Now here comes the premise. Everyone wants to act that this team is not talented enough. This team's not good, and that's why they're 5-5 right now. Rob, they're 5-5. Who have you beat? That's what I want to know. Who you beat? You beat Washington. Congratulations. You nearly choked that away. You beat San Antonio. These are 2 of the 3 worst teams in the NBA. Just an FYI, and very clearly, the game was over in the third quarter on your end, and you came historic comeback back. And you came back in a way that your coach did not design. It was a lot of heroics, individual stuff, okay? Now you can say, well, a win is a win, Rob. A win is a win. Bro, a win is not a win. I'm sorry. No, a win is not a win. Because last year I seem to remember a lot of people complaining that we were winning through Fred hero ball. And that was not going to work because it was working against Charlotte, but it's not going to work here. Well, you say, well, but Rob, we beat Milwaukee and we beat Dallas and we beat Minnesota. Congratulations. You beat Dallas without Blake Lively. You beat Milwaukee, which is a bottom 5 defense right now, is struggling like hell and have given up some embarrassing losses, including to you. And you beat Minnesota without Jalen McDaniels, and you barely won. It required heroics from OG Anunoby. Okay, so I'm telling you that the line between 5-5 and 0-10 right now is like 4 plays a game, 5 plays a game. That's how, like, you really are teetering. Now, you could be optimistic. You could say, well, if Scottie doesn't jump into that guy in Chicago, we win that game. And, a couple things break our way in another game. Well, we could be 7-3. Yeah, sure. Yeah, you could be 7-3. And I wouldn't feel any much better about this. The results don't matter to me. It's the process. The process is stupid. The process is broken. Let's look at the game, man. I mean, seriously, every single game, I'm like holding my breath until Malachi Flynn comes in. And I'm like, all right, now I feel better. Because I don't trust these players, man. I really don't. There's a lot of players on this team where I'm like, night to night, I don't know what the hell they're going to do. I don't know when they're going to dive. Yo, you thought that Precious Achiuwa ending up in the same corner as Dennis Schroeder thing was funny? It happened twice today, not with Precious Achiuwa. So it's not just Precious. Okay, it's this whole team. This team is confused. This team is confused about how to play basketball. I mean, my God, man. You were beat. You were beat from the jump. You were beat from 3 minutes. They led wire to wire. Holy crap. Like, you should take an L for this game. Like, I don't give a shit. Like, you should lose this game. Like, this is craziness. You give, like, yo, it's not even that you won or lost. I don't even care about that. Bro, this was an embarrassing game to watch. Now, I'm sure that there are a lot of people right now, and if you want to tune out of this and go listen to some other live, I'm sure you're going to get a lot of heroics about Pascal, heroics about Scottie. Oh, Scottie really D'd up on, in the end, and he really got those 5 steals, and he like willed the team to win, and Pascal willed the team to win. This is a team sport, man. And you are seeing for the 10th consecutive game, this is a team that has come out disjointed, disconnected, not on the same page, not communicating. Body language is absolutely abysmal. Okay. Communication is terrible. And yeah, sure. I can admit sometimes the roster construction does not look great. But how is the roster construction supposed to work if guys refuse to move to where they're supposed to move? I mean, there are certain players that I have no complaints with. Gradey Dick, Malachi Flynn. I don't have any complaints with these guys. They're doing what they're supposed to do. They're buying in. My question is, what about the other guys? Why are they not buying in? Why is Dennis Schroeder not pushing on the break? Why is he not finding an advantage? Why is he looking off Scottie in the post when he has Corey fucking Kispert? And instead passing to Pascal Siakam for 3 when Siakam has missed 19 of his last 23s. I'm curious. I'm curious how you have a 4-on-3 break, and the best thing you can do out of that 4-on-3 break is find a corner 3 for Dennis Schroeder. That's what I want to know. I am curious how your all NBA player, with the game very much on the line, decides to dribble the ball up the court and just forgets what he's doing and dribbles the ball and then picks it up and dribbles it again. I mean, this was not a high pressure situation. This was at home against the Wizards. And that was his 6th turnover. Now, I am very, very much for calling things fair. Okay, let's keep it a buck. Let's keep things fair. People were very critical of Scottie having a lot of turnovers earlier in the year, if you remember. Now, he has barely turned the ball over for the last 3-4 games, but somebody is turning the ball over a lot the last 3-4 games. So previously, certain analysts were like, hey, man, this is part of the growing curve of Scottie Barnes. He's new to this. He's going to turn the ball over an extreme amount of time. Check the turnover percentages after this game. Check the usage. Check the turnover percentage. Can't say the usage is off balance anymore because the usage is identical between these two players now. But check the turnover percentage. So I want the people who were saying, "Oh my God, Scottie's turning the ball over. Look at. You know, he got 5 turnovers here. He got 4 turnovers here. This guy's turning the ball." Well, okay. Now to the point, Scottie Barnes. I mean, like, look at the stat line. Very easy to, okay, let's look at the Wizards here. You get 34 points from Kyle Kuzma. Man, that guy who called in every day last year and tried to tell us to trade for Kuzma, he had a point. Denny Avdija, one of my favorite young players in the NBA for a lot of reasons. I think defensively he's a little bit underrated. 9 points, 8 rebounds, 6 assists. Very typical Denny game. Bilal Coulibaly really leaked oil for this team in terms of plus minus, but I liked spurts. He got 33 minutes tonight. He put up 20 points against the Nets yesterday, so it's up 10 points today. Pretty interesting prospect. Corey Kispert, okay, 10 points off the bench, but I mean, man, you hold Jordan Poole down. Yeah, you are without Gary Trent Jr. Yeah, you're without OG Anunoby, and I'm sure that hurts, but you shouldn't need those guys to play against this team. You really shouldn't. And I'm not even trying to troll this team. They turned the ball over a lot. They had 22 turnovers, and I would love to tell you that those were all like forced turnovers. A lot of them were just completely silly, stupid turnovers. For the Raptors side, 39 points, 11 rebounds, 7 assists, 3 steals, 6 turnovers for Pascal Siakam. He's a team leading plus 18. No surprise here. He led, that second. He had like a really, really solid run in the third quarter, beginning of and then towards the end of the fourth with 2 units. They were great. I believe both units involved Malachi Flynn, if I'm not mistaken. One of them involved Precious Achiuwa. Precious Achiuwa really had a shaky stint in that first run that he had with the team, like really shaky. Didn't know what the hell he was doing, didn't know where he was. Second stint, really a lot more simplified. Jalen McDaniels, for what feels like the 10th straight game, gets a quick hook, 5 minutes, another 0 points, another -6. Pretty much unplayable at this point. Gradey Dick gets extended run. I liked his minutes for the most part. He had a couple of defensive, stupid moves, but offensively, he's doing a lot of the good stuff that you need. Chris Boucher, I liked his game so far. Like tonight, he was great. Like he really brought energy the first time he came in. I tweeted out, Afro Chris Boucher is about to turn this game around. And man, he brought a lot of energy and it was much, much needed. Jakob Poeltl, 13, 6, 5, barely felt him out there. Like really barely felt him out there, really struggling. Otto Porter, really just a guy who thrives off of other people knowing what they're doing. And it felt like he could do no right for that starting unit because no matter where he moved, it was like nobody else moved where they were supposed to move in accordance. And it doesn't work, you know. I don't think he had a bad game. I didn't think he had a good game. He was just right? Scottie, I mean, I don't know. It's hard to rag on a guy who was 19, 9, 4 with 5 steals. But I mean, he brought it defensively for the most part of the game. Like those 5 steals are not an accident. Like there's a lot of times where I think you could argue, like, you know, pressuring up on Kuzma. There were a couple times where he stunts like really hard into a double and then someone just throws it into Siakam's hand. Like I felt him on defense. Offensively, I felt he was passive, loose. I thought his passes were off target a couple times. A little passe, a little slow, sluggish, not great. Of course, you know, again, where have we come to? Where have we come from? That 19, 9, 4, and 5 is not a great game from Scottie Barnes at this point. But certainly, I think he could have done whatever he wanted against this team. And I felt like too many times he didn't. The 3-point shot, you know, for Siakam and Barnes has just been missing. To my, I don't know, to the single worst game I think I've seen in years as a Raptor, Dennis Schroeder's 35 points, man. And I tell you, the fact that he was +2 should give you every bit of insight into why you should never reference plus minus from a box score ever again. Like there was almost nothing positive about Dennis Schroeder's performance tonight. He slowed down the pace. He was off target. He completely missed open men over and over. His passes were off target. They got picked off. It was just, he's not a point guard. I'm sorry. He's not a point guard. You can keep saying it till you're blue in the face that he's a point guard. He's not. And I don't know why Darko, Scottie, Pascal, everyone just automatically just throws him the ball. Like, yeah, I'm sure his personality is very dominant. And that was what worried me the minute he came in. I was like, man, on most teams, this guy is going to get sunned. He's going to get little brother. But on a team this dogless, as Pat Bev would say, this guy is going to command, you know, immediate head honcho status. And you do not want to see an offense that is being led by, authored by, constructed by Dennis Schroeder. Bro, I have watched a lot of this guy play in my life. I'm telling you, the same way I told you with Fred last year, you cannot win if your offense is going through Dennis Schroeder. He does not see the game well enough. He does not process the game well enough. He does not score well enough. He does not shoot well enough. He does not pass well enough. He's a good guy to have as a spark plug, see what he has. But if this guy has to close quarters for you, I mean, you're fucked. So, I mean, immediately, first of all, I wasn't expecting him to start. Apparently, he had the starting job the second he signed on the dotted line, which makes me feel kind of bad for Gary because I really don't think that the gap between these two guys is huge. Defensively, earlier, he was bringing it, so I appreciated, okay, I get it. I'll live with the offense if it gets me the defense with Dennis Schroeder. Sorry. I can't. Like, you're not gonna convince me that I'm not seeing what I'm seeing here. This is a guy who is routinely putting people in terrible positions to score. He is finding advantages late. He is allowing guys who are wide open to get covered as he takes 2 extra dribbles. It is just terrible point guard play. And I don't know if Darko has some sort of, you know, like blinders on with this guy, but he is almost single-handedly killing your offense. Now, it's not single-handed. Yeah, there's a lot of, you know, issues around. Okay, yeah, there's a lot of ball watching, you know, Scottie. I mean, shit, I didn't even bring it up. The rebounding, man. There was a couple times early in the first quarter or second quarter where he went up for a contest And it's like, okay, you got the stop. Congratulations. Precious Achiuwa just standing there watching. He just, like, Scottie standing right next to the ball. Ball goes right down. So I was going to be critical of Pascal Siakam for doing that. Like, for most of the first 7 games, I'm going to be critical of Scottie Barnes doing it now. Congratulations. You got to stop. Still have to get the rebound, man. So I don't know. My player of the game, Malachi Flynn. As I said, I think he played great. I think he had a lot of compete. I think he showed like a lot of toughness defensively. I know that Alvin Williams was very critical of some foul that he committed on Denny Avdia. It was a good foul. Everything, just intelligent play, heady play, push the pace when he needed to, slowed it down when he needed to. He had like a really good command of the game. And he look, if you're not going to play Scottie at point, he might be your only point guard on the roster. Okay. I think him and Scottie make really good decisions with the basketball usually. But I have questions about everybody else's decision making at this point. All right, let's bring on some callers. Dell, what's going on, man?
Yo,
How you doing, Dell?
pretty good. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah,
Sounds good.
yeah.
Okay. Firstly, thanks for the welcome onto the show. Thanks for everything you do for the media space. Onto the game today. I guess I'm gonna give a little preamble. I'm not like a born and bred basketball guy, like I think a lot of people in this chat are. I actually was not born in Canada either.
Where are you born?
But I was born in Nigeria.
Cool.
Moved around a few different places. Like I was more of a soccer guy, truth be told, until I came here, and then I started paying attention to the Raptors, just watching the games, getting more acquainted, and then now we are here. So actually, I even try to pay attention to a few things you were saying earlier on in this chat tonight. I think the key word to me from this game was disjointed. I don't want to. I was thinking of even what to say. I don't want to like harp on any players or like speak from a negative place. But one of the things that really can irritate me about basketball at times, obviously not every team has it, is this sense of individuality that can overrun or override the what I feel like should be, I guess, a dominant team mentality. That's mixed in with things like effort, mixed in with things like buy-in, communication, and again, you can frame it any way you want, you can say it any way you want. But when I started watching this game, maybe around, I even tuned in late, like at the end of the first. When it got to the end of the second, I was thinking to myself, if we pull this out, I know what the casual will say or will feel. We've won the game. Things are looking up. We're 5-5, such and such. But when I think back to the games we played this season, again, you mentioned it. Why is it that we're finding ourselves in these positions? This is not the sign of a good team. This is not the sign of a team that can go places. I still have faith in. Well, obviously, the sample size is still quote unquote small, but I still would like to see more from Darko. I want to see where this coaching can go. But to me, sometimes it's not clear to understand. Again, I don't have the background, so I don't know if maybe I'm missing things that someone else would see. But I ask questions like, okay, how can this develop? What do we need to build around the things that are good and positive? So moving down the line, it's not going to be either more of the same, going backwards, losing sight of the bigger picture, players,
Right.
their own personal narratives, co-opting what the team's focus should be. And again, everyone should get paid. Everyone should do well for themselves. I'm not saying that. But overall, as a Raptors fan, I don't want it to be that. Again, I have the casual in me as well. Like I'm happy we won, but I don't want it to be that these are the kind of little victories we're celebrating when other teams have bigger goals or more of a put together strategy, so to speak.
See, at the end of the day, like, I don't think this team is going to win a championship this year. So to me, the wins and losses are mainly relevant for, will you make the playoffs? Will you make the play in at the end of the year? So will the play, will you have something to cheer for at the end?
Mm-hmm.
Number one. Number two, obviously, it would be relevant for seeding. Right now, if you're actually contending, this will matter a lot. Do you want to draw Boston in the first round and have your season end early, or would you like to live to fight another round and face Boston a little bit later? I think
Mm-hmm.
fans of 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019 need to adjust their scope away from playoff seeding and just start thinking about habit formation and proper process. And I think you've hit on a lot of really, really good points. I appreciate your humility and how you've approached this conversation, but I think talking to you just now for 2 minutes, I think you understand a lot more, probably about basketball, maybe even drawing on your experience in soccer than maybe a lot of people do. And I appreciate you creating that sort of dividing line between, you know, um, the casual fan and maybe someone who's more interested in this from a more like intellectual perspective. I think the Raptors, like, here's what I would love. I would love for them to actually do what their coach is preaching that they should do. And I'll live with the results. If that means that guys are cutting into the same space because they're a little bit, unfamiliar with the sets, that's okay. If that means that they're taking good shots and they're just missing them because they haven't developed enough as a shooter, or because the system requires better shooters, then that's okay too, because now at least you're familiarizing the system.
Right.
So like once the system is implemented, the parts can be swapped out. It's not a problem, right?
Yes.
But right now, you're doing neither. you're not you're not really developing the parts of your system that need to be developed, which is
Right.
to say the motion, the shooters, the youth, etc. You're not getting really these guys run. You're more like milking what you can, which is Siakam ISOs and individual defensive efforts to create pressure against a team that really is not very good at basketball right now. Is playing a lot of young, inexperienced players, and I mean they bled oil whenever Tyus Jones went to the bench. Yeah, for me, the result is irrelevant. I don't
Agreed. Yeah.
mind, if it's 2-point loss, 5-point loss. Yeah, sure. It's sad, and there may be people who follow sports because they need their team to win, maybe because their life is sad and confusing or complicated, and this is a very simple way to draw a little bit of dopamine from
I get that.
that. But to me, it's like, when Phil Jackson and Tex Winter are implementing the triangle offense in Chicago or LA, it doesn't work like that. It is always going to take some time. And we all knew there were going to be some growing pains with this offense because it runs almost counterintuitive to how the Raptors played last year,
Right.
which we determined you don't have the talent to play the way they played last year. Sure, once again, the system that the Raptors had last year, if you swap Pascal Siakam for Luka Doncic and you swap Fred VanVleet for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, you're a championship contender. With the same system you had last year, same coach, same everything else. But
Right.
you don't have those players. So you need a new offense. You need a new system. You need a system that is going to put guys, in development patterns that hopefully will pay off later. And that was the whole point of this season. And you would like to win and be sustainably, but we haven't even seen that. Like we
Can I?
really haven't seen that yet. And that's
I want to ask
concerning.
you. Sorry, a quick question just on
Sure.
this, and
Go ahead.
something you've mentioned this in an earlier live. I'm not sure when, maybe from a couple of weeks ago.
Mhm.
In terms of, well, talking a lot about development. Obviously, I even made a note of this because I wanted to run this by you. The best team I've ever seen play basketball is the 2014 Popovich Spurs team that the finals that beat LeBron's team. I think that was the second time they faced each other in the finals. And that's a personal thing, not because I don't think they may necessarily be the objectively best team, but
They
that
were great.
style of basketball.
They were great. Yeah.
I think if I remember correctly, you mentioned that. I'm not saying that was necessarily the style you loved the most, but then you spoke about the style of a team being important to you in addition to now the success that comes with that. I'm not sure if you cited a few examples or if you remember what I'm referring to, but go ahead.
Yeah. I'm very process oriented as a person. So like for me, I could meet two different people and they could each tell me that they made $1 million.
Mm-hmm.
And one person is going to tell me the process that they made it through, rational investing, through delayed gratification, through a process. And it doesn't matter how long that process took. It could be a year and I'll respect it. It could be 15, 25 years, 50 years. It doesn't really matter. And then there's another person who's going to be like, I liked this pony, and you both have $1 million. One of you knew how to do it. The other one is on borrowed time. There's I used to whenever we play sports, we always knew, or maybe I always knew when we were playing, that there were certain teams that you could beat 12, 15, 30 different ways. And then there were certain teams that you could only beat one way because they
Correct.
were better than you.
Yes.
And it was going to require a lot of effort, and maybe it was going to require even a little bit of luck to even have a chance. You had to prey on misses. You had to maybe hope that they were feeling a little bit lax and lackadaisical. You were hoping that they would maybe sleep on you a little bit so you could jump on them early.
Yep.
But then there were other teams that were just hopeless. I mean, I remember we once played a team. Our center was 6'8". Their center was my height, 5'10", 5'11". It's impossible. We could literally have beat them by giving this guy 65 points. We could have beat them through threes. We could have beat them any which way. There were 150 different ways. And honestly, I mean, that's kind of how the Raptors had it tonight. You know, they could have beat this team through playing team basketball, through guarding hard, through egalitarian offense, through motion, through getting their shooters coming off of pin downs, through smart cuts, and just really dissecting this team. This would have been a great way to practice some of, you know, the stuff that you're trying to implement. Instead, they beat them in the most, you know, ridiculous way. You don't guard, you don't rebound, you require some sort of heroic 1-on-5, 1-on-4 type of, you know, effort from Siakam. You require a comedy of errors on their end, which require complete self-implosion. I mean, you did not book Kyle Kuzma going to his coach and forgetting to play defense. You did not book any of these things, right? So you're preying on luck in a team against a team at home, you know, and after you're coming off an embarrassing loss, that is actually, you know, the context of this is very important, because it's not like, you know, we can say, oh, this is like the Sixers game where it's a back-to-back or whatever. No, they were given the day off yesterday and told, reflect. Now, to me, this is, you come out flat against the Wizards. This is unprofessional. It's, you know, it's unprofessional. My girlfriend was not even watching the game. She was just like, she was making dinner. And she just heard Alvin Williams, I think maybe the 13th or 14th time he said something about, it's, you know, when you come back from a road game, it's often sluggish. And it's just like, she's like, can he shut up? Like, it's just like the apologies and the excuses are endless. Yeah. But the truth is, this is an unprofessional win. That's the only way to say it. And I'm sorry to anyone out there who's using the Raptors to escape problems in their real life. That's not really my problem, and I'm not going to start lying to you and telling you this is a great win, because it's not. It's just not. You know, and then there will be a loss, I'm sure, this year, maybe if this team starts playing better, where I'm going to come out and say, this was a fantastic loss. They did everything they could, and it was great basketball, and it was great process, and they took the right shots, and they guarded hard, and they just lost, and you happen. And that will be a lot more upbeat than this bullshit.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. I mean, yeah, hope for the best. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. Any final thoughts, man?
I mean,
I've seen Malachi's game.
He had a, like, I've been following what you, like, the whole arc that he's been on, and so I'll leave that as it is. But he played really, really well. I actually agree. I thought he was my player of the game as well, to be honest with you.
That's back-to-back games from Malachi Flynn, man. I don't know if someone wants to clip this from Malachi. I know there are people out there who are close to him who watch this channel who have written me and just said, cut him a break, man. Cut him a break. Clip this one for him. I'm very, very sorry, man. You have honestly become like my favorite part of Raptor games these days. Like, his compete level, his guard level, his ability to just make good decisions is so weird on this team. I'm just like, you have like four guys doing all the wrong things. You just have this one guy, you know, Red Van Vliet, you know, this Ginger Van Vliet coming in, and he checks in. And like, I tell you, there was a time in Raptors history when Kyle Lowry used to back up Jose Calderon, very short period of time. And this is exactly how I used to feel when Kyle would check in for Jose, because Jose had a little tendency to hold the ball a lot, play a lot of Ole defense. And this is like, you know, when Kyle would come in, I'm like, all right, here comes the pace. Here comes the good decisions. Here comes, I'm not saying Malachi is going to be Kyle Lowry, far from it. But man, on a team that is just playing such stupid basketball, to have one person not doing it has been really, really a godsend, honestly.
Agreed.
So thank you, Eric Flynn, for fighting for your boy all those years on the Facebook groups. And, you know, thank you, Malachi Flynn, for being so freaking good. Yeah. All right, man. And thank you, Del, for calling in. Please call in anytime. Pleasure. Cheers, man. See ya. Bye. Okay. J5, what's up, man?
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me with the mic? I don't know if it's...
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay, good. So, first, I just wanted to start off with, like, I think Pascal, don't get me wrong, I would like for him to be traded, but I can also say when he has a decent game, I don't think he had a good game today, personally, but when he has a decent game, I'll give him his, not to say props, but, you know, I'll give him his credit, right? But what I saw today was just, like, disgusting in the first half. It was shambolic. It was, like, the words, I can't even describe, like, you know, what was going on in the first half. Yeah, it was...
Is that a word?
That's
Shambolic?
definitely, if anything, it's a slang term. I don't know, but it's definitely
I
something.
like it.
Yeah.
Shambolic is
No,
that
that
that's a play on shambles, yeah?
yeah. So
All
it's
right.
it was a shambolic performance in that first half. Like,
All right.
if down by what, I think 19 going into
more.
halftime. But
yeah, it was 19 and they pushed it to 23.
yeah. So
23.
that was, this game was just, I mean, we got a glimpse of what a Pascal run offense is today. This is what people want.
I don't honestly, man.
This is what certain people wanted.
That's low hanging fruit for me. I don't think this is on Pascal. I don't. I really don't. I don't think what was bad is on Pascal. I don't think what's good is on Pascal.
Yeah.
I think it's just this is what this connected offense looks like. It's gonna require somebody to do crazy individual shit to get you out of it. And some people out there are gonna be like, well, see, this is a reason you need to do crazy individual shit all the time. Maybe you should just run an offense around doing crazy individual shit. And now welcome back to Nick Nurse's offense.
Mm-hmm.
See, it's gonna like, I don't know how to explain it, man. Like, there's a lot of different ways to feel good about yourself. You know, you can go to the gym, you can work out, you can take care of yourself, you can eat good food, right? That's the hard way to feel good, right? Or you can do drugs. You can drink some alcohol. That's the easiest way to feel good. I feel like these bailout performances, as necessary as they are, Scottie in the second half against San Antonio, Pascal in the second half tonight, as essential as they are, you know, honestly, like they are like drugs. Like you should not be advocating for them. And to your point, yes, in the first half, if people really go and study the tape, yes, Pascal was a huge part of the problem. But so was Scottie. And especially so was Dennis, right? So it's all around. It's hard to pinpoint right now and being like, okay, Precious didn't cut there, but then, okay, Siakam didn't rotate there. But look, Siakam's playing really hard now and Scottie didn't rotate. And then you might be like, okay, well, you know, Jakob is in the right place, but now Dennis is not. Like it's constant disconnection. Constant. No, everyone is on their own page right now. And honestly, if there's anything I could say, this reflects on the leadership. This is the leadership of your team.
To be honest, I'll even go like a step further when you say leadership. And I don't think his name gets brought up enough, but I think it's Bobby Webster. If we're keeping it a stack, I think it's Bobby Webster. And nobody says his name enough, in my opinion.
Why do you think it's Bobby?
The reason why I'll say this is because if you look at our championship team, that wasn't Bobby's team.
That's not fair.
What do you say?
Fair. He was the general manager.
When did he start though? What year did Bobby start? And then look at the changes that we made from 2017 or 2018, because we had Jeff Weltman, which is Orlando's GM, and he's the one that got all those guys. When you talk about bench mob, when you talk about
Jeff was a huge part of it, and that was a massive loss.
At that time, though, the only trade that you could say was a big deal was that Kawhi trade, and Masai had his hands all over that. I think Masai had his hands.
Says who though? I mean, I'm not really sure. Like, at what point I'm going to be at the liberty to talk about this, and I'm hoping at some point it just kind of comes out. But if you want to know who was most behind the trade for Kawhi, it was not Masai.
See, that's the thing. If you look at I can understand that, but if you look at the trades that have happened after 2018, 2019, what have we been encouraged about to say Bobby Webster is?
I mean, dude, he
became
general.
I don't want to come on here and people clip this and I'm here calling for people's jobs. None of that. I don't want.
No.
You know what I mean?
Hang on. But I think you might actually just be misinformed.
What as Raptors fans have we been encouraged about to say? Yes, okay, we think that this trade has put us in the right direction 100%. Every trade that we look at the Norm Powell for Gary Trent Jr. trade, we said that trade has benefited us in, like, it's not a trade that you say, we won that trade 100%. It's a pretty
lateral trade. I mean,
exactly.
you got
all the trades, all the transactions that have happened. Sorry to cut you off, but these are all the trades and transactions that we've made since 2018, 2019 that have.
Okay. Let me just say this. I think it's fair to have a very critical view of how the Raptors front office has dealt with a lot of things. At the same time, you have to factor in that you cannot make deals that other teams will not make with you. So as much as people want to say, oh, you could have traded this guy for this guy, you could have traded that guy for that guy, really, we don't know, because this front office is notorious about not letting a lot of things leak out. To the point of Bobby Webster, look, man, Masai Ujiri wanted to blow this entire thing up in 2013. That's before Bobby Webster got here. Okay.
Yeah.
That's before Bobby Webster took general manager. He wanted to trade Kyle. Kyle was gone. Okay. He then was going to trade DeMar. So this whole thing almost never happened. Let's keep it a stack about that too. So this entire championship core, Kyle was going to be a Knick. You know, DeMar was probably going to be a Bull or somewhere. He was going somewhere else because he was like, if Kyle's out, I'm out too. He wanted out. So that whole thing, and they're on record with this. Okay. So Bobby Webster took over in 2017 as a general manager. Since then, I'd say the moves got a lot more shrewd. Okay. So this entire loyalty to DeMar, like, oh, we're going to keep DeMar, you know, like DeMar's like a son. We got to keep Coach Casey, whatever. I think Bobby Webster is a voice that pushed, you know, and again, the Kawhi thing was dead. The Kawhi thing was dead when Masai had his conversation with DeMar DeRozan about we're not moving you. It was dead. It was Bobby Webster who reinitiated it. So, you know, like, it's hard for me to say Bobby Webster's done some terrible job and Masai's done some great job, because I think we have, I don't know, like you have
realistically, who do you see going first though? If we're being honest, I don't see Masai. Let's say if Masai was to step down or to leave, I don't see that happening before Bobby Webster. And
I don't want either one of them to step down. I think they're a top 7 leadership group.
I'm just saying when it comes to change, sometimes think about it, we're making a lot of changes throughout the organization. Sometimes things need to shake up in the front office, and I'm not saying, you know, because it's gonna sound bad now that, oh, I want him fired. You don't want the man fired, gone tomorrow. I don't want none of that to happen to him. But do I think that we need to start, you know, that backup point guard situation that we've been having for the last 3-4 years is unacceptable. That's unacceptable. No one can say that's not unacceptable.
You have one now. Malachi's awesome right now. And if we're gonna shit on Masai and Bobby for drafting him all those years, no, I'm just saying, because I certainly have. Yeah. I've called Malachi one of their biggest mistakes. Well, 4 years later, that mistake is blossoming into a backup point guard that I trust. Okay, and Scottie is a decision that I support 1,000%, and so is Koloko. Like, health issues notwithstanding, I support that decision 1,000%. And we cannot forget who drafted Norman Powell. We cannot forget who drafted, you know, Pascal Siakam and OG Anunoby. All of, like, look, if you want to look at the week or the month or the year, you could say the Raptors are shit. If you want to look at this as a 10-year period of performance, which is, I mean, look, I mean, I don't know what you do in your day-to-day life, but for me, my background is working in hedge funds. We don't, like, when you're doing day trading, yeah, you're looking at like analysis of how a stock is moving minute to minute. But when you're doing like real portfolio management and you're trying to understand what a company is, you're looking back 2-3 years. Sometimes you're looking back longer than that. And you're trying to build like consensus trends over an entire industry, over an entire company, over a leadership group, over a board of directors. You're trying to find the 10-year averages. The 10-year average for this group, the 8-year average for this group is a really good competitive playoff team. I believe that firing Nick Nurse was probably a difficult decision that they made, which I give them credit for. I think letting Fred VanVleet walk at $43 million was a difficult decision. Probably took a bit of a PR hit for it. Certainly, you know, with everyone saying they had the worst offseason ever. I support that decision too. I mean, look, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we're all wrong, you know, but at the end of the day, yeah. Pascal Siakam is probably not supposed to be on this team right now.
Yeah, no, for sure.
You know, but he is on this team right now. And so like they're kind of stuck in no man's land too. Like they're stuck in limbo. You cannot trade the man for nothing. You simply cannot. But you also can't get him you can't get an offer that someone else is not willing to give you. And you also don't want to be dangling a guy publicly. You don't want to be publicly dangling a guy. And so like everyone will back off of you and be like, all right, we get it. We're trying to trade him in a contract here. That's kind of hurting his value too, isn't it? Why don't they want him? Why doesn't anyone want him? You know what I mean? Like, it's difficult. So
See,
You're trying
but
to
there
balance
was
being a good person,
yeah,
to these guys too. That's
yeah,
important.
for sure. But there was a play in this. I think it was the second half,
Mhm.
and I said this is how our offense should be ran. And it was a play where Scottie was in the post, and then Boucher he kicked it out to Boucher in the weak side corner, right? And I said if you just stop that play, obviously I didn't look like go 7 seconds back, right? But if you just go and look that play and freeze it, you would see the defense shift over, right? And I said our offense needs to be get the ball to a point where Scottie's in a position where he can shift the defense over, and then you need to sign players that once they can have the, you know what I mean, the skill to take players off the dribble, and it's easier when somebody's closing out at you compared to when a lot of times, for example, Gary Trent gets the ball on the wing. There's a guy right on his, right on him. He has to make a play, and it's a lot of bit, it's harder for him to get off when, you know what
Yeah.
I'm trying to say?
No, I get it. People really overstress and overfocus who finishes an offensive possession, right? I mean, at the end of the day, like Scottie got 2 points off of a Pascal Siakam missed layup, right? But if Siakam doesn't draw all that attention, he doesn't have that offensive rebound. And it would be the same thing if it was flipped, which means that basically the job of any good offensive player is to draw 2 to the ball, 3 to the ball, and to exploit the defense. That's it. So whoever is doing that, whether it's Dennis Schroeder, whether it's Gary Trent, whether it's OG, whether it's Scottie, whether it's Pascal, it doesn't really matter. Someone's got to collapse the defense. If you look at how the Celtics played, I mean, they spread you out. They find the weakness in your defense. Ideally, it's going to be wherever someone is out of position, or whichever side is loading down, and they're going to attack, and they're going to suck 2 to 3 to the ball. And if they have a layup, they're going to get the layup. And if they don't have a layup, guess what? They have shooters all around. And that's just simple basketball. And I'm positive that if we traded Scottie right now and just put him in Jaylen Brown's position in Boston, he would thrive. I'm positive.
Oh, for sure.
With that
For
spacing. So the question then is, why can't you create the spacing here? Because the more space you create for a guy like Scottie to attack, the more of a cohesive offense, the more screeners, cutters, and movement shooters you put around this guy. I mean, it doesn't take a genius to figure this out. I'm surprised it's taken Raptor fans this long to figure this out. I mean, he is a really gifted passer who just needs to play with players who know how to play basketball. And he's not right now. He's not playing with a lot of guys who know how to play basketball. And it's funny how, you mentioned that Boucher thing. I was like, Boucher's in the perfect spot. And Scottie just like, he found him shooting pocket. Perfect. Right.
And they can do that more often.
They totally can. Not that I necessarily want an offense to run around Boucher hitting threes, because he does not hit them at a necessarily consistent clip, but it's a good shot.
But have you seen, that's the thing about what frustrates me the most, is that our structure of our team is that you have guys like, for example, Gradey, I think Malachi, Boucher, they can thrive in that offense of getting a ball from the weak side, and their man is attacking at them, and they have different options, right? They can either shoot, take it off the dribble, whatever it is, right? That's what those guys thrive off of. Pascal, Schroeder, Jakob, they're not really built for that offense. But we knew this though. That's the thing. That's the thing that frustrates me personally, is that we all knew this. It's not like it's new to anybody. So what's like, why are we putting ourselves in this situation willingly? There's no reason to.
Instead of ripping this comment myself, I'm curious what you think about this comment. Maybe Scottie needs to elevate his teammates. Can't keep blaming the whole damn team when Scottie doesn't do anything. Thoughts?
I mean, how can you say somebody's not doing anything when he's not having a lot of plays ran specifically for him, especially on a night where OG's not playing? How do you not have somebody?
I mean, I'm curious how you can say someone's not doing anything when they have 19, 9, 5, 4. Like, what the fuck? I'm wondering if this 84 stands for your IQ or your birth year. If it stands for your IQ, it makes a lot of sense. If it stands for your birth year, grow the fuck up. That's crazy.
Scottie had a good game, but I think for his standards, and this is someone that I see Scottie being obviously a multi-time All-Star, maybe probably NBA, multi-time NBA, All-NBA.
Yeah,
this is something that I just see as a part of the process.
Forget
right?
this.
You got to
People
enjoy the
forget
process.
this.
This is just a part of the process, right? This is just you got to enjoy this part of it.
Look, I mean, I don't think he had a great game. And he had 19, 9, 5, and
Exactly.
4, and I don't think he had a great game at all. I think he could have had 25, 10, 10, 5, 5. Like, he could have done whatever the hell he wanted tonight, and he didn't. And I remember having a conversation yesterday about what kind of game Scottie was going to have today. And, someone was saying he's going to have a great game. And I'm like, yo, he doesn't usually dial up for these teams.
Yeah.
That's a problem. Dial up for these teams, Scottie Barnes. Clearly, you have teammates that are not dialing up for these teams. So you have to come out. And if you want to be a leader, you can't just be giving the ball to Dennis Schroeder, bro. Like, I think that's on him too. Like, I mean, what? Like, is he under the impression that if he goes up to Masai and Darko tomorrow and says, yo, man, I want to run point or I'm out. Like, you're going to give me the ball the way I was promised or I'm not playing. What are they going to do? They're not going to do shit because that's control. That's leverage. As a young star, you have that kind of leverage that you can play the basketball you want. Stop giving the ball to. I mean, I made a point earlier to clip something for Malachi. Here's my clip for Scottie. Scottie Barnes, take over the fucking offense. This is your team. This is your team. They put this team around for you. So you don't have to wait for Pascal and Dennis and all these guys to do their shit. You can just go and go. Like, and I understand, he tried a couple of times. He tried it. It didn't look so good, Like, there was a time when he tried to individually, I think he was posting up on Kuzma, and it did not go the way he wanted it to, right? Yeah. So this is going to be, it's going to continue process. But man, like, he got to that midi pull up whenever the hell he wanted in the first half, didn't he? First quarter, it's just like, boom, come off. Like, it's just like he's open. Right, he's open, and it's just like he hits two, and it doesn't come back to him, and he's getting frozen out a couple times. So it's partially on him, it's partially on the team, it's partially on coach, it's on everybody. Like, if you want a team that is going to actually, thrive in the future, you got to get him involved as a playmaker in your offense. I don't care if he takes a shot. I don't really give a fuck, but he's got to have some deciding power in your offense because Siakam and Dennis Schroeder ain't it. Like, those guys, they can put their head down and go to the basket, sure. But ask them to do anything but that, and it's fucked.
Yeah. But there's a couple guys, I think they have a problem. And I personally, I'm one of those people that look into, because I played basketball back in the day. So I'm one of those people that looks into tendencies, and I'm one of those, like, I'm kind of weird with it. So I look into little things like, who's Pascal guarding tonight, right? Where would the coach, and this is on the coach a little bit too tonight, I personally would not have Scottie guarding anybody below the free throw line. From 3-point out below the free throw line.
Yeah, why would you bring Tyus Jones? Like, he's chasing Tyus around. Maybe they don't want to put him on Jordan Poole.
I think, but that's the thing. I think you have to say, as Pascal, I think you have to say, let me get off of Kuzma. One, I think you're going to be better on. I thought this is before he had 39 tonight, right? I'm going to say this is before he had 39. I said, get him off of Kuzma because he's probably going to be fresher on offense. Try and get him going on offense because we're going to need him tonight. Let Scottie guard Kuzma because he's going to be free throw line down, and he can kind of get closer up to him, right? And kind of contest, especially for his 3-pointer when he's letting them fly, like how he was in the first half, especially, right? So that's the thing. I personally that was on a coaching thing, but I kind of look into those things like, like, what are you kind of doing tonight to say, how am I going to affect the game differently than just purely just going into scoring or, what's it going to be tonight, right? That's what I kind of look into different players that are not superstar. If you're Luka, Jokic, I understand, right? If you want to go hide them on defense, right? But who used to do that a lot? DeMar. And I watched DeMar let LeBron walk into that arena and not even try on defense, not even try to attempt to guard LeBron, right? When he was doing that. And I said, this is not what I want out of my number one player. If you're our star player, I don't want that. And that's just me. Credit, and those are like the little tendencies that I look at.
Credit where credit is due. Like, I mean, you can definitely say Scottie dialed it up defensively at the end. Like, he clamped. Like, he clamped hard, right? He blew up plays. He was disruptive as hell, right? Credit to Siakam. He was offensively tough. He brought juice when his team didn't have juice. He brought energy when his team didn't have energy. And it felt like him being super offensively assertive allowed for, Scottie to start picking it up on defense. Really, if you want my honest opinion, the game changed when Scottie pressured half court, got that steal, got it to pressures for the dunk. That to me was the turning point of this game. So everyone wants to say, well, Siakam. Yo, man, great. But he did most of his damage before that point.
Yep. And you're going to watch
he was 30 plus points at that point. But at the same time, you could also make a case if Siakam doesn't continue to put points on the board, instead of being down 17 or 16 when that dunk happens, you're down 26.
Yeah.
You could make that argument, or you could say, well, maybe someone else gets those shots. I don't know. It's hard to say. Anyways, any final notes, J5?
Oh, sorry. Just last thing, just what you were just saying. Because Scottie had a play. There was a play, when Precious was guarding Kuzma in the second half, and Kuzma got a couple buckets on him. Like I said, I just watched a little nuances of the game. And if you're probably gonna watch the game back, there was an interaction between Precious and Scottie right there under the basket. He said, "I got him. I'm gonna take him." And I don't know. I didn't see Kuzma's stats from that moment on, but I'm sure it was. I think he maybe shot 1 for 5 after that, 1 for 6. And it's just little things like that where it's like, that's what I want my superstar doing.
Scottie was talking shit to Kyle Kuzma
right? Like,
at the free throw line.
Superstar doing.
I hope people caught it. I'm kind of hoping Raptors Moments makes like a video of it, but it was such a funny little thing. So I can't remember who was at the free throw line. It could have been Malachi or Pascal, or somebody was at the free throw line, probably Pascal. And Scottie's lined up for the rebound, and he's talking to Kuzma, and they show it. And Kuzma looks a little bit like, what did he just say to me? And the very next play, I think he forced him into a turnover. It was like, he blitzed him. Like, he was just like, you're not scoring anymore tonight. Like, it was some real funny Jordan shit. And it's like, it's funny, like, Scottie kind of figures out his game as he goes. He's like, all right, this is going to be a big defensive game for me. There's going to be a big passing game for me. There's going to be a big scoring game for me. But when he showed up in a Dr. Dre t-shirt today, I was like, oh, he means business today. So yeah. I'm glad he turned it around. Did not love his game in the beginning. But honestly, man, there's so many times where I'm like, he has a clear advantage and he's not getting the ball. Like in the post, he's got Corey Kispert twice. He didn't get the ball. I'm like, bro, how do you look off Scottie Barnes on Corey Kispert? Like, you have to be the dumbest basketball player on earth to not throw that pass. And there was no help. I think Gafford was preoccupied, like 7-8 feet away from the play. Like, sad. Anyways, thanks a lot for calling in, J5. Appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure. Good night.
Good night. All right, final caller, Coach Mo. What up?
So the first half was a complete disaster, but
is it a sad emoji face?
I loved it because we've always had this discussion about the bench, and I realized it's like we don't want him to not play the bench because that's not going to work, running your starters into the ground. It's almost kind of like there was that lineup with Scottie where it was Flynn, McDaniels, Precious, and Boucher, and I was like, uh-oh, here we go. But then I realized to myself, I was like, is this like Darko stealth fuck you to the front office? It's like, well, you want me to play the bench? Here's your guys. OG's out. Coloco's out, right? Otto's on a minute restriction. It's like, this is the roster you built. I'm going to play it, and we're going to watch it burn.
Not sure I agree.
But I love it. At this point, we suck, and I agree with you.
I cannot blame the bench for this. It's not. It's not on the bench. It's such low hanging fruit to say it's on the bench or whatever.
No, I'm not saying on the. It's not like this particular game. No, not this particular game. But I'm saying
some games it has been. The first, let's say 3 games, it was. But like the last couple of games, man. Like, I mean, I honestly I'm starting to like some of the bench players more than some of the starters.
Which bench players are you liking?
Malachi.
Okay.
Yeah, Malachi and Gradey, to me, are like 2 of your 5 best decision makers, which is just wild. And honestly, I can't believe I'm saying that. And I'm just like, how bad is this team that I'm saying that a rookie and a guy that I swore should be in China just like 2 weeks ago are your 2 of your 4 best consistent decision makers. No, 5. So your 5 best consistent decision makers are as follows: Otto, Jakob, Gradey, Malachi, Scottie. Those are your 5 best decision makers. OG, I don't know what he's going to do on a nighttime basis. Gary, probably it's going to be bad. Precious, Chris Boucher, almost definitely going to be bad. Siakam, hit or miss, but most likely terrible. Jalen McDaniels, I'll bet money it's going to be bad. Yo, like, there's not a lot of hope here. There's not a lot of hope. So you need to cling. You need to cling to the scraps, okay? And I'm telling you that I'm watching a lot of Gradey and Malachi. I'm watching all these guys. And please, to anyone out there like who tries to accuse me of being biased, go fuck yourself. I'm not being biased. I've done a complete 180 flip on Malachi. I've done at least a 30-degree flip on Gradey. I just looked at my draft board from before the draft. I had him 19th. So, I'm singing his praises right now when I could easily be like ripping him to shreds for his scoring performances. I'm not, because I'm watching the game and I'm realizing that, yeah, the shot's not falling, but I don't give a fuck. He's a rookie who's doing all the right things. What more do I want? He's a 6'8" shooter. Eventually his shots are going to go in. But would I here's the counter. Would I rather the Gradey Dick be scoring the 10 worst points per game out of the offense, disrupting the rhythm, doing all the wrong things, but he's on a hot shooting streak? This is the problem with casual fans, man. They're so concerned with that end result of did it go in? Did it not go in? Did it go in? Oh, it's a great shot. Did it not go in? Oh, the guy sucks. Get out of this thinking, man. It's such a stupid way to think.
There is this, you talked about it, about there's a more emphasis on Siakam, even with he's just on better lineups. I swear he doesn't have he's not dragging 3 corpses.
I mean, he did have a run with Precious earlier today.
But he had Gradey. Then Barnes gets in the game.
And then he has McDaniels.
And
which
then
is just
McDaniels.
Fuck.
I'm just this has to be sabotage. This is borderline sabotage. It's crazy the lineups Barnes is given. And I know it's
what a difference that one swap makes, though, right? The Gradey to McDaniels is such a crazy thing. I mean, technically, by analytics purposes, they're both the 2 worst players in your team right now. By a country mile, they're your 2 worst players. But they're so bad for completely different reasons right now. Gradey's bad because he keeps fouling defensively. He's often out of position defensively, and he's not making shots. McDaniels is bad because he's just bad. Yeah. Everything about him has been bad. Everything. There's not one good thing that Jalen McDaniels is doing out there in basketball. And here's another player that I've completely flipped on. I was very optimistic when we signed him. I was like, hey, man, 37% long, maybe something can click with this guy. No. So
and that Precious first half was rough.
Yeah, and in the second half, he turned it around because they simplified his role.
I don't care for Precious. I'm done with him. Boucher is actually good if you put him around good players. Boucher struggles when he's with 3 to 4 bench guys, right? When he's with that bench line, he's lost. It's like a multiplying effect.
I think you just need to simplify.
I
think you need to just simplify for him. Just say, Chris, go out there and get me 3 offensive rebounds, get me 2 blocks, and hit 1 3.
Yeah, but he's error prone. You put him with Boucher, and the errors start multiplying, and then it's just too many mistakes.
I don't even think that's it. I think for look, there are certain players that we're trying to run out as playmakers right now. Darko wants all these guys to be playmakers right now. He wants Precious deciding whatever. Last game, Precious had 5 assists. I'm like, yo, no wonder your offense is so fucked right now. You're running that offense through Precious Achiuwa as a hub. What decisions are being made and what decisions are not being made with him as a hub? It's probably not great.
Ball stopper.
That being, yes, it is a lot of ball stopping, and Dennis is doing a lot of ball stopping. So
those 2 are the main culprits of. They just stop and hold. They make Pascal look like he's moving the ball compared to those 2. It's insane.
Yeah, and I mean, I hope that Darko has a real deep conversation with Dennis because on the one hand, the guy. And he's here for you. He has made no secret of that mention that he is here for you. I'm here for Darko. Okay, perfect. Well, then Darko and you need to have a fucking conversation about how to run a fucking offense in the NBA because this ain't it.
No, it's dark times in Raptors.
This shit is not it.
When I like Flynn over the starting point guard. Dark times.
Oh, for sure. I mean, really. I mean, if I had to rank out every starting point guard in Raptors history, Dennis Schroeder is definitely in the bottom 30%. He's slowly working down to the bottom 20%. And the more I hear about him being this amazing guy, the more further down I go on him because I'm just bro, this ain't it. People are not seeing how much he costs you.
Yeah. And
they only see
3 a game. He's not making that 1.5 3 a game.
Exactly to keep people.
He has no floater. His drives are reckless, and he doesn't attack. He can be a good finisher in the paint, but he just doesn't take the right ones.
Yeah, here's an example. Okay, so I'm just going to diagram a typical Dennis Schroeder play. Okay, 22 seconds on the clock. For some reason, whoever rebounded the ball passes him the ball. Okay.
Yeah, I know.
We're 18 seconds in before he barely crosses half court. So immediately, whatever advantage you had is gone. And if he manages to push in half court, you know the second this guy hits 3-point line, he's pulling it out. Like he's going to take one step over the field. Let me settle down the offense. Let me run it like the way my coach tells me. Okay. Now he's going to look off a very easy 3 in the corner. No, we can't give him that. He's going to look off, a post mismatch. Maybe Jakob Poeltl has a small. And by the time he processes which of these two decisions not to make, the defense will have scram switched. Okay. Now he's going to make a random pass to Pascal Siakam and do like a cutaway, or he's going to do a dribble handoff until inevitably maybe we're 13 seconds or 12 seconds into the clock and literally no advantage has been generated. 3 advantages, which include transition, an open corner 3-point shooter, and a post mismatch, have all faded away. And if you're lucky at this point, he will either find himself open for a 3 that if you're lucky, he will hit and you will kiss his ass, or the ball will find him with 5 to 6 seconds to go on the clock, and somehow he'll find a late defender closing out and he'll make some layup diving into the crowd, and people will be like, he's better than Fred VanVleet. And it's like, bro, it's like same shit.
I know.
Same shit. It's like, this is not. Yo, I'm watching Tyus Jones, and I'm
winning.
realizing the Washington Wizards have 2 point guards, DeLon Wright and Tyus Jones, that I prefer over every point guard on our team.
And it's
like
not
they're
even
both really good players.
Flynn shouldn't be better than Schroeder. Just Flynn plays within.
He's just not doing stupid shit.
Yeah, he does.
And he doesn't pick it up.
He can't do.
His basketball IQ and instincts are just better right now, which is saying a lot.
Even if he doesn't, like Flynn, a lot of the times isn't creating an advantage, but he gets off the ball and he passes the ball in the right direction. At least get off it and give the ball to somebody else so they can try something. Just holding it, creating no advantage for 6 seconds, and then throwing someone a grenade.
Yeah, you know what the thing is that I appreciate about Flynn? Like, okay, sure, he's not shooting some world beaters. He's not some amazing finisher. Fine. He's not the best defender. Fine. I don't care about any of that. Everything he's doing is A, within the rhythm of the offense, and B, super fast.
Yeah.
Like he is, and it's not fast like rushed. It's fast like it's at the right pace. So he's cutting right pace. He's moving off the ball right pace. He's setting screens at the right pace. Is it the right impact? No. He's Malachi Flynn. He's not going to set the right impact screen. He's not going to set it at the perfect angle. He's not going to be a 45% lights out open corner 3-point shooter. He's not going to be the best pick and roll ball handler. He's not going to do any of that. But man, if I showed you the numbers, he is like actually one of your most efficient scorers right now, which is really sad to say. He's more efficient than Scottie. He's more efficient than Pascal. So like people shitting on him right now, if you're shitting on him because I shit on him earlier, please back off of that. If you're shitting on him for your own reasons, check your eyes. Okay, I'm going to bring on Maroon Prince and Ghostface as well, and we can just open this up to a final conversation.
There's a major concern going on though with the offense, and it's so Pascal scored 39. I don't think he scored a bucket outside of 5 feet. Like his 3-point shot, if you watch that game, he took a couple early and he said, I'm not taking another 3 until like the 4th. He's scared to shoot at this point. Like it's in his head. He's shooting. I think now he's shooting 20%, low 20s on the year. Barnes' shot is not going down lately. Obviously, Poeltl can't shoot. Dennis's shooting has come back down to earth. And it's like, it's evident Jakob's barely playing in the second half, but it's like the spacing is getting ugly, and it's getting uglier by the day with Siakam refusing to shoot or unable to knock down anything outside the paint. Like today was just abusing mismatches at the rim, right? That's not going to work against Milwaukee unless we just run up and down the floor.
You might be surprised about what might work against Milwaukee right now. But to your point, hang on. I'm gonna show you Pascal Siakam's shot chart today. Hang on one second.
No, it's crazy. That dude can't buy a bucket outside the paint.
I'm going to show Pascal's. I'm going to show Scottie's as well. Hang on. People get an idea of where these buckets are actually coming from.
He can't shoot. Like if you saw a shot chart and you told me that's Jakob Poeltl and he just randomly attempted threes, I might believe you.
Oh, 100%.
Crazy.
Here. So this is Pascal Siakam's shot chart.
He can't even make free throws, Rob. He can't even make free throws. He's struggling to make free throws.
Hey, man, like he's basically Giannising it right now. I mean, do you see this? The right side is all of Pascal's makes. So that's all of Pascal's attempts and makes. The circles that are empty are his misses, and the ones that are colored are his makes. And here's Scottie's. Hang on. And Scottie's shot chart. This is Scottie's shot chart. Not a lot outside the paint, but two shots outside the paint that went in. 1, 2, 3, 4 that didn't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that didn't. So Scottie outside the paint was 2 for 5. Pascal outside of the paint, 0 for 5. Wow. Okay. I mean, you know, it's funny. Like, this is just bad offensive process. I really don't know what else to say. Maroon Prince, Ghostface, how are you guys doing?
Hanging in there.
Hanging in there.
What can you say?
Yeah.
Honestly.
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, I'm curious if Pascal, apologists are like, I mean, I'm kind of curious what they're doing here. This is the last place. Everyone was missing free throws. Let's see. The Raptors missed a grand total of 8 free throws. Pascal Siakam missed 5 of them. Where is this? Everyone is missing free throws. Yes, Jakob Poeltl, a notoriously terrible free throw shooter, missed 2 free throws. Okay, Scottie missed 1. And he shot 75%. Where is this? Everyone was missing free throws. Yo, here's a fun stat to blow your mind. The Raptors are the worst free throw shooting team in the league. Can you believe that?
No, I believe it.
Like, that's actually true. And today it makes it even worse.
Because of Pascal and OG. Because Jakob is a given. And Gary, those 3. Pascal, OG, and Gary. They're the reason why we're last.
I mean,
No, literally,
you don't really have anybody who's shooting well from the line. I think that's why you're last.
Yeah, but
ultimately,
if Scottie's like 77 is bumping us up, it's pretty bad.
I really want to know what these guys are doing in practice.
They look like they have dead legs a lot.
Also, if you look at the minutes distribution, it's getting weird that you see.
You're going back to 38 minutes for Siakam and Barnes against Washington.
Boucher, Gradey, Malachi are getting close to Jakob. Jakob played 24.
I'm fine with that. I don't want Jakob playing more than 24 minutes, man.
Achiuwa's at 19. I'm just saying, man.
I mean, you're playing without 2 rotation players.
Siakam, if you're not going to trade Siakam, you got to trade Poeltl or Schroeder.
Can't trade Poeltl. Can't trade Schroeder. Can't trade Schroeder. You can't trade Poeltl and Schroeder.
Trade Dennis. Do you guys understand? We don't have any guards. He's the only actual guard.
That's not true.
Who's the other guard we have on this team?
I think Scottie is a guard. I think Dennis is a guard. I think Malachi is a guard. I mean, what are you seeing in Dennis that I'm not seeing? Because, dude, like, what does he?
Well, Malachi Flynn, he has a utility for us because we don't have any other options. But ideally, you wouldn't.
He's outplayed him for the last 4 games in a row.
That's not saying much.
That's not saying much, but he has been better than Dennis Schroeder for the last 4 games. Every analytic on the planet would tell you that. He has been better. And you can argue he's playing against worse competition because he's playing against bench units. I don't really care. I'm watching the games too. He's been better. So he's outplaying him. Now, we can talk about the first 3 games. Malachi was absolutely abysmal the first 3 games. But if Malachi does not play the first 3 games the way he did, like, he's probably your second or third best player so far.
Unsustainable shooting by Schroeder.
Yeah, but if you the season cumulatively, Dennis Schroeder is probably your 3rd best player in the whole team.
No.
Siakam, Barnes, OG.
The first
Siakam, Barnes, OG.
Sure.
He's probably your 4th.
Who's the other 3rd?
He's also playing like 35 minutes. He's got the keys to the offense. I mean, seriously.
By necessity, though.
But it's not by necessity.
We don't really have any other options in terms of actual ball handling against NBA level defenses.
I'm sorry.
Do you really want to play Malachi Flynn as a starting point guard?
That is neither here nor there. I've watched Scottie Barnes play starting point guard against a playoff defense. Okay, like against a playoff team. Are you telling me Scottie Barnes couldn't have started at point today? Are you really want to have that debate right now? Scottie can start at point against Philadelphia as a rookie, but as 5 times a ball handler today, he can't start at point. Like, he can play point, and he has better instincts for that position than Dennis Schroeder has ever had and will ever have. Ever. Scottie is your point guard.
The situation we were in was Fred VanVleet walked, and we had a mid-level to give to some point guard who want to come play here.
Congratulations, you paid
with a better
him.
option than
You
Dennis
paid him
Schroeder.
6 times more than he was making last year. Congratulations.
It's fair value in the contract
and
for
he was
sure.
coming off
Are you
the
saying
bench.
we're
Is it?
overpaying him?
I'm sorry. Is it? It's fair value.
For
How
a guy
is
that's
it
gonna
fair
average
value?
17, 9 on
Sorry,
one
who-
turnover, shooting 46%.
I don't
from
give
the
a
field,
shit about those
40% from
stats.
three.
I also
you're
see.
gonna
I also
pay him the
see what
mid-level.
kind of reign he has on the offense. Like he has been able to call his number. He has the ball every time down the court.
1 of
But
12.
isn't that more of a Darko thing? Like,
Yes.
it's a guy that's coming into work every day and actually performing when most of the roster isn't.
He's not, but he's not. Where is this coming from? He has been given every advantage. He's not carrying bum lineups. He's not having to play with the lineups that Siakam and Barnes are carrying. He's not playing with those lineups. Malachi is playing with those lineups.
Mid-level, we're not getting fair value on Dennis Schroeder.
I think by the end of the year, you will very, very much think that it is fair or below fair value. Like right now, hot shooting is boosting it up.
Fair value.
I'm sorry, Otto Porter Jr., when he came off the championship run, he had a much better season than Dennis Schroeder. He was the same age as Dennis Schroeder, and he got $6 million, which is half. Now, you can say it's because of his injury history, but he was a much, 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 much better player.
Just a frame of reference, he's making $1 million more than we're paying Chris Boucher.
Irrelevant. Totally irrelevant.
I mean, everything's relative. How could it be irrelevant?
It's irrelevant because
other
you're comparing a mid-level 2-year deal versus a 3-year re-sign. A 3-year re-sign, by the way, on a player who was criminally underpaid for you previous to that. So there's probably some sort of, hey, we underpaid you for a little bit and now we're going to overpay you a little bit. I mean, like this would be like saying Khem Birch's $6 million that you retained him at is equivalent to Otto Porter's $6 million. It's not. One person got a 2-year deal, one person got a 3-year deal, one person was re-signed, one person was a mid-level, one person has injury histories. Like it would be like saying, like would it have been fair last year at training camp to say that Khem Birch and Otto Porter hold equivalent value on the market right now because one guy's making $6 million, the other guy's making $6 million? No, of course not. Look, Dennis Schroeder, honestly, Fred VanVleet took his sweet ass time to make his decision. Gabe Vincent goes to LA. I didn't want Gabe Vincent, so I was just relieved it wasn't Fred and it wasn't Gabe. But
Agreed.
I also assumed that Dennis Schroeder coming here meant Scottie was going to start at point. But then we hire, his guy, Darko, and Darko was just like, hey, let me unlock this complete, vision of Dennis Schroeder that no one in the world believes in other than maybe his own family, which is Dennis Schroeder, all-star point guard, which is not a reality. He's not good enough to warrant this level of usage in your offense. He does not see the court well enough. He does not dissect things well enough. He does not shoot well enough. He does not generate enough of an advantage. His best season ever from an analytics perspective and from just an optimization perspective was last year. Why? Because he was finally reined in and he was finally under 20% usage and he was just a guy. He was a guy off the bench who occasionally provided a very much needed spark when D'Angelo Russell was having his casual, I'm not going to show up to work and play today. He played off of LeBron. He played off of AD, which is great. He played off of Austin Reeves, which is also great. Congratulations. You have now elevated that guy who played off of LeBron, off of AD, off of Austin Reeves. By the way, on a team that wasn't very good last year. They finished strong. They started horribly. So he was probably the 7th option on a team that wasn't very good for last year. And now he is your 2nd option, 3rd option. Like, that's crazy to me.
I think he's a 4th option, but considering what our roster looks like, it's all sensible to me. I mean, I think Scottie Barnes is obviously, we should be playing heliocentric basketball around Scottie Barnes. I think that's where the story ends. We all know it's getting there. I don't know why we're taking so long to get there, but that aside, what you've asked Dennis Schroeder to do and what you've paid him to do it is all reasonable. Like, yes, it's a Darko thing. But I think he's playing through an injury right now. He's giving you the best point of attack defense we've had in at least 4 years. Definitely since Kyle Lowry's left. So, I mean, all things within that bounds of reason.
Jeff was better. I think Jeff Doughton was a better point of attack.
Jeff Doughton's not even an NBA player.
That's ridiculous. Just because
he's literally not in the NBA. So, I mean, Dennis Schroeder's proven something to you. He's proven it at different levels. He's actually a clutch player. Now, 10 games into the season, you haven't seen as consistent a basketball as you want from him, but the man's shown up and actually giving you something out of that position for relatively, like, I would say he's outperforming his deal, but that's debatable. But for 13 million, you're not going to get better than Dennis Schroeder on the open market right now, if they even want to come
Yeah,
to
you
Toronto and
can.
play.
We overpay everybody.
Look, man, like I'm
When was the
gonna
last
look
time
at
we had a free agent signing better than Dennis Schroeder? Let me know.
Otto Porter,
He didn't even play last year. What are we
played 8
talking
games.
about?
still better.
He's
Oh
a
my
better
God.
player.
You guys are sounding a little
Okay.
bit ridiculous at this point.
Okay, let me tell you something that's ridiculous because you're being a little bit snippy and I don't really appreciate it. Here are Dennis Schroeder's box plus minus for the last 6 years, okay? Now, before you decide to parade to me, someone who has watched Dennis Schroeder play since he was 17 years old and act like you're some fucking expert on Dennis Schroeder because you watched him play for 10 games, here are his box plus minus for the last 7 years, okay? -2, -0.1, -1.2, -1.9, -1.2, -4.4, -2.9. Guess what it is this year, man? It's 3.8. Do you think this is a sustainable sample of
Yeah,
what
but
he
you
has
just
been as
said
a basketball
Otto
player? No,
Porter
hold
Jr. was a
on.
better free agent signing.
If I
That's-
showed a 5-year-old that list of data, they would say there's an outlier here, and it probably should be taken with a bit of a grain of salt. Now, do you know how much you have to fucking hijack an offense in order to create that analytical profile for a player of this talent level? You understanding that part of the equation? Because I tell you that when you author an offense, when you literally have control over when your team is going to go, when your team is going to slow down, where you're going to attack, you do have a disproportionate amount of responsibility for that offense too. You are talking about a guy who is authoring one of the worst, literally, you're saying he's this great guy, he's a great point guard. Point guards are responsible for dictating pace. Point guards are leaders. He came in and he said he's the leader. Now, what if you were, forget you and forget me, if you were just an average person who watched this team play right now, do you know what you would come away with? This team lacks leadership and they lack tempo. They lack pace. They lack leadership. They lack pace. They lack structure. Your point guard's job is literally to organize your offense. This is the most disorganized offense I've seen in my entire life. It's making last year seem like a pipe dream that I want to go back to. Okay? It is terrible. It is terrible offense. It is terrible process. And do not say it's just because they don't have shooters. Because you're telling me that we replaced Otto Porter with Fred VanVleet. Really? Gradey Dick with who the fuck did Gradey Dick replace? Fred VanVleet shot 29% from 3 for months. And this offense never looked this bad. Okay? It is looking this bad right now because you have a guy who doesn't know how to run a pick and roll. He does not know how to execute a proper pick and pop. He is late. He does not push advantages. And when this offense has looked its best, it has been when Scottie has initiated it. Or when Siakam has just gone beast mode in the post. This offense has never looked right with Dennis Schroeder running the point. Ever. So however you want to categorize his statistical dominance right now, I'll tell you it is the biggest statistical outlier in the history of statistical outliers.
1 of 12 against the Wizards. It's already.
I wouldn't say statistical dominance, but like I said, bounds of
No, 3.8 box plus minus is all-star level. He's touching all-star level prior to this game. Now, after this game, it'll be 2.2. But like, seriously, he's been great. But you have to understand how he's been great. It's the same thing I said with Fred VanVleet last year. Fred VanVleet, the second half of the season, was great. How was he being great, though? How? He was being great at the expense of a lot of other players. Okay? Now, Jakob Poeltl, Fred VanVleet pick and roll is very unstoppable against most teams. Most teams not going to be able to stop it. You're going to generate tons of points out of it. The box score, analytics and any box score that is going to be, predicated on plus minus models is going to reward you for it. And people are going to swear, oh my God, Fred VanVleet's a max player. But really, you're just reverse engineering analytics. That's really all it is. If you play within the flow of the offense, there's no reason in hell. And there's a reason why right now, technically, there's a lot of analytics that would tell you that Dennis Schroeder has been better than Fred VanVleet. But Fred VanVleet's a better player. And you can see it with how the Rockets are playing right now. You can see it with the fact that they just beat the Denver Nuggets, that stupidly young team. You can see it with how efficiently some of their scorers are actually scoring. He's setting them up. So my beef with Fred VanVleet was not that he was a terrible player. My beef with Fred VanVleet was that he was playing terribly and selfishly last year. They gave him a contract. He's back to himself.
But
Dennis Schroeder is not.
Just bring him to the playoffs. What is he in the playoffs? What is he when it matters?
I'm not advocating for him coming back. Him at $43 million is 15 to 20 million more than I think he's worth. So I'm perfectly fine with him leaving to sunny pastures and going to Houston. I don't care. But what I have an issue with is people coming on here and acting like Dennis Schroeder is some sort of better option. He is not. If he's going to start doing the same shit that Fred VanVleet was, bring back Fred VanVleet, because Fred VanVleet's a lot better than him. He's a better shooter. He's a smarter player. He is just a way better, like, complete defender. He may not be a better point of attack defender, fine. But there's so many things, man. Dennis Schroeder is setting pigs for you that are just not working. They're not working for anybody. I mean, screen setting, there's like 200 screens set in a basketball game. You need them. You need someone to set screens. You need someone who can make passes that are on target. I mean, Fred VanVleet's passes were late, man, but they were on target. They were on target for the most part. Okay? Like,
we couldn't have retained him. So we have an individual scenario, and we have our own.
But why are we acting like this guy's like did us? This is some sort of charity. This is not charity. I hate how it's presented. I hate the notion around it. I hate the talking points around it. Oh my God! Like he did us. Like Fred VanVleet left, and we got this guy, and we should feel lucky. No, he should feel lucky. No other team in the league was going to make Dennis Schroeder their starting fucking point guard.
No way.
No one.
No way.
There's not one. Find me one other team that this offseason was like, Dennis Schroeder, come be our starting point guard.
And this goes
There's not one. So stop talking about this. But you are. But we are.
I'm saying, given our circumstances that we only had the mid-level to work with, how lucky are we that we actually got a serviceable person for that slot out of it?
How low is your bar of utility that the Philadelphia 76ers got Patrick Beverley and Kelly Oubre Jr. for the minimum? We got Dennis Schroeder for and by the way, Dennis Schroeder is not outperforming Kelly Oubre. He's not outscoring out Kelly Oubre. He's not outshooting Kelly Oubre. They got him for the minimum, and he's younger too. And he's bigger.
Extreme outlier scenario.
Those are not extreme outliers. The Lakers got Dennis Schroeder for the minimum last year. This is not an outlier. Literally, the same player last year got a minimum.
So you're arguing that he is on merit a minimum level player?
No, but I am not saying that he is some sort of like celestial body that has come down from heaven and earth to save your offense. I'm saying that this is a hand that washes the other hand. I am saying that you have handed an opportunity on a 2-year deal. Now, 2-year deal means the same thing to every player that it does to me, which is a proven contract. He is here to audition for a bigger deal. Because clearly this is a guy who left a lot of fucking money on the table with the Lakers, okay? Rumor, not rumor, whatever, okay? This is a person who had guaranteed a lot of money on the line, and now he's been signing minimum deals, and he was in Boston, and they let him go, and he was in Lakers, and they let him go. He was in OKC, they let him go. He's had a lot of pit stops. You can argue that's because he's a very in-demand asset. You can say it's because he burns out a lot of people very quickly when he's around. But I will say this is not a starting point guard. This is not anyone's definition of a starting point guard. Nope. The fact that he is exceeding expectations for certain people right now because of hot shooting, that is uncharacteristic of anything he's ever done ever before. He's in rhythm right now. You don't understand? This guy played all summer. He played competitive basketball all summer. These guys, they don't like, I've seen guys do this. I've seen guys come off of USA basketball and they're fucking beast. Look at how Chris Bosh beasted like the first few months of that season when he's coming off of USA basketball. It falls apart later. You need a guy like most veterans, like typically most veterans are gearing up for shit around January. This guy's come out gangbusters. He's shooting crazy. Great. I guarantee you at the end of the year, you're not going to be singing the same things about him. And I don't think most people are either. I think most people are going to be like, we're ready to have a real starting point guard. And probably not going to be Malachi. Maybe it'll be Scottie. But for me, it's like, bro, what do we have to lose right now? Why are we not just playing Scottie at his natural position, which is point?
Well, I'm with you on that, but Coach
what are we doing?
Darko's making the judgment calls, and unfortunately,
he's wrong.
He's not trusting Scottie Barnes with that role just yet. I think we all agree we're going to get there. Like
he brought the ball up more last year than he's doing right now, which is sad. As sad as fuck. Because at least with Fred, for like 8 games, 9 games, they gave him reps on the ball. Like there was that Atlanta game, I believe, where Scottie had that very costly missed shot at the end. I mean, he got a ton of on-ball reps for that game. So I don't understand how this guy can get so much better at ball handling, so much better at scoring, so much better as an initiator. And honestly, this is on him too. Why are you handing Dennis the ball every time you stop it? Like earlier in the season, he was initiating. Now he's like, oh, let me get the rebound and hand it to Dennis. Like, no, you push the ball. My God, Scottie Barnes is like the best transition player on this team in terms of like initiation from the middle of the court in transition. And we're losing that. We had 12 transition points against Boston. 12. That's why. Why are we able to push it on every single team but Boston? Well, is it because they're so great defensively? No, it's not.
I think
It's
we're on the verge of being really, really bad as a team. And there's
We
a few
are
things
bad.
stopping us from being, well,
No,
we're a
we're bad.
500 team.
We're
So
bad.
there's a few things stopping us from being definitively a sub 500 team. And maybe it's coming anyway, but I think one of the things that's stopping us from being a sub 500 team is the fact that Jakob Poeltl is a warm body as a center, because we definitely don't have any other interior options, nothing reliable. And we have one person other than Scottie Barnes who can actually handle the basketball at the level required to face any competent defense. Pascal can't do it. OG can't do it. Jakob can't do it. Nobody on the bench, aside from Flynn, in limited minutes can do it. And this is a huge problem. We have terrible guard play all around. You might think Scottie Barnes is guard, and sure, he's certainly got all the qualities to be a starting point guard in the NBA in terms of his vision, right? But we still have the issue of dealing with real defensive pressure. Boston tore us apart the moment they ratcheted up their intensity. We don't have anything to deal with this. It's going to be an issue all year. We need better guard play. Right now, we have one stopgap, and his name is Dennis Schroeder. I'm not going to say he's an all-star. I'm just saying it's beggars can't be choosers in our position. We're in a tough spot as a team.
But this is not like you're laying out a situation and you're like, this is this variable and this is this variable and that's this variable and this is what this is happening. And I just don't agree. Beggars
That's
can't
fine,
be choosers.
but, like,
We're
I
not
think-
beggars. Number one, we're not beggars. Okay. Beggars are teams like Detroit, Charlotte. Teams that don't have an ascending superstar, teams that don't have like financial play. Beggars are teams like the Clippers, teams that don't have picks for the next 7 years and are all in. And if this doesn't work, come hell or high water, they're fucked for the next decade. Those are beggars. To me, those are beggars. Teams like the Raptors that have options, that have players on reasonable contracts. There's no albatross contracts on the book. There's no pressure. There's no pressure to win. You just won a championship in the last 5 years. It's not like the Sacramento Kings where you haven't won a championship in like what feels like a million years, and you gotta sustain it. You gotta sustain it. You're a small market team. No, the Scotiabank Arena is going to sell out pretty much no matter what. You put a fucking entertaining basketball product on the court that wins 36 games and is sniffing the play-in, and you'll have people that will actually show up. There are markets out there where fan bases don't support a loser. Those are beggars. This is a team that is situated in one of the top 4 or 5 cities in the league. Certainly doesn't seem like a beggar situation to me. Sounds like a place where people would actually want to come and play. It's a stable
go through
organization.
their recent free agent signing history and tell me who of note we've ever signed.
That's 95% of the league.
I think
I'm just trying to make
you
a
can.
basic
No.
point.
You're right, but also consider who have been your recruiters. Who is signing up to play with Pascal Siakam, Fred VanVleet?
Very valid. Literally nobody.
Right.
Literally nobody ever.
Well,
will.
okay. So Scottie is a completely different beast. He knows everybody. He came up from the AAU circuit. People love him. It's totally different. I would want to play on a team with Scottie Barnes. You know why? Because he's going to let me shine. He's going to let me have my 25 points. Anyone was like, look, to me, it's obvious where this needs to go. What's not obvious is why, A, it's not going there. B, when it's going to get there. But the inevitable conclusion is 100%. This offense is going to run around Scottie at some point. So just get there sooner. And I'll take the lumps. I'll take the bumps. Look, I said it like with the San Antonio thing. That step back 3 goes in. Everyone's like, he's a hero. If it airballs, people are going to be like, what kind of shot is that? He should have driven to the basket. This is how fickle and stupid people are. But at the end of the day, the fact that he takes that shot with the game on the line, I'm happy. That's all I care about, because at the end of the day, I'm going to value the reps of a 22-year-old, who is trying to find his place in the NBA, trying to find his place as a star player, trying to find his place as a predator wing, trying to find his way as an initiator of an offense, as opposed to a guy who has been a journeyman, 6th man of the year type, right, on one hand, and another guy who has been a very flawed first option for the last 4 years and has led to disastrous. Like Lane messaged me and said, fuck the clutch stats. Like, whoa, you hit one shot against Kyle Kuzma and Jordan Poole in a game where you honestly had
the Wizards are falling
from
apart.
4 feet away and the Wizards are self-imploding.
Yeah.
And you want me to throw out 3 years, including 5 playoff series of terrible clutch performances. This is how people think. It's a recency bias.
Clutch
It's
starts were
ridiculous.
never 0%. They were never 0%. So
24%, 28%,
he estimates
23%. Congratulations.
Pretty fucking bad.
It's
So
terrible.
do you think that would you say that we are at an impasse here with our guard play, though. We have like a glaring issue with our guard play
I
on
would
this
rather
team,
run
and
the offense
there's no real
through.
clear path to resolution for this, either through free agency or improving the guards that we do have. Like Gradey Dick, he's going to need a couple of years. So we have a big issue.
I think Gradey is a better passer
I
than
don't really
Dennis
think
Schroeder.
Pascal Siakam's got any trade value that really matters. Like, who are we
Amen.
going to get back from realistically? Don't you think that we're in a little bit of an issue here with the guard play?
I
Like, I
think
get it. Scottie Barnes can be a point guard. I agree.
I think Scottie.
But
Here are the players that I think are better
we're in a tough
passers.
spot right now.
Bro, there's so many different ways to initiate an offense. Here are the players I would rather run an offense through than Dennis Schroeder. Get ready. This is a long list.
Oh, am I muted?
Gradey Dick, Scottie Barnes, Pascal Siakam, Jakob Poeltl. There are 4 players on this team. Otto Porter, there's 5. Thaddeus Young, there's 6. Those are 6 players that I trust to find an advantage in the half court more than Dennis Schroeder. Okay? So this is where we're at. You tell me that Grady's a big playmaker. That's why you drafted him. Congratulations. Stop running him off the screens and allow him some pick and roll ball handling responsibilities because he can't do a worse job than Dennis Schroeder right now. Okay. You think Pascal Siakam is, a combo forward with great playmaking skills? This is exactly what you ran us through all those experiments in Tampa to make him this big initiator. Let him initiate. He can't shoot right now. He can't make shots. Stop making Dennis Schroeder, a guy who's not necessarily elite shot creator for others, create shots for a guy who's not an elite shot maker. Like, let Siakam go downhill. Like, let his usage go up. I don't mind. Let Dennis stand in the corner and shoot 28% to 32% from 3. Scottie Barnes, absolutely. No questions asked. I heard that Jakob Poeltl was going to be our Domantas Sabonis. Now, I laughed when I heard this because I know he's not, but hey, that's right out of the fucking horse's mouth. The coach said that. He's going to be like our Sabonis. I believe he can do this much and that much. Okay, great.
Who said that?
Darko said that. He said
That is
he
crazy.
sees him like a Domantas Sabonis. Okay, congratulations, Darko Rajakovic. Use him. Because you know what? I saw 2 really great plays against the Boston Celtics, which is a really good defense, much better than the defense you faced today, where you had Pascal Siakam cutting off ball. You had not Domantas Sabonis. Oops. You had Jakob Poeltl, and he just found him. Jakob Poeltl is a very smart playmaker.
Why can't we try?
You remember the Jakob Poeltl to
Starters?
OG Anunoby, like the little alley-oop?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, why can't
Congratulations. That is a pass that Dennis Schroeder cannot make.
why can't we try the starters minus Schroeder and put in like Flynn or Grady or something?
Are you hearing this guy? I'm here to lead the team, man. The minute I heard that, I was
No,
like,
I know.
oh boy.
I'm the leader. And
I'm the leader. I'm here to
a
provide
big
leadership.
handshake deal
Bro,
that he's automatically a starter.
I
By the
can't
way, I'm
stand
still
this
upset at the farce that was the I'm not sure who's going to start. What complete utter
Bullshit.
garbage.
And no
They
wonder
knew-
Gary looked
They
so
knew he
sad.
was starting from day one.
He did. He said it. He said it
said fever run.
so early. He's like, I'm going to be the starting point guard. And the minute I heard that, I put up a reel. I'm like, say what? Say what you are? Because we haven't gotten to training camp. So I know you didn't beat out Gary for his spot. And it's like, to me, it's like Gary is a better player. He's not a better defender. Fine. He's not a better passer. Fine. But he is a better player. Overall, there are more teams in this league that Gary Trent Jr. would start for than Dennis Schroeder. I'll tell you that much right now. You can say beggars can't be choosers. You can say our situation is so-and-so. You can point to boxes minus. I don't care.
You can't dribble.
Who can't? Gary?
Gary can't dribble. They need somebody who can dribble.
Why? Pascal can dribble. OG's trying to dribble.
Pascal
In ball pressure
Pascal
situations,
can
though,
kind
we
of
don't have
dribble.
anybody who can dribble besides Malachi and Dennis, though.
Bro,
Yeah.
what are we talking about? You started.
Practice.
Here's your starting lineup against the Sixers in the playoffs. And by the way, I assure you, did not get 25 turnovers in this game. Scottie Barnes at point guard, Gary Trent Jr. at shooting guard. You had OG Anunoby. I think it was Kem Birch or Chris Boucher, one of those guys starting at center, and Pascal Siakam. You played that lineup against a playoff defense.
But they didn't have any
They won
elite
2
perimeter
games.
defenders.
And you
So they
didn't-
have
and-
Tobias
huh?
Harris?
What?
They don't have any elite perimeter defenders on the Sixers, especially during that time. I'm just saying, if you put Drew Holiday pressuring Scottie Barnes at 94 feet, I don't think that's a very good situation. That's one of the reasons why they successfully slowed us out in transition. Look, I agree. I want Scottie to have the ball, but having a secure ball handler is also pretty important, especially in inbound situations when they're full court
I
pressuring.
mean,
Because
Drew
we do the same
Holiday's
thing, and
giving
if we
everyone
mess up other
problems,
teams
dude.
when we full court pressure,
He
well,
made,
why would
Yeah.
he need to send to
Damian
us?
Lillard look like
I don't care what it
Close.
looks like. I know what the stats say. Scottie, like, if you can, okay, I'll make you a deal. You seem to be very intent on this idea that you can't handle pressure without Dennis Schroeder, which I understand is a very much an eye
But
test
no, I'm not on
thing.
that argument. I'm not on that argument.
You're not on that argument. Okay. So
Yeah.
here to anybody else who believes what I think you believe, but you clearly don't believe. But let me just make a point to anyone who says Scottie's not dynamic enough as a ball handler. If you can find me 5 plays through his first 3 years where he's getting pressured in the backcourt and he just coughs it up because someone just strips him clean, which is exactly what would happen to me if I tried to defend it. If I tried to dribble against Drew Holiday, or if you tried to dribble against Drew Holiday, you get clamped, you get stripped.
Bum for a whole playoff series. Did people say he can't dribble?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's insane.
Saying Rob hating on Dennis, it's all because he had bad games. Poor Dennis. No, Rob has been hating on Dennis for the entire season so far. Just to keep it a buck. I have not been complimentary on him ever. Maybe like one game.
Anyhow,
Because
I agree with Gary
it doesn't
being in the
matter.
starting
That
lineup
1 for
anyways.
12 doesn't matter. I don't care. He can go 12 for 12. I say the same thing. I never judge. I'm not judging. Okay, first of all, like let me keep it a buck with you. There's 360 of you here. Call me, tell me cap or no cap. I do not judge people on whether or not they make shots. I don't care. I've never cared if someone makes shots. If you take 20 good shots and you miss 19 of them and you're 1 for 20, you're never going to hear shit from me. But if you take 20 bad shots and you hit all 20, I'm gonna cry. That's it. I don't care. Makes and misses don't matter to me.
Let's trade for Jordan. Let's trade for Jordan Poole.
That dude's
He'll take
Oh,
20 shots, no problem. In a heartbeat.
No,
he
that
can,
dude,
he can dribble too.
he can dribble.
Dribble the fucking air out of the basketball.
Minus 12. Minus 12.
No, that guy sucks.
By far the worst of the starters.
Boys, why is everyone so glum? This is
Oh boy.
historic night. Back from 23 down. I think we're back in this, boys. I think
My
we might go to the
God.
conference final.
No,
Vince is kidding, of course. Vince
Is
not
it a historic night though?
no,
Technically,
Vince is right.
Vince is kidding. I assure
No,
you.
he's 100% right.
No,
He-
I mean technically,
he-
is it historic?
He's maybe historic. I don't know. Didn't we come back from 30 points down against Dallas a couple years ago?
I'm not a hater. I don't like stupid basketball. I've never liked stupid basketball.
Bro.
I don't like. I mean, oh, hold on. I'm a hater. You want to defend? You want to defend a 3-on-2 fast break and you pull out? You want to defend that decision?
was
You want to
disgusting.
defend consistently
That was
fucking up the flow of the game? You want to defend like all those turnovers and all those fucking layups? You want to defend hitting the ball off the back of the rim? Like when Pascal has it going, not giving him the ball. When Gradey has it going, not giving him the ball. You want to defend all these fucking boneheaded decisions? You go right ahead. I wouldn't defend this if he was 21 years old. I wouldn't defend it at 21. I wouldn't defend Malachi doing this. So I'm certainly not going to defend him.
Can I come to Dennis's defense here for a second?
Sure, go ahead.
Just for a moment, at the risk of having my head torn off. Today was this extra bad night. Like I feel like
It's been trending in this direction.
It has been.
He's not
for like the entire
he's not
season.
amazing. I'm definitely not like stoked that he's our point guard or anything like that.
Bro, he
But-
waves off better players. It's insane.
He does dumb things. He definitely does dumb things. That's not. But tonight was just an extra super duper bad night.
It's like Vince is like Sesame
He
Street.
could never do this in LA. He
co-
could never
he
wave
comes
off
in,
LeBron.
He brings his,
Never.
Vince is a dad. So Vince brings in his, this is for the kiddies who are getting offended in the comments by big bad wolf here.
He's
Vince
saving
is like,
subscribers.
you know what it is? You like that guy Barack Obama's anger translator, but like in
Right.
reverse. You're like the
Right.
Sesame Street translator for
Yeah.
what I'm trying to say. Be like, what Rob's trying to say is that Dennis Schroeder had a not so very nice night. Okay.
Mm.
It's like I am my own anger translator, and I'm saying the fucking guy needs to go to China. Now, remember the last time I said someone needs to go to China? He got a max contract from the Houston Rockets. So let's see if that holds true.
And he's
Again.
thriving.
And he's thriving.
Yeah, but the problem is he still gets 35 minutes.
Who
He
does?
never what
Dennis?
team would even give him 30 on a consistent basis? We're
None.
giving this dude 35. It's mind blowing, bro.
It's too bad. Like if
We are like a
if the
homeless
Cards
shelter.
would've-
Coach Mo said it
Just
was like
like
a
that.
homeless
Come on, you want to be a starting point guard? Oh, sure, we'll overpay you too. Go ahead.
Oh, come on.
Seriously,
Overpaid. He's
You have
not
a point.
overpaid.
Oh, that's
He's,
a homeless shelter. That's just
He's-
fucking crazy.
he's
we're
adequately
taking in
paid.
stray dogs.
You know what it
I
is?
don't
It's
think so.
Oh my god.
too bad that the chips didn't fall in the way that we could have actually gotten Brogdon. If we had Brogdon, I feel like
I
everything
think his
would
injury,
look a little bit.
injury situation scares the living shit out of me. But he is like 100 times better
Yeah,
player.
Yeah, he would
Oh my
thrive.
god, he's so much better.
Fucking
Yeah,
love Malcolm Brogdon.
What's that?
I was like, I love Malcolm Brogdon. That was a good shout.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Actually, wouldn't mind
Brogdon-
I'm gonna
Tyus
go get
Jones.
some. I'm gonna get a drink of water, but I'm gonna leave Dennis Schroeder's shot chart on the screen for y'all while you talk. Here you
Like,
go.
This isn't a live stream. This is a live troll right now.
Yeah.
Dude,
Look at all those zeros, man. There's a lot of donuts in the homeless shelter.
the chat
Also,
say
who-
he can
sorry,
beat
who
his
did
man
you
off the
say
dribble. What
compared-
does he do after he beats his man off the dribble? That's the question.
Defenses don't shift when he does though. Like if you watch that first Philly game, they didn't care when he made it to the lane.
Because he
And the
can't
only
finish.
reason-
He doesn't finish at a high enough rate for it to matter.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The only reason it might seem like he's shifting defenses is because they play drop coverage on Jakob because he can't shoot. Like it's just not good basketball.
No. Nope.
Sorry, who did you say? Who did you say compared Pirtle to Sabonis? Did I hear that right?
Darko, the coach.
Darko. Oh, Yusuf
Good
Dirk
God.
is closer to Sabonis than Yak.
Good God.
Yeah. I
Now,
mean,
now, was that a straight comparison, or he said we're going to use him like him?
we're gonna use him. Like,
Yeah.
Okay. Good
but he
God.
also said we'll
'Cause-
use Precious in the high post as a playmaker. So he's talking out of his ass.
Right. Yeah. Look at Sabonis' line tonight. Right now, they're playing right now. Tell me, Jakob Pirtle is anywhere in that stratosphere.
Even if they were the same level of passer,
Wait, the hill.
Sabonis is just a much quicker player. Like
Yeah,
he can
faster
set
athlete.
screens and roll. He's just more agile.
More gravity.
Yeah. He just
Yeah.
and can shoot a mid-range shot. At least.
Yeah.
Let's bring Lane on to defend Pascal. Let's go. What's up, Lane?
I'm so hurt that you took my comment seriously. Man, come on. You know me better than that. I love Pascal, but come on.
Well, what was the comment?
Siakam.
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 I seen that on Twitter. You were like, you're a disappointing casual or some shit like that. That shit had me crying.
And then I said, throw away the clutch stats. Come on.
I don't know,
You know me-
man.
You know
I don't
me.
know. I don't know. Yeah, let's see how well I know you. Is Dennis Schroeder a starting point guard in the NBA? Please let me know.
For the Charlotte Hornets, maybe.
There we go.
No,
not
no,
not
they have
even. Are you
LaMelo
kidding me?
Ball.
They have LaMelo Ball.
They have LaMelo Ball. He's not starting there.
I mean, technically Rozier plays.
He's
the-
not starting for Washington. Tyus Jones is better.
Agreed, dude. Tyus Jones is a dog. I would love to snag him.
Yeah.
Him, DeLon. Like, I
I
mean,
think he could be
you
had.
cannot be starting the 38th best point
Actually,
guard in the
let's
league
name
and then
a
running your
better
offense through
starting
them.
Name
38 though?
starting point guard Dennis
Easily.
is better than in the NBA.
Name
guess
two.
the
Name
Pistons.
two. Name
The
two
Pistons.
starting point guards that Dennis is
Pistons,
better
the
than.
Pistons.
Killian-
That's one.
Killian Hayes. That's
Okay,
one.
now name two.
That's it.
Now name two.
Killian
Find a
is a
second.
shooting guard. Cade is their point guard.
That's fair point too.
Yeah, I guess. Who's point guard for the Trailblazers right now?
Fuck.
Scoot.
No, Brogdon.
Well,
no,
Brogdon.
Brogdon
Oh,
and
Brogdon's
Scooter
better.
injured.
Brogdon's better.
Yeah, he's
Brogdon's way
Mays.
better.
Brogdon's.
Skylar Mays.
I thought Brogdon was six man.
What team is that?
Bro, I mean, honestly, man, like the Orlando Magic have 4 guys on their team, no cap, that I would rather have a starting point guard.
I'm thinking Anthony
Who?
Black over Schroeder.
Cole Anthony, Jones Suggs, Anthony Black, and I would have
Markelle.
naturally Markelle Fultz. That's 4. That's 4.
I
And they're not
think
a good
those
team.
are the only
Can we
reason why
just-
they play better than Schroeder is because they're limited to their role at Orlando. They all have competing, versus Schroeder is just taking whatever shots he wants because he's
Why
been given a
is
team.
the role necessitated? It's like y'all didn't learn your lesson with Fred VanVleet. This role is not necessitated. This is not 1992. He is not John Stockton, and nobody here is this fucking Karl Malone. Why is this offensive role necessitated? Y'all watch Mike Conley play basketball?
Yeah.
Love my-
That's a masterclass. That's a great point guard. That's a guy who knows how to play the fucking position.
Almost zero mistakes.
He is
And-
almost an error-free player. Yes, but it's like it's not even like it's about pace, man.
Yeah.
Like Mike Conley understands his place. He's not some fucking egomaniac who comes in and thinks that he needs the ball every fucking possession. He's gonna give it. He's gonna give it up in transition. He's gonna move off. Like look, early on, I'll admit, like Dennis Schroeder, he had a couple games where I was like, oh, maybe this could work. Like we're running the ball a little bit through Scottie. And fine, even back then, go back and refresh my take. I said we need to give the ball more to Siakam. Siakam was getting frozen out of the offense. It was a lot of Dennis, a lot of Scottie taking turns, and he's just standing there. And now it's reversed. It's Scottie, and Scottie's the one standing there waiting for shit to happen. And it's okay, like we're gonna run 2-man action with Dennis and Siakam, and it's gonna result in nothing. So my question is, wait, why? What? Why am I picking between Siakam and Barnes? The easy choice is to pick, like if we're going to run our offense through 2 players, why is one of those 2 players always Dennis Schroeder?
Agreed.
That's crazy.
Because
to
of the
me.
role, the point guard. Like he's
Fuck
a point
the
guard.
role. This is
But that's the
positionless
thing, that's the
basketball.
thing. Yeah,
Who is
I
the
agree.
point guard
Well,
here?
there's still roles, even if it's positionless basketball. For example, what you're saying is what we need at the point guard position is someone who can shoot on ball, off movement shots, and is a decent ball handler and can defend well, on ball and off ball. Somebody who will actually stick to those shots and stick to that play style, not somebody who's going to run pick and rolls all game long.
Danielle Romero plus minus and box plus minus, the statistical model, are not the same thing. You might want to look into that. Plus minus on a box score is not the same as box plus minus. It's not the same as estimated plus minus. It's not the same as real plus minus.
Oh,
These are
actually,
different things.
I was going to ask a question. Do you know his on-off numbers with the Raptors? Schroeder's on-off numbers right now? Because I wonder, because like BBM might just be benefiting from his lineups. The reason why he has such a high BBM. Sure. So if like we know his on-off, like because like Scottie's been carrying and Pascal's been carrying those bench lineups, so the on-off might not look as good as the BBM currently is.
I mean, if you look at the the crafted plus minus model on Schroeder, it's not promising at all. I'll pull it up right now.
He's got to tweak his rotations. He's got to take Dennis off earlier.
I absolutely agree with that.
Take Dennis off earlier. Let him play 6-7 minutes, and then instead of bringing Malachi on directly, let Scottie handle for a little bit.
I don't understand why he can't just play on the bench. Why does we have better shooters and people who play in their lane a lot better than Dennis. And Dennis will be decent on the bench. I actually genuinely thought he was going to be on the bench, which is why I was fine with the signing. But
me too. Me too.
Dennis should be playing the amount of minutes closer to Pirtle's minutes than Siakam or Barnes' minutes.
See, that's the thing. It's like if he's a token starter,
why is he one of the top? Like, why is his minutes close to OG Siakam and Barnes? And not
people.
He's not one of those guys. One of them is not like the other.
Darko. That's exactly why. That's his guy.
Guys, he's a world champion. He's a world champion.
It's the FIBA is fooling people, bro.
The fuck if I care? I don't care.
The only way for this roster to ever realistically be good is if we get a Kevin Huerter type player. That's the realistic.
How about Kevin Huerter?
You have Gradey Dick.
We need more spacing than just that, though. Our spacing is chopped.
Well, but a single player as good as Kevin Huerter can produce a lot of spacing already.
I agree.
Yeah.
Or you just put Gary in the starting lineup.
I agree. I would rather Gary because he's a lot closer to Kevin Huerter.
He's always been off the bench.
I think that's their whole deal with Dick because they want him to be a better Kevin Huerter.
Yeah, a taller, faster, smarter.
But he's still a few years away from that. I'd love to see him practice the reps right now. But if we wanted to,
would you say he's 2 years away from being 2 years away?
He's not Bruno.
I think he's 1 year away from.
Yeah, he's worse.
I think Bruno's ready right now. I think he just.
We should sign Bruno, honestly. Let him initiate.
We already have Chris Boucher. That's the point.
Yeah, you know what I want to figure out? Why are we playing Chris Boucher and Precious at the same time? Like you need one low IQ player on the floor at one time.
Here's something kind of sobering. There's your sobering stat.
Stop with the Van Vliet.
By the way, the true shooting percentage for Dennis is going to go down.
Oh, yeah.
By
wow, Dennis's load is crazy high.
Are you seeing that?
Jesus
Like-
Christ. It's 95th percentile. Holy shit.
That's insanity.
Yep.
Look at the creation. Like you are training this guy like he's a fucking all-star.
We're running Jakob Schroeder pick and rolls in the starting lineup with no spacing. Absolute lunacy.
And this model, by the way, it disproportionately favors high offensive load players. It assumes incorrectly, by the way, that if you have the ball a lot, it must mean because you're a really good player. So it's going to give a disproportionate boost to guys like Cade Cunningham, who are leading the league in missed shots and leading the league in turnovers, and just assuming that their teammates are just so shit and they're having to carry such a large load because of it. So their load is going to be 100th percentile. And it's going to be like, okay, well, for a guy who's 100th percentile load, these turnovers make sense and these missed shots make sense. Never once questioning why. Why is this offense run through him the way that it is? Could it not be a little less? And you could have say, okay, fine. Well, what the fuck else do you want to do, Rob? Like the Pistons are shit. Fine.
Yeah.
Then don't give him 37% usage.
And don't give him 35 minutes.
And don't give him 35 minutes and don't let him take more shots than anyone in the league. It's the same thing
So
with
was that
Schroeder.
a real stat? He is Schroeder's usage 37? No. That's ridiculous.
No, his load and creation is in the 95th and 97th percentile, which is higher than Fred VanVleet.
And Fred
and considerably higher, by the way, than Fred VanVleet was last year. So this is nuts.
They got to tamp him down. They got to tamp him down a little bit and say, Schroeder, you're a decent player, and we need you on this team, but you got to chill, and you got to play the part of Fred a little bit more. Or Fred didn't do this last year, but he's doing it now. He's doing it now in Houston, insofar as just like setting the team up, putting the guys who matter into the positions that they need to be in.
But the difference here is Fred actually is the best player on Houston. Like he and Alperen Şengün are considerably better.
Alperen is their best player.
Okay, those two guys are the two best players. But your two best
dynamic
players
is why they're good. Their dynamic is why.
But Dennis Schroeder might be your fifth best player. That's the difference here.
6.
He might be your sixth best player.
7.
So where is it understandable for that team?
Rob,
You paid him a max contract. He's the veteran in the room. He's whatever. You may trust him, fine. But this is a different situation here.
when you
don't
said you
like
can't,
those.
when you said you can't bench Pascal, it feels like we're in a situation where you can't bench Schroeder. Like he has that much juice.
Dude, he played so horribly to start this game out that the idea that he would come back for Precious Achiuwa, who, by the way, not a fan, not anyone I've been like celebrating or not someone that I have a great deal of trust in. But man, the second he came back in the game, he started costing you immediately.
Yep.
Like you could literally take
for a backup point guard. It's just, are we that talent deprived?
I don't like the point that was being made earlier that we have to settle for this. We really don't. He's a combo guard. It's like having Kemba be your lead initiator, but he's not half the player Kemba was.
At least Kemba's a lot better.
Kemba's a lot better.
They're both combo guards.
Yeah, but Kemba was like a 3-level scorer, and he was like an okay passer.
Fair.
He had a lot more gravity. But that's the point. Like Schroeder, it's just annoying. Like I don't like the point that we have to settle for this. We really don't.
No, the shots are not going to fall anymore. They're already starting to not fall. It's going to get ugly.
Yeah.
Fix this.
I don't know, man. Like so to anyone saying like Rob, like this is disproportionately hating on a guy, he's on the mid-level, blah 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 blah. What is your issue with Dennis Schroeder? My issue is that people are not calling this out. That's it. That's my issue.
Waving off.
I am trying to be the balance
player.
Right. He's waving off your current franchise player and your future franchise player, which is ridiculous to me. I understand that sometimes you need to go as a point guard. I get that. As I said, like I get it. I've studied this position a lot. I've studied a lot of good point guards in my life. You never see me say anything negative about a Kyle Lowry game in my life. Watch Kyle Lowry for 7 years, 8 years. Never said anything bad. Maybe there was like 1 or 2 plays where I'm like, oh, he could have passed there, whatever, but never really launched some sort of like tirade against him. This is back-to-back years where I'm watching really bad point guard play. Last year, it was a really good point guard playing horrible basketball for his stats, which annoyed me beyond belief. This year, it's the same thing, but it's a worse point guard. And you better believe that he wants one big contract at the end of this.
Duh.
Why wouldn't he? And his
That's what it
numbers
is.
are going to look a certain way. You know, I'm coming in to be the leader. Like, whoa, when the fuck have you ever seen a dude who was on a minimum contract last year? Did Otto come in and say, I'm going to be a leader? Like, what the fuck is this? I feel like y'all are so stupid. Not you, but like y'all, like as in Toronto media, are so dumb that this guy comes in, he shakes your hand, he kisses your ass a little bit, tells you some nice things, he makes friendly with Will Liu, he plays all the right fucking political games, right? He's on everyone's podcast. He's the author of the narrative around this. It's not enough to say he has an 87,000 subscriber channel where he's documenting everything. I am sick of seeing this guy as the leader because I've watched him for 10 plus years and no other team has seen him as that.
And why was he available a couple days after free agency opened? Like he's just conveniently available. Huh?
I mean, he technically signed the same night as free agency because Fred VanVleet, he signed like I think 20 minutes after.
But you know what I mean? Like all the best guys are gone in like 2 hours. They're gone. Yes, because everyone that's wanted is gone basically immediately.
I'm sick and tired of seeing the Mike James story over and over again. Okay, like I just want it to stop. I want us to be real about who our players are. That's it. So
you know, we got to stop being a safe haven for guys who want contracts.
We got to stop being homeless shelter. Okay, basically that's it, right? You know, whoever said that homeless shelter thing is a fucking app thing. Okay, Scottie is an A-level prospect. We can be real about that, 100%. Right? He would be a franchise cornerstone for the Pistons right now. He'd be a franchise cornerstone for about 95% of teams. Agreed. So this is an A-level prospect you got. Gradey is a rotation level prospect for most teams. If he was on Washington, they'd be giving him a run. If he was on Indiana, they'd be giving him a run. These are players who OG Anunoby is a starting small forward on any team. There's not one team that's putting this guy on the bench in the whole league. Okay? So these are your three guys that are like universal plug. You know, like here's a plug, it plugs in everywhere. Okay. This is the part of your roster that to me makes a lot of sense. Okay. Now, Malachi was very upset about it earlier on. I have come around. I get it. I see it. Congratulations. You have a backup point guard that's not the worst backup point guard in the league. He's probably average. That's how I have given back-to-back player of the games to a guy who I consider to be an average backup point guard in the NBA. That's how low the bar is right now. Precious Achiuwa is like, I mean, Masai's hype aside, there's like 6 guys like this in the G League. Guys who cannot like structure 2 good games together. Guys who don't know where to be on the basketball court. Guys who are super athletic. What we boost them up because we got Kyle Lowry, and we allow MLSC to boost them up because they need that trade to leverage out in our heads. Like we didn't just lose Kyle for nothing. So you want to keep peddling that out, right? Jakob Poeltl, like, I mean, there are a lot of teams out there that wouldn't start him. They wouldn't start him, right?
They'll figure it out. They will figure it out.
Figure what out?
I think so. They'll figure out how to strike that balance this year.
There's parts of this roster that make sense to me. Otto is a rotation player on this team, but he would be a rotation player on almost every
As currently constructed, we're not figuring anything out.
Agreed.
I believe that 100%.
So, okay, follow me here for a second. Let's say instead of the way the minutes are being doled out right now, what they decide to do is first quarter, they take out Dennis and Pascal at the same time, right? They
take them out like that. That's cold, man. That's
like
cold.
An assassination.
Yeah. No, let's say they take them out together at around 6-7 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe 8 if they're actually rolling. You replace them with Otto and Gary immediately. Let Scottie handle the ball from there. Let that unit roll for about, we'll say the remaining 4 to 5 minutes of the quarter, and then the first 2 or 3 minutes of the second quarter.
Mm-hmm.
Then at that point, bring in Malachi. Don't bring Dennis back. Bring back Malachi and Pascal. Right?
Okay.
And then from there on in, you have a little bit more of a sense of like, first of all, the minutes are doled out a little bit more evenly, and then you're also putting on more shooters with Scottie running the point, and then also separating Pascal and Scottie, whose skill sets overlap. At some point, this epiphany is going to click in their heads, and I think that it's going, like, this is assuming health. Obviously, this is assuming Otto can stay on the court, and it's assuming that we don't have any drastic injuries from OG. Like OG, like, fucking holds this entire thing together. They need
Sure.
his defense. They need his shooting gravity.
Mhm.
And at some point, this, like you said, the people who were screaming like Dennis is the next best thing since sliced bread, they're starting to see, like, okay, here's what real Dennis is kind of looking like a little bit more.
Yeah.
Right? So
it's not always going to be as bad as it was tonight, but it's also not going to be 50% 3-point shooting.
Right. But
he's gonna trend back down to like 32%,
Exactly.
33% from three.
Even when he was doing it, it was on like 3 attempts. So it's not
Right.
like he was a volume shooter anyway.
My point
And
is,
that's-
you have pieces on this team that actually make sense. Okay, Gary is a rotation guard. Whether he starts, he should play 24 minutes a night for you. I think his shot making is good. He has not been good so far this year. Gradey is a guy who deserves minutes.
Yep.
On a team that's good. Okay. Scottie's a guy who deserves to be an offensive hub on a team that's rising. He's 22 years old. He deserves that. There are like 6 pieces that work and like 4 pieces that don't. And I'm kind of tired of the 4 pieces that don't getting like extended, unlimited leash to do what they're not good at. And I feel like it's sabotaging.
Are you talking about Dennis, Precious, Boucher, and someone else?
Mm-hmm.
Who are the 4?
Pascal. Like, I don't think Pascal is like like a 25 shots a game guy. But I also don't think that he's a guy that takes 4 shots or 6 shots and you just throw him at, like, we've seen extremes so far. So the numbers on Pascal,
25 shots a game guy. That's a bit of a 25 field goal attempts.
He literally
a game?
took 25 last game, did he not?
Well, today, yes, but he's not averaging that, like every single night.
No. I know that. But what I'm saying is, like, we've seen extremes so far. We've seen him like kind of like parked out, just running around, doing nothing. And we've seen him like, okay, give the ball to Pascal, get out of the way. But why can we not see some sort of happy medium between these two absolute extremes? Because right now, his averages on the season are trending close to 25, 26% usage. He's going to be right back to there. But how he's doing it is with like 37% usage last game, probably 40% usage this game, and like 18% usage earlier in the games. So it's like, wait, can we just get him to 25? Like, why do we have to go 40 or 20? Like, can we just stay 25, 27, 25, 22?
The usage has to come from either Scottie or...
I feel like the Pascal thing is dependent on who's guarding him. Like, he's fantastic when he's gone.
I don't have an issue with the shot selection today, by the way. None. He took good shots. All good shots.
If it's Kuzma or fucking Poole or Grant Williams, like guys like that who are checking him and there's no real good rim protector behind those guys, Pascal can feast. And so that's why he looks like a superstar in games like tonight. Right, and then you put competent defenders against him, where he's like an actual focal point for their defense, and Caruso. You put
Jeremy Sohan.
You put decent guys to lock him down, and then all of a sudden he's not that guy anymore, right? And so I feel like I understand what you're saying, Rob. Is that you want to scale his usage back to a more reasonable level. But I think on nights like tonight, where he's got a mismatch, he's fantastic. Like, you put the ball in his hands and you let him cook.
I would contribute Jeremy Sohan as shutting him down.
Did you guys catch the first call?
No, he was getting so many rotations.
Like the first caller, had it, I think, and really understood what I'm talking about here. To me, I don't care about the result. I care about the process. The process of Siakam go bail us out, or Gary just ISO, or Scottie just ISO and bail us out. This is not Like, I understand that teams will inevitably go to this, and ultimately 0.5 basketball motion offense eventually just breaks down into, can you stop our guy? I get all of that. But it's how bad the rest of it continues to look that is making me sad. Like, you try to run anything that even remotely resembles a competent offense, and you have guys bumping into each other, not moving, not cutting, you can't score. And then inevitably some guy just says, all right, get out of my way. And then they can score like magic. But I'm just like, do you know what I mean? It's not going to work. It won't work. You can't just do this. Nobody here.
And the hero stuff only works on bad teams anyway.
It does work on bad teams.
Yeah.
Right?
That never worked against
That's
the
what it
Sixers.
is.
It's how you put it earlier, like that. I don't mean to cut you off, but the thing you said about the drugs in the gym workout, like, okay, you might get a high off this isolation scoring, but it's not a winning formula. This is not how you develop.
I mean, you're not going to be guarded by Jordan Poole every night.
Yeah,
and teams
you're
are not
facing
going
the
to
Wizards every night. Like,
I mean, and I mean, like,
you're not getting 13 free throws every night.
It's not how you build a system.
Favorable whistle every night. Like, it's just
I think
replicable.
The thing is Pascal.
He is to the Raptors what Kuzma is to the Wizards.
Look, like Pascal Siakam has dominated against teams that lack an interior presence. We've seen this now, like 3 big games against 3 teams without an interior presence, right? When there has been an interior presence, he's struggled. He's kind of been camped outside. I think that him hitting shots outside and Scottie hitting shots from outside is what will allow this offense to work. And in the very brief moments, 1 minute here, 5 minutes here, 3 minutes here, that it has worked, it's worked like that.
Mm-hmm.
Right? This Scottie bully ball thing is not going to work because better teams are not going to be able to do this. And I mean, the more these guys play like this, the more they're making the rest of their team unplayable. You understand? Like, the more Siakam camps out in the post, he started doing this in Dallas initially. I noticed immediately. I was like, oh, okay, we're doing this tonight. Okay, that's fine. Do it. No Derek Lively. I understand. You gotta pad your numbers for one game. I get it. Go do this against Dallas. And Dallas, they didn't send help until it was way too late. He got rolling. He's a rhythm guy. He killed him in the paint, right? I mean, this is a guy who's just like, he's feeling it from all sides, right? You got to understand, like, he's got massive money on the line. How long do you expect him to continue to go out there and average 15, 16 points per game as people call him washed? And he's not washed. He could still do this.
Mm-hmm.
But this was never debatable whether he could do this. We all know he can do this. Can you do it against good teams? Because if so, then we have a completely different team on our hands, don't we? Oh, can you go and do this against the Philadelphia the way Scottie Barnes did?
Well, no, not with this roster construction.
Can you do this in the fourth quarter against like a really locked down defense? Could you do this against Boston? No, you can't.
No.
So at the end of the day, you're doing the same shit that I accused Fred VanVleet of doing last year, which is padding your stats against bad teams and laying up choke balls against good teams, right? That's it. And if you look at every single team, he has had a really, really go look at the defensive ratings for every single team in the league, and you will find if you look at the Mavericks without Derek Lively, because you have to understand how much Derek Lively is propping up that defense. The Mavericks without Derek Lively, the Milwaukee Bucks, and the Washington Wizards. These are your 3 big games. Those are 3 teams without a good defense. So, okay. Congratulations. Let's see if you can do this against
Boston. And his shot was falling against
the Bucks. The Bucks are working some things out.
But his 3 was falling against the Bucks, though. He was like, he
yes, that was my favorite Pascal game by far. By far, that was my favorite Pascal game. It was in rhythm. I was like, oh my god, where did this come from? This is amazing, because for the Bucks, it was their perimeter defense that was super lax. It was crazy. Like Damian Lillard is just blowing by, like leaving open corners everywhere. Brooke and Giannis are way too low. They're hanging low, and so it wasn't paint that was open against the Bucks. Not that it mattered for Scottie, just bully balling. I have seen Scottie's numbers against good teams, and I have seen like good defenses. Like his best game so far this year, you will not believe it, came against Philadelphia. In terms of box plus minus, Game 2 against Philadelphia was Scottie's best game.
The one in Philly.
Yeah. On a second night of a back-to-back. And I think if I ranked out every single game of his, it's the good teams, with the exception of San Antonio. And San Antonio, funny enough, his first half is like the worst half of basketball he's played all year. And his second half is the best half of basketball he's played all year. So it's a game of two halves. But per my estimate, Scottie Barnes has played 4 games in a row where he's had at least one half or a full game where he has not looked good to me. This cannot be. This cannot be. This season cannot be about Dennis Schroeder and like fucking Pascal Siakam. It just can't be. It cannot be. It has to be about development. It has to be about growth. It has to be a better brand of basketball, because that's what we were promised. That's what we were promised. We were promised no more selfishness. We were promised. I'm sorry, flagging off Scottie Barnes to call your own number is selfishness. I'm sorry, like people called out Fred for this. Call out Dennis for the same shit. That's exactly what drove us insane about Fred, right? He would dive into 2 defenders, toss the ball up when he had no advantage, looking off Siakam, looking off Barnes. Okay, well, Dennis Schroeder's doing the same thing. Call him for it too. Good point guards don't do this.
Well,
I don't think I've seen Mike Conley ever do this.
True.
On Darko.
It is on Darko. Speaking of Darko, we will go to the post game now. I'll give you all one final thing. If you have something to say, let's say it, and then we will end this conversation, do the post game, and then.
I just want to say we're not serious about this season until I'll know we're serious about this season if we change the starting lineup. Because
don't hold your breath, man.
Yeah. And until Darko holds Dennis accountable or gets a better fit, we're just spinning our wheels.
I think that would do a lot to help team chemistry as well. I think people would look around and be like, hey, Nick Nurse would never do this to Fred. But here, like, to me, this was a very big mistake. And I mean, I have no intel on this. I don't know anyone, in the locker room who's, oh, this person's upset or that, whatever. But I'm just saying, if I was Gary Trent Jr., if I was in that locker room and I saw this situation and I saw this, guy come in with like, I'm here for Darko. I know Darko. I know this coaching staff. I know this, whatever. And he's gifted the starting lineup. Like he's gifted, day one before training camp, no competition, no questions asked. I've been here for 2 years. I'm chopped liver. I averaged more points than this guy last year. I'm making more money than this guy, but he gets starting lineup. No, I'm not cool with
35 minutes. Guaranteed 35 minutes.
And guaranteed 35 minutes. But if somebody else plays the way he played, this double standard shit is what I don't like. And I'll tell you right now, if I'm a coach. If I'm coaching, I don't give a shit that Scottie Barnes is my favorite player. If Scottie Barnes plays like shit, Scottie Barnes gets benched. Now, this is probably why I would never be an NBA coach, why I would probably get fired, why all that stuff would be wrong.
The issue is...
But politics aside, it's the right thing to do.
But okay? I'm okay with Barnes, OG, and Siakam getting...
more leash than everybody else.
And
I agree. I agree.
I can stomach. I can't stomach Dennis ending games, hell or high water. I can't do it.
Yeah, me neither. Because there's nothing that he's doing. There's nothing that he's doing objectively on the basketball court that warrants that level. There's nothing that he means to your franchise.
Seniority. At least Fred
had the championship, right? Yes, it was like, he's a championship. He's this. He's that. He's our leader. Blah 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 blah. And by the way, no matter how many times Fred called himself the leader, I'm the leader. It never rubbed me the right way. Let me tell you something about leaders. They don't have to tell you that they're the leader 500 times. They don't have to do that. Real leaders never have to do that. They never have to announce that they're the leader, because the only reason we're talking about Schroeder's leadership is because he told us he was the leader 50 times. That's it. That's why we're talking about him being the leader. Why is he the leader? Blah, 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 blah. This is a very subtle thing that people do when they're trying to climb political ladders that I've observed in my life. They come in and then they start playing a weird game of word association. I'm here to be the leader. I'm here to be the starting point guard.
Yep.
Not on my watch, man. Not on my watch.
Dude.
It'll be snuffed out. It's going to be snuffed out. Masai's not going to stand for it. He will snuff this out. If he sees that this keeps going in this direction. Also, sorry, tonight, while I was surprised that he didn't just yank Dennis at some point and just bring in Malachi for him instead of playing them alongside together at the end. Tonight was a night where we were missing 2 starting level players.
Yeah.
Right? Like we were missing.
He played worse than every single player who played today.
Yeah, we were missing 36 minutes of OG. We were missing 30 minutes of Gary.
Okay,
right?
Gary hasn't been playing 30 minutes. That's the problem. Gary has been playing 20 to 24 minutes a night, which is a problem. It's a problem, man. It's a fucking problem because you know what? One thing I will tell you, that Gary Trent may be a lot of things. He may be a poor finisher. He may be a poor passer. He may be a poor shot selection guy. He may be a poor defender at times. But man, some of the best basketball this team has played all year has been with Gary on the court.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. Gary needs to play,
and the
in order
defense
to get...
respects him. The defense does not respect. Okay, they don't respect Dennis at all. They are sagging off him 6 feet like he is Scottie Barnes.
They let him shoot
because
little threes.
Because unlike the Toronto media, these people have played against this guy and watched him do 0 for 7s their whole fucking life. They know. Other coaches know. This is an open secret in the NBA. This is a point guard who cannot shoot. Okay, so you want to run, fucking 95% usage and load through him? Fine, all means, man. But there's no. I don't care if half this team gets assassinated. There's no fucking way in hell that this guy is warranting guaranteed closing minutes on a team that has any shot at being good. None.
Yep.
No.
No.
Guys, you know that they won tonight, right?
I don't care. It's the fucking Wizards. You're at home. No. Bro, I wish they lost. I don't wish they lost because
I do. I want to trade that bad. I want to trade that
basically they lose.
It's not going to do shit, man. They're going to come out. They're going to give you the same fucking excuse. They're going to be like, well, shooting variance this. Scottie played bad.
How bad do we have to be? Like, where does our record have to be for you to be sure a trade is on its way? Like, what has to happen?
I hope it has nothing to do with the record. I hope it has to do with the play style. Look, Masai Ujiri. Here's a little litmus test. Masai Ujiri last year said this was not a fun team to watch. He said that candidly. He said we played selfishly. This is not a fun team to watch. Let me say something about the 2023-2024 Raptors that I think is objectively true. They are more selfish than the previous team, and they are less fun to watch. I have eaten 6 brownies on average per game. Not weed brownies, but like brownies, just comfort food.
Why do you have so many brownies?
That's a great question.
I hope they're the 2-bite brownies.
No.
Oh, you're full brownies.
Full brownies.
There's always brownies.
Oh, damn.
Getting fat, man. I'm getting super fat. Some people are getting super drunk. I've been saying like the Toronto Raptors are boosting LCBO, sales across the board. Look, man, like you got smoked by the Celtics. Okay, you made a big fucking deal about it after, like, oh, don't disrespect us like that, which is a direct quote from Dennis Schroeder. I like Jakob's quote, which is, I don't care. That is a fucking leader. You say whatever you want about Jakob Poeltl, man, but I would rather Jakob be my leader. If you want my honest opinion on who should be leading, a sensible person in the locker room who has like a presence of mind and has been a leader really his whole life in the NBA, that's Jakob. I like Jakob. He's a selfless guy. He never pushes. He never presses. What?
Darko can bench Jakob, even though he's longer tenured. He has history here. He's the better player, and he has a bigger contract. But
4 years.
Yeah, but he can't do that with Dennis. Like, that's insane.
Yeah.
And there's obviously issues with both players.
No, they can't. It's just because you need to have Pascal and Scottie on the court, and when you have those two on the court, you can't also have
Jakob.
Yeah, I agree.
You just can't. You can't have 3 like aggressive non-shooters.
I'm not saying play Jakob, but I'm just saying it's like
Jakob Poeltl is being the best Jakob Poeltl he can be. It's just he's putting forth effort. He's just not a good fit on a starting line.
And that's another part of the problem.
I'm not advocating
with the minutes rotation. Is that you need to figure out a way to stagger so it's only 2 of the 3 of them on at the same time, right? It can only be either Scottie and Pascal, or Scottie and Jakob, or Pascal and Jakob. You can't have all 3 of them. right?
Here's what we really missed Koloko, I think. Jakob would be perfect off the bench as a big body. We need
There's not a
Koloko.
chance in hell that they're going to start Christian Koloko over Jakob Poeltl.
A couple of years down the line, the upside would equal we do
I
start Koloko over
understand that
Jakob.
politics play a part in every single, I know they do. Okay. Every single team, there's some element of politics, right? Which means that LaMelo Ball can be dog shit on defense, dog shit on offense, and he's still going to close games. That means that, Cade Cunningham can miss every single shot in the whole world. He can lead the entire league in the NBA history. He can lead the most shots missed in NBA history. He'll still get the final shot. I understand that politics play a part, but I'm going to assume that the upside on if Cade hits or if LaMelo hits is a little bit higher than if Dennis Schroeder hits. I'm just assuming. You invested top 2 picks in those guys. I get it. I don't like it. I hate this part about the NBA. I wish it didn't exist, but I understand it's a marketing thing. You marketed this guy as your future franchise. You need to sell tickets. Fine. Find me a person in Toronto that bought tickets tonight to watch Dennis Schroeder.
If they're not German.
If they're not German, if they're not his family. This is I don't maybe again, Asperger's, right? I just fixate on the small things. I can't get over it. I cannot get over personally how a career journeyman role player, this put a different name on this. This would be like Kem Birch. Okay, that's crazy. Let me
He's a little better than Kem.
let me recalibrate this. Hold on. Who is an equivalent? Like the closest thing to this. This would be
Jordan Clarkson?
No.
Clarkson's better.
Way better.
This would be like, not exactly the same type of player, but this would be like Kenyon Martin Jr. or something, going to a team and just being like, I'm here to be the leader. Or maybe for a more
Kenyon Martin Jr.
Raptor.
or Kenyon Martin?
No, are you crazy? Kenyon Martin Sr. was a starter on a finals team.
Yeah.
And an
No,
all-star.
I'm talking about his son. Okay. This would be like I'm trying to use an example that's closer to Raptor fans.
Bones Highland?
Why is that closer to Raptor fans?
No, I'm just trying to find a comp. I'm trying to.
He's right though. Yeah, Bones. Yeah.
But it has to be
I would say Norman Powell, but Norman Powell is way better.
Yeah.
Way better. More accomplished, better.
Having pretty decent point guards. That's why there's no real comparison. Until recently, we've had a decent history of pretty good point guards.
Who has?
Jose Calderon was pretty good. Yeah,
Jose Calderon was pretty good.
He was not terrible.
Always a bottom half of the league starting point guard. Always. And when you consider defense, he was bottom 5.
Okay, so
he didn't turn the ball over.
So
Congratulations. He killed
him or Dennis Schroeder.
Oh my god!
Arguing for the bottom of the bottom,
this is like, do you want to get poisoned or do you want to get shot? I don't know, man. Honestly, shit. I'll take Jose. I'll take Jose because he can shoot. He's a little less disruptive to my offense. My issue with Jose was really
the defense.
that his defense was so bad. But Jose as a shooter, Jose as a free throw shooter, Jose as a passer, Jose as a guy who can run pick and roll, Jose's a much better player.
I just thought of an example for you. Corey Joseph.
Joseph's not this
great example. That's a great example.
Yeah.
Yes. Imagine if fucking Corey Joseph shows up tomorrow to the Orlando Magic, who have all these players that are young players that are ahead of him in the pecking order of life, and he's just I'm here to be a leader. Lead with a towel at the end of the bench. You know what I mean? I'm not even trying to be disrespectful about it. It's just it drives me insane when somebody who is a journeyman, who is a role player, sees himself as so much more than that. And then I start to see how they see themselves as influencing their decisions on the basketball court. If you wave off Scottie Barnes, bro, you better make that fucking shot. Because you waved off Scottie when he was asking for the ball against Corey Kispert.
Yeah.
You cannot then fucking drive into traffic and get blocked when you do that. You have to, I can't imagine I can't imagine Kyle Lowry doing that. I'll never see Kyle Lowry do that to Bam. Kyle doing that to Bam and then fucking, I feel like y'all lost your fucking minds. People defending this. Are you crazy? Have you ever seen Kyle Lowry do that to Bam Adebayo or Tyler Hero?
No. So
Kyle is a fucking NBA champion leader, a max player who makes $30 million. He's definitely a future Hall of Famer. And he has the perspective and wherewithal to understand that right now, Jaime Jaquez gets the ball over him. Yeah. He has that perspective. He has the perspective to know that if Tyler Hero is coming off a pin down, that he needs to get the ball to Tyler Hero. Yeah. He has a perspective to know that if Bam Adebayo asks for the ball in the post, he needs to get Bam because he has perspective. He knows he's not Kemba Walker. This guy doesn't know that he's not Kemba Walker. He thinks he is. This is bet on yourself part 2. Y'all need to wake up to it.
Well, he's trying to make the money he lost.
Bro, that's the consequence when you are a weak organization that allows a player to do what Fred did to you last year. Every team, every player around the league takes notice. Why can't I go do that? He immediately came in and he
low hanging fruit.
Yeah, boys, it'll be snuffed out. Masai is not going to let it happen. Well, he's not going to let it happen this year.
And I agree with you because they got rid of Nick Nurse and they got rid of Fred. And Nick Nurse is a top 5 coach in the league, probably top 3 in my opinion. Look what he's doing with Philly. But they got rid of him because he was also part of the problem. Yeah. Okay, so this is not just Dennis being rogue on his own. Yeah, we have to look at Darko. Like, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. We have to. How can we go and bash Schroeder when there's someone putting him in these situations?
He's enabling him.
Seeing this stuff behind him.
But we should keep it to perspective that this is one game. It's one game.
This has been happening all year.
10 games.
But this is 10 games. Yeah. This has happened every single game.
And
there's now one game.
The micro advantages. Like anytime the offense actually produces like a small micro advantage, he just takes the ball in his hand and tries to force something instead of continuing the 0.5 process, which is crazy, which is what this year is supposed to be. Like anytime that there's just like a tiny amount of gravity that's created by Jakob or Scottie by cutting, Schroeder restarts on the top of the key and tries to take a 3 that he's most likely going to break.
Schroeder is shooting 39 from 3. I'll bet you $100 to $2 that he doesn't continue to shoot 30 over 37 for the season. You want to take that bet?
37, dude. I'd say 34.
I mean, I'm betting $100 to $2. I'm giving myself an advantage here. So if you're going to talk about like small sample sizes, Scottie Barnes was shooting 42% from 3. Are we going to assume that that's going to sustain? No. We would be very happy if Scottie can shoot 34% from 3. Same thing with Pascal. To me, the issue is volume. You know, when Scottie was hitting threes and when Siakam's hitting threes, this whole offense opens up. Whole offense opens up when they're taking them consistently, right? Like this offense needs to generate good shots.
But I think the problem was when he let Dennis start. Because we talked about last year was Nurse playing favorites. And it's like, if you really want to change the culture here,
it's the same thing.
Know Dennis is your guy. You have to nip it in the butt and say,
give it a shot.
Gary the starting
give Gary
just
a fair
to stay
shot.
Your objective, just to even
Bro, I just want to get Gary a fair shot. Is that so hard? And now Gary's playing like shit off the bench, right? Which we knew that he would do, right? And Dennis Schroeder is good off the bench. He's done it his whole life, and he's been incredible at it.
And Gary
so
fits
you are fucking putting your dude over this guy that we know historically has struggled off the bench. And by the way, Gary's the longer tenured player. He's the younger player. He is the higher paid player. He is the better player, okay? And he's the guy in a fucking expiring contract.
And he has chemistry with the guys on the show.
And he has chemistry with the guys. I mean, if nothing else, even if you have it in your stupid head, like, and I'm sorry, like, to be so rude about this coach, but like, if you have it in your fucking head that Schroeder is going to be your starting point guard, at the very least, to give your team an advantage to get out of the gate correctly, let Gary start because he has chemistry with these four guys, and they've actually been a part of a good lineup last year.
Yeah.
There's nobody winning long term with this. The only advantage you can say is point of attack. But let me tell you something. I broke down game film a couple of games ago with Gary, Scottie, Otto, Boucher. It might have been Flynn or OG. I can't remember who the other one was. No Dennis Schroeder. Point of attack was incredible. So you can do it without him too.
You have all that length and Jakob in the starting lineup. I mean, even if somebody gets downhill, it's just arms for days.
Dennis also gets lazy. The moment he gets switched off the ball, like he just ball watches and just
He
starts
does.
floating around, which is so annoying. It's like the moment he's not guarding the ball, it's like his defensive value just completely falls off. So
And
it's
you
not
can't
like he's that
doubt-
valuable of a defender overall. Like,
He's not. He pressures high. He's very active. He's a little bit disruptive. He looks energetic, and he can be annoying. But once he's switched off, if God forbid he is cross-matched, and like, there's so many things to basketball that he does not do well. There are a few things that he does that are very good. Like the point of attack stuff is really good. He has a really good first step. It looks kind of flashy, you know. His game looks good. I don't know how else to say it. He has long arms. He's quick. It just looks good. If he showed up to your local YMCA, you'd think he was Michael Jordan. Like, he just looks like a good basketball player. Does that make sense? His game is aesthetically pleasing,
I
right?
don't know, not to me, but maybe
No?
some people.
I mean, like,
Okay.
he is a good
Yeah, it's
basketball.
like Christian Wood.
He is a good
His
basketball.
game is aesthetically pleasing.
Good basketball player relative to who?
It's the NBA. Everyone's a good basketball player. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But like relative to the NBA
No,
player, like the other day, I made this post on Instagram, and I think that it's worth noting. I asked how many points would you score against an average NBA player, and I used the average NBA player as Evan Fournier, and I think Evan Fournier is a better player than Dennis Schroeder, just to put that into perspective. But regardless, let me not harp on that point. And I said that an average person up to a game of 101 would score 0 points against Evan Fournier with losers outs, that the gap was just so large. And then I said that an average JV high school player, so like somebody who's on a decent JV high school basketball team, would also score 0 points. That ultimately it would take a Division II athlete to even score 1 point, and that player might score 3, and that maybe a Division I, player might end up scoring like 6, 7, up to 101, maybe a little bit more, maybe 13 max. And then it would be like a EuroLeague player against not Dennis Schroeder, against Evan Fournier might score 26, up to 101. And now if you flip it and you put Evan Fournier against James Harden, the whole score flips. It's James scoring 101, Evan Fournier scoring like 20. That's the gap between really great NBA. And honestly, James Harden's not the best player in the league at all, not even close, right? So if it's Kevin Durant against James Harden, same thing. The gap between superstars, stars, all-stars is massive. But the gap between an average person and an NBA player is like, it's like the Grand Canyon. It's another world. And I wish that every fan out there who has this idea of like, I could take this guy or whatever, like to my old friend who used to think he could beat Milt Palacio. I hope you have a chance to play an NBA player once. It is the fucking most humbling thing on earth. They will beat you without breaking a sweat. It's so embarrassing.
There's a video on YouTube.
He can beat a lot of NBA players.
Huh?
Malachi dropped like 72 points in a bunch of semi-pros. So like, I mean, yeah, these guys are the best players in the world, no matter what. Like they're 500 of 7.5 billion people, basically, who made it to this league. So
yeah,
that is fair. Yeah, and they're trained professionals for a reason. But my point is that within those ranks, there are also gaps, right? Like within the NBA, there's like the creme de la creme, and then there are role players, and then there are scrubs. And you cannot tell me that the gap between a scrub and, a superstar in the NBA is not the same, almost the same as the gap between an average person and an NBA player, because it's pretty big. It's pretty huge. Like if Kevin Durant wants to play against Malachi Flynn, it's going to be really, really, really tough for Malachi Flynn to score 5 points. Really hard. And he's a really good player relative to.
Well, there's also a size disadvantage, but I get what you're saying. But yeah, what you're saying.
Typically, superstars tend to have either a size or athletic advantage. Like Malachi Flynn against Tyrese Maxey, no size advantage, right? He's still going to kill him, right? That's what I'm saying. Like this one-on-one thing. So Pascal Siakam against Kyle Kuzma, one-on-one, this is no contest. He's going to kill him. Pascal Siakam against Jordan Poole, no contest. He's going to kill him, right? But this one-on-one thing doesn't work. It will never work. Like, you're building unsustainable habits that do not advance the overall motion of your program. This was always going to be a work in progress. This entire offense was always going to take a long time to adjust to. But it's like, I can take being bad at adjusting. What I don't like is not adjusting.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So
like, I wouldn't mind if we were 2-8 right now, but this offense was getting better every single game. Like, every game it was like, okay, more shots in rhythm, more assists, more, guys being in the right place, more good shots being generated. I would be happy with that. 2-8 is no problem. No problem. Not a championship year. No, I don't care.
It would help us get our top 6 pick, in fact.
Yeah.
Mark Anderson, what a stupid comment. How many more years are you going to defend Barnes? Bro. Like, you are really are clueless. Defend Barnes.
He's trolling.
19-9, 4 and 5. I got to defend him. I don't have to defend shit. I said he didn't have a great game. That's a huge compliment, by the way, that someone could have 19 points, 9 assists. Sorry, 19 points, 9 rebounds, 5 steals, and 4 assists, and you're saying they didn't have a great game?
Yeah.
Everything within the offense. Not one thing was out of the offense.
So 47%.
Scottie has 24 turnovers. Dr. Dead, you might be like really like you missing something, bro. You really are missing something. Like, I don't know, some chromosome or something. Like, bro, 24 turnovers so far this year. You think that's a lot? For a player that handles the ball as much as he does across 10 games, you think that's a lot?
Check Jokic.
Hey, can we give this guy the benefit of the doubt and sing it and translate it into it being a good thing? Like, Scottie has 24 turnovers so far this year. Like, that's great.
Vince, Sesame Street is over, bro.
Come on, bro. I'm all about glass half full.
It's higher this year than last year, bro. Like, you need to stop. Like, maybe
I was trying to defend this guy over here, and he's making me look bad. Come on, bro.
The best way to compare this is to actually see how many turnovers the team as a whole was making last year compared to the Scottie now. So the question is, who is?
But the
more
team wasn't
Scottie
passing last year. Obviously, there's going to be more. There's going to be more turnovers if you're more passing. I mean, the Raptors are second in the league in assist percentage this year. Prior to this game, they were 25th last year.
Yeah.
So if you're going to pass the ball more, does it not stand to reason that you're going to turn the ball over a little bit more than if you're just pounding it and driving into the hole? Like, it just makes sense. Teams that pass more turn the ball over more. That's why we didn't pass last year, because we were playing a fucking numbers game. Ultimately, Scottie's turnover percentage is great. Like, it's fantastic. For a player of his usage, go look at Cade's, and most young players have higher turnover percentage than this. I think he's been fantastic. I think a lot of people ripped him for his turnovers early on. He got the memo and he's just like, okay, not going to turn the ball over anymore. And he's barely had turnovers. Like, he had a couple high turnover games earlier on. I think he was like 18% turnover percentage. I think now it's like closer to 11.5. That's crazy. 11.5 is
Can I play
crazy.
conspiracy theorist for a second?
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What are the chances that they take the next 10 to 15 games to fluff Pascal's trade value? Is that at all a thing?
Maybe, because he wasn't supposed to be on the team anyways.
And if so, is that really a bad move right now?
Maybe it's not. Maybe this is another instance of the team playing 4D checkers and me complaining that they're not playing proper chess. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
That's it.
I don't know. Maybe it is, some sort of mandate from down, from above, like, because they've seen what Scottie can do. Right now, they get it. They're like, okay, we see what the offense is around him. Now but it's killing this trade asset that we have, which is Pascal. Right.
That's our only way out. That's our only way out, is getting something for Pascal.
I would
maybe.
That's it.
But also,
So
if you end up like 8-5, like, I mean, I'm not saying you're going to end up 8-5, because Lord knows you're going to lose one of the next 2 games for sure. But let's say you end up like, I don't know, some miraculous shooting run where Dennis Schroeder shoots 50% for an entire month from 3. Siakam finds, he finds the other end of the variance luck, because he's missed 19 of his last 23. So let's say he makes 15 of his next 23s. Okay, that's not impossible. Shooting variance happens. Numbers are weird. So let's just say, the next 5 games you win all 5. Well, now you're 10-5. Now you got the whole city buzzing. Now how can you trade him?
No. Well, you learn from your past mistake.
Yeah,
but they're not going to learn from their past mistake because I've learned that the greatest predictor of future behavior is past behavior.
Okay.
And MLSE is, the only way, if you're a Raptor fan out there, you really, really, really want to put the pressure on MLSE, stop going to the games, man. Stop tuning in. Stop watching this shit. Stop watching me. Stop. Just tune out. It's a business. At the end of the day, you don't like what's happening with the business. You might think, oh my God, I got to be a supportive fan. I got to do this. I got to do that. Bro, no. Chicago Bulls fans were so sick and tired of their stupid ass organization trying to, basically just live off the profits of the championship run with Jordan and Pippen. They stopped attending. They kept fluffing up the numbers. They kept saying like, oh, there's 18,000 people here at United Center. And then people started showing like who was actually showing to the games. And then they were super embarrassed because I swear to God, there were thousands of seats that were empty. They were giving away seats. They wouldn't go. So look, I'm the first person to say, well, not the first person to say, certainly not the first person to say, but I will acknowledge that the management has not been good. The roster construction is not great, but it's not as bad as it's looked. There is a way that this roster could be utilized that is better than the one that is being put on the court every night. There's a way. These lineups are terrible, I think. I think the lineups have been bad. Yep. I really do. There have been lineup combinations that make no sense. There's no synergy. And I want what I was promised. I hate to sound like a fucking 60-year-old Karen at Walmart. Like, here's my coupon. I said. This is my coupon. It said 25% off. I want 25% off. You promised me ball movement. I want ball movement. I want an egalitarian offense. I want fair structure. I want no selfishness. I want no one person being placed above the team. I want accountability. And this is what was promised. We will not be selfish. We will move the basketball. We will not play this ugly brand of basketball. Okay, fine. You're playing an even uglier brand of basketball. And it's like, I can live with the losses. What I cannot live with is a disruption to the process because certain people are not buying into the process and are hijacking the process because they don't like what the process is going to yield, which is egalitarian offense. And if I'm playing on a team and I'm like this isolation scorer that thrives in isolation and everything I do is downhill attacks, one-on-one or one-on-two, and suddenly you want to put some fucking motion offense around me, well, guess what? If I refuse to cut and refuse to screen and refuse to box out, you're going to lose every game until you implement the offense that I want back. You want to talk conspiracy theories? There's one for you. We have not looked right unless Scottie or Siakam have gone to last year's playbook, basically, and just said, all right, guys, space out. I'm going to go one-on-one against my guy and make a tough shot. Well, how is that different than what the fuck we did last year? Why'd you fire Nurse? If you're gonna run his offense, why are you firing him? This is not right. What the coaches are saying in the post game, what the coaches are saying at halftime, and what the team is coming out and doing is completely opposite. The coach at halftime, he comes out, the guy who's coaching for the WNBA, whose name I'm forgetting right now, he says we need to cut harder. Did they cut harder? No. We need to play with more pride. Did they play with more pride? No. They took a 19-point lead and turned it to a 24-point lead. No. This is like individual heroics defensively, individual heroics offensively. You want to know how we won the Minnesota game? Individual heroics defensively by OG Anunoby, picking off that pass at the end. That's individual. It's an individual thing. I want to see this team click together as a team.
Won't happen.
It
needs
will
to happen.
It will happen.
It needs to happen. Listen, and the problem is the more you allow this shit to happen, the more you allow this player or one player or two players to just go out of the offense and just make it, the harder it's going to be to get buy-in for what you're trying to do. Right? Because they're going to be like, look, man, we tried it your way.
Yeah.
And look at our offense. We're a fucking laughingstock. Samson Folk is going on and saying our offense is worse than last year. And everyone around here is saying that the only way our offense is going to work if Scottie's in the post on one block and Pascal's in the post on the other block. Well, guess what? That's not the roster you have. And that makes Jakob unplayable, right? That makes Schroeder pretty much useless. Like you cannot, like your coach is trying to play one way and you have players trying to play a completely different way. And that's why nobody knows where to be because they don't know on any particular position. Is this Siakam going and doing his own thing? Is this Precious just deciding like of his own volition right now that he's just going to call his own number? Is this Dennis Schroeder going? It's crazy.
Well,
it's a very disorganized offense.
Either Darko holds people accountable or we get a trade. And I don't see either happening anytime soon. So, just have the booze ready on Friday in that first playing game. The jerseys are going to look amazing. The court's going to look amazing. And we're going to get run off the court. So just,
I have a feeling it's going to be competitive. There's my optimism. I hope it will be competitive. I hope
because we'll be playing another play-in team at that point.
What? No, we're playing the Celtics.
We'll be playing another play-in team at that point, so it's not going to be like a blowout.
The Celtics on Friday.
Oh, sorry. I
think in season
tournament.
Yeah,
okay,
in season.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I am looking forward to this in-season tournament.
Beat off us for sure on that one.
No, I'm looking forward to it. I know we have a very tough conference, unfortunately, because the team that's at the very stacked top, because like there's a, to those who don't know how the in-season tournament is broken down, it's like the top 3 teams are separated than the second tier of teams. So we would have been very lucky if we were in the Milwaukee tier, because then the top team wouldn't have been like a great team. But whoever drew Philadelphia or Boston is fucked, basically, because those 2 teams are really good right now. I would have liked to be in the Milwaukee tier. I think that would have been great for us. But I would also like to win this. That would be great. We have a pretty young roster. We have a lot of guys who could use $500,000, $1 million. That'd be great.
Well, we can't win it being the wild card because I checked. You need like the next best record, which isn't happening for us. So we actually have to win the group stage. And to win the group stage, at minimum, I think you can only lose 1 game. 1 out of the 4. You have to go 3-1 to have a chance.
Pretty much. You have to go either 4-0, 3-1, and then if you go 3-1 and another team goes 3-1 as well, then what happens is it's point differential.
Yes. So our only hope to even having a chance, if we lose this game against Boston, that would make Boston 2-0 in the play-in. Yeah, it's a wrap. We have to win. Like if we want to get out of the group stage, we have to beat Boston.
Just not happening.
Crazier things have happened, boys.
The boat happened. It hurt her last game for it.
I mean, yeah. I mean, honestly, like, it's funny. Like, sometimes people say something that's so accurate and you get mad because it's so accurate. They don't have any dogs comment. And it's bothered me, man. It's like I wake up at night and I'm just like, he's right. They don't have any dogs. Fuck. And then I try to go back. And then I try to go back to sleep, and it's like this fucking dogless ass team, bro. Like, you kidding me? Like, Patrick Beverley punked you, and you didn't do shit. Like, what the fuck is happening?
Come on.
You got a mid-level journeyman coming in and hijacking your entire offense. Where is the dog?
Guys.
We're bitching about Joe Mazzulla calling a timeout. That's dog. No, we need. I miss the days of PJ Tucker and Serge Ibaka.
The season is Friday. That playing tournament. That's the season. We'll see.
That's your dog. Like you need. And honestly, like if you want truth, like dogs, like real dogs, like we've been trying to get these nice guys for a while. We got Garrett Temple, we got Thad Young, we got Otto Porter. These guys are all really nice guys. No one has ever confused these guys for being enforcers. No one's ever confused them for being super tough.
Why did we get Dylan Brooks? We should have got Dylan Brooks.
No, God, no.
Yeah,
I don't care if that guy shoots 70%. I don't want that guy on my team.
He's a dog.
He's a dog.
Listen,
he is a Chihuahua. Okay, no, I mean like real dogs.
On this team, he's a pit bull. On this team, he's a pit bull. That breathes fire,
bro. Dylan Brooks.
Can we just talk about
Dylan Brooks would come out
for a second?
Can we talk about the fact that Dylan Brooks would literally come onto this team and become your first option overnight? Because there's literally no one who's going to confront him about it.
Yeah.
Who's confronting Dennis?
This is the natural order of the world. You understand? Like you put too many nice people in a room, and the one guy who figures it out is going to be top king. That's how shit works.
The league doesn't have too many dogs anymore, anyways. There's very few players who still fit that description. There's maybe like a handful.
the dog mentality, this whole thing is so stupid and so asinine, right? Why is Pat Bev a dog? Pat Bev, you can only qualify to be a dog when you're on a winning team. So when he's on a winning team, which is all the time,
always
a minimum
he's
player.
always on a winning team. That's the problem. He's always on a winning team.
Minimum player.
Bro, why is he always on a winning team though?
Guys,
can we be real?
What Russ said about Pat Bev many years ago about him, he's tricking y'all. He's running around
not wrong.
Doing a whole bunch of nothing. That is absolutely 1,000% correct. Patrick Beverley is he's a fool. Okay, all that guy is a talker. He knows how to talk. He's got a podcast.
I take him over Dennis right now.
They're exactly the fucking same. Only Draymond has the game to back it up. Pat Bev is nothing. I will take OG.
He averaged 37 points per game in high school. Okay. I know that's high school, but like, let's not be completely ridiculous here. He's a role player in the NBA because he bought into his role.
You know, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Every NBA player is the best player by far on their high school team.
No. I'm not saying he's the best player on his high school team. I'm saying he averaged 37 points per game in high school. So before we start talking about like in another world, Patrick Beverley is like a better version of Fred VanVleet. Okay, like let's not get it twisted. Opportunity is everything in life. Okay, you have a coach who believes in you. You have a coach who puts the ball in your hands. It's a totally different situation than if you're undrafted and you go journeyman, and burning around a lot of people. I'm just saying Patrick Beverley is an NBA professional who absolutely got under the skin of the Raptors.
Sure.
And he's doing Nick Nurse's dirty bidding. And Nurse probably told them they don't have any dogs. Nurse coached these guys. Okay.
All they need to do is win. And then the winning will produce dogs, right? And the winning is not going to come until they have a balanced lineup. Okay. All these guys. So,
I disagree with
Pascal and OG.
I disagree with that.
With this comment. Scottie is a dog on defense. Woof. I agree with that.
He's a fuck, and so is OG. OG's a fucking dog on defense too.
Yeah.
You tell me who guards better than OG 1 through 5,
bro.
Like
let me put this in the perspective. When rookie LeBron, who was 18 years old, by the way, when rookie Kobe, when he was 17, by the way, Kobe was 17 when he was drafted. 17. Kobe was 17 years old and 312 days when he was drafted. Okay. Kobe was whooping Michael Cooper in practice and talking shit to him. Michael Cooper, to those who don't realize, was an incredible player and one of the best defenders in the NBA. Yep. And this is why they drafted him, because he was doing this to a grown-ass man and he was kicking ass and talking. And so when Kobe came in, he refused to be a rookie. And by second year, he was asking for Shaq's touches. And that was at 19. That's dog. So let me tell you what Kobe Bryant would do if Dennis Schroeder fucking waved him off on Corey Kispert. He would go up to Dennis Schroeder in a fucking timeout and say, who the fuck do you think you are? Don't ever do that to me again. And guess what? That is the natural order of how a basketball team must work. Your best players must be vocal about it. This picture right here of Scottie Barnes looking at, DeAndre Ayton. Yeah, you do that to DeAndre Ayton. How about next time you do that to your own teammate? The next time he looks you off like that, don't look all sorry and don't just let him do it. Just tell him next time you got to get me. Like, look, like I understand that we're trying to be nice and whatever, but this is sports. There is a place for nice, and then there's a place for blunt truth. Blunt truth is you don't get to look me off when I ask for the fucking basketball. I am Scott Wayne Barnes. You are Dennis Schroeder. Please get that shit into perspective.
I actually didn't notice this play. Who did Schroeder have on him that he waved him off?
Bro, I don't care if Schroeder has me on him. There's no way in hell
that
you are looking Scottie Barnes off when he has Corey Kispert, who is notoriously a defensive liability, who is like half of he's a 6'6" guy with a 6'4" wingspan, and he's got Scottie Barnes in the post. At worst, you're going to collapse a double team. At worst. Okay? At best, you're getting 2 points. And instead, you waved him off to dribble. This is not right. It was a simple entry pass too. It was like, like there's so many times like this last year where like Fred would do that to Scottie and I would just be like, nah, like this is not right. But at least it was like, okay, that's Fred. He's a championship point guard. He's an all-star. There's like, I didn't like it, but it was like, I can understand why he thinks he can do this. But this is Dennis Schroeder.
Listen,
like, no disrespect to Dennis Schroeder, but you not this. You don't get to do this to Pascal and Scottie.
So
don't they call him him Schroeder?
Fuck that. I don't care. No, we're not like the day I see Patty Mills look off Mikal Bridges, like I'll tell you, like that should never happen. Like,
guys, we can't focus too strongly on one game. It's just one game. If the Raptors know that in order to get to where they need to go, that will naturally happen. The whole passing of the fucking torch from Dennis, even though he should not be holding the torch to begin with, but let's say the passing of the torch from Dennis to Scottie, it's going to happen at some point. It's when, not if. So let's not.
Whoa! Passing of the torch from Dennis Schroeder to Scottie Barnes.
Hey, I qualified it by saying he should not have the torch to begin with, right? And when I say the torch, I mean the ball. Like, he's controlling the ball at this point, and we need for Scottie to be doing it, right? And so it's going to happen. It will happen. It just takes time, right? We can't think like all these games don't matter. These first whatever.
Yes, they do.
20.
They
don't.
They
don't.
do,
They
bro.
don't.
Like,
they don't.
bro,
They don't.
You need to get Gradey and Scottie and OG. You need to get these guys their fucking reps, bro. You need to get them reps because they didn't get those reps last year.
Dude,
I am tired of watching Scottie Barnes play center. I'm sick of it. I'm sick and tired of it. I'm sick and tired of watching him run around and set screens for people because nobody else is going to set the fucking screens. I'm tired of this guy basically looking around at his team, looking at the bike and saying, "Oh, don't destroy the bike." Just to go back to the quote that I started this entire show out with the Seinfeld, analogy. That's exactly what's happening. Scottie is a certain type of player. He has made it clear that he wants to play a certain type of way. He has succeeded playing that type of way many times. He has made it clear what position he wants to play. So if you're not going to exclusively play him at point because you have your concerns about whether he can guard the position or whatever, that's a fine concern. Fine. Bring a point guard / shooting guard next to him. He's starting at 2. This is not a big stretch to put him at 1. I'm just saying, I think that this team, as constructed, has a lineup that makes a lot more sense than the starting lineup. And it's because of how poorly the bench was playing earlier in the season that people were just like, see, the starting lineup's not the problem. Rob, you're an idiot. Well, 5 straight games they have started in the hole because of that starting lineup. So people can blame Jakob Poeltl. But to be honest, Jakob Poeltl can function with 4 players on the NBA court as a starter. Not these 4 players playing the way they are right now, but with a optimized 4-man unit, yes. And I'm personally tired of listening to people shit on Jakob Poeltl because he's not being properly utilized either. He does not have the space to attack.
I agree.
Yeah. Okay. Final word for everybody. I just want to get to the post game, and I was just like, I mean, this is gonna be a 4-hour live, and 80% of it is just gonna be me like trolling Dennis Schroeder and developing a reputation as the guy who just hates Dennis Schroeder. And then everyone who's gonna be like, see, we said it last year when Fred was gone that he's just gonna hate on somebody else, and now look, he's hating on Dennis Schroeder. But it's like, bro, if you told me that Dennis Schroeder was gonna come in and basically do the exact same thing that Fred VanVleet was doing, then maybe I would have told you that.
Yeah. So my question to every single Raptors fan is, we trade Norman Powell for Gary Trent Jr. And at the time we were told we made that trade, 1, to kick a contract extension down the road a few years, and 2, to go younger, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
We do that, right? Now
Norm's better. He's always been better.
Norm is way better.
Well,
way better.
Now we have a guy, Dennis Schroeder. I'm not going to call him out for his age, whatever, whatnot, but we have Dennis Schroeder starting.
He is 30.
Right. We have a 30-year-old journeyman point guard starting, and we have the guy that we traded, we traded Norman for on the bench in a contract year, only playing 20 to 24 minutes a night. And you're damned if you think if he's sitting on the bench all year long, he's coming back next year. He's not. If he is on the bench into February and March, he's going to check out. He's gone.
I think they're
agree.
waiting for the trade. I think they're waiting for the trade to happen. I think once the trade happens,
but the trade is not going to be for Dennis Schroeder. So what? How does that help? How does that help Gary?
No. But once you trade Pascal, you see what you have back.
Well,
and then
if
from
you trade
there,
Pascal, you're probably getting like 3 pieces back. All of whom are probably going to be like
at the same position. If there's a trade made, it's Gary leaving. Right. So my question to the front office would be, worst case scenario, we go into the offseason and Gary walks. So we trade Norm for nothing. Like that's kind of
when you take 3-4 years removed, it's really hard to say, because technically then everything is traded for nothing, right? I mean, like, for instance, just as an example, you drafted Chris Bosh 4th overall, right? So he played for you for 7 years and then he left, and you got a first round pick for it because they tampered and they didn't want an investigation. Did you trade Chris Bosh for a first round pick? Did you technically trade your 4th overall pick for a first? No, of course not. That would be ridiculous. So it's like you've gotten your 4 years of value. The value to begin with was a 2nd round pick in the 40s, which turned into Norman Powell, which was, by the way, Gravis Vasquez, which was, by the way, Rudy Gay. So I mean, just like shit, like you really maxed out on this asset, which was Norman Powell. And if you got 4 years of Gary Trent Jr., I would say at fair value, not discount value like with OG, where it's been like super, oh my god, I can't believe he's paid so little. Not Fred, where it was also super discount value. Not Pascal, where it's been, whoa, you're paying him that much and he's giving you that much. He's been a little bit overpaid by my estimation, Pascal, the last couple of years, relative to what he's giving you in terms of actual impact defensively, offensively. I think it's okay. I think it's okay that you lose Gary. I would prefer not to, though, obviously. Just like any asset, I would prefer to get something for them, for sure.
Right. I think OG and Gary are going to stay.
At this point, you have to understand who you have on your team. You know that Gary Trent Jr. in a contract year, you're putting a lot of pressure on this guy. Now, I heard a lot this offseason about how hard he was working and how crazy he was going. And it's just like, you just took the wind out of this guy's sails. I don't want to put words into anyone's mouth, but like, you take the wind out of this guy's sails, you put him on the bench. He's a 25-year-old. He clearly wants to start. He doesn't mind going to fucking Charlotte if he's going to start. He has an idea of his vision of who he sees himself, and legitimately or illegitimately he sees himself as a starter. Well, guess what? I don't think it's that delusional for Gary Trent Jr. to see himself as a starter. He's not a good starter in the NBA, but he is a starter. By my estimate, there's at least 8 teams that would start him. Maybe 6.
I mean, but
I can't think of one team that would start Dennis Schroeder other than us. So I mean, like, if we're comparing these two, like, and the worst part is Dennis Schroeder is like he's a throw-in in a fucking deal. He's making a minimum, he's making like $12 million, whatever. Gary Trent's an actual asset. Like, you could retain him. He could be part of your future.
I think he's staying.
Why would he stay?
Why would he stay?
Because why the hell would he stay?
I think they're going to prioritize OG and Gary. I think the team knows that this team needs as much shooting as they can get. So unless they part with him and get another shooter directly back who's better, which will not happen,
like it or
they're going to prioritize OG and Gary, and they're going to
you know what's hilarious?
Pascal.
You know what's hilarious is, like, you had terrible spacing with a lineup. Here's the lineup that you had terrible spacing with: Scottie, Pascal, OG, Gary, and Fred. You had terrible spacing with this lineup. You decide, wait. We're going to make it better. We're going to make it better. We're going to swap a non-shooting center for the best shooter in the lineup. Okay, so we're going to put Gary on the bench, and we're going to put Jakob in the starting lineup because he's our boy, and we love how he eats breakfast. So fuck off, Gary Trent Jr., who started all year. Go to the bench. We're going to start a non-shooting center to help our spacing. Does it work? No, it doesn't, right? Analytics look great, but realistically, it doesn't work in the modern offense. Oh, that was bad? Don't worry. We're going to trade our 37% career three-point shooting point guard for a lower volume 33%, 32% three-point shooting point. Okay. And we're going to keep the starting center. And we're going to not have spacing issues.
Guys,
are you kidding me?
Choice. They didn't have the choice.
But it's
Of
like,
course they did. Of course they did. Of course they did. They could have fucking signed Sasha Vezenkov from the EuroLeague. They could have literally signed, you
could have tried the 3-team.
Oh my God, who was that guy?
Toronto.
There's Mike something. There's the EuroLeague point guard who I would prefer.
Or they could just put Dennis
Mike
on
James.
the bench.
Mike James.
Like,
Mike James.
That's what I'm saying. That's what fixes everything. You put Dennis on the bench, that fixes everything. Gary's happy. Dennis is in a role he thrives in. I mean, like it or not.
What does that do for Malachi though? Malachi has played really well.
Yeah, but
he doesn't deserve to be shafted right now.
You still give
you decrease Dennis's minutes across the board, and you give some to Scottie at point, and you give some to Malachi at point. And instead of Dennis playing 36 minutes a game, he goes down to 24.
Yeah, 24.
Yes.
That's what you do. That's exactly what you do. Because, like it or not, Gary Trent Jr. is not signing a contract for less than $18 million next year. Like, someone's going to give it to him. Detroit's going to give it to him. San Antonio's going to give it to him. Someone is going to give it to him.
The Raptors will overpay him, I think, is what.
But not to play 20 to 24 minutes a game.
I'm cool with Dennis Schroeder playing an off-ball role on the bench. Kind of being a secondary initiator, getting some shots. If he has a good night going, he has the 3 going. Extend him. Maybe even close with him. Maybe close with him and Otto. I have no problem with this. But a guaranteed 32 minutes a night for this guy is ridiculous. It is blatant favoritism.
It's asinine. It's
insane.
It's absolutely insane. It's like if I don't even know how to explain it. That's like Kid Bates Diop closing for the Phoenix Suns right now every night just because he's a good 3-and-D. It just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense at all. He
did close the other night, right?
Yeah, but D-Book's out. I mean,
you're right. Start Achiuwa. My God, you must be kidding me.
I mean, the good thing though about the contract, the really good
remedy
though, is that Masai did say no nonsense, and I'm gonna hold him to it with no nonsense with the selfishness thing. And like you said, hopefully he sniffs it out. The contract is extremely tradable for what he's putting up right now, stats wise.
Totally.
You can move this asset for something.
Totally.
And I would love to see it move because a lineup of Scottie Barnes, Gary Trent Jr., OG Anunoby, Pascal Siakam, and Jakob Poeltl would feed families in Toronto. I'm telling you that would be so beautiful. Malachi keeps playing as he is. Dick off the bench, Kloko back healthy, Otto. I mean, that is a team to be excited about. Like, we're all talking about move Pascal to make room for people. No, move Dennis at the deadline to make room for people. Please try to flip that asset. I really hope that's what they're trying to do. Because if you're trying to ride out Dennis to see how he looks and then you want to extend him because this is your plan for a long-term point guard, I'm going to shoot myself.
Look, I don't even care.
Can they do Dennis and a pick for dude in Portland right now?
Brogdon?
What's his name?
Brogdon? No,
Brogdon,
you cannot trade a pick.
No.
Unless it's second. Look, my issue with Dennis is not that he's starting, although that's part of the issue. My issue with Dennis is not that he's closing. That's part of the issue. My issue with Dennis is not that he is a self-declared leader. That's part of the issue. It's all of those things added to the fact that even on a night when he's having a terrible game, that he is above benching. That to me is nuts. Nobody on your team other than maybe Scottie and maybe Pascal should be above benching.
Agreed.
Nobody.
OG.
Not even OG.
Oh,
okay.
Really?
But
maybe OG. Maybe those 3. But that's it.
Yeah.
Like Jakob, if you really suck, we got to go with Otto. We got to go with somebody else. And everyone should be okay with that. And I think that everyone would be okay with that. If you truly have a good culture where guys buy in, then Gary should have no problem if Dennis has a more favorable matchup, and Dennis should have no problem if Gary. But right now, I don't see, like, this is the thing. The NBA politics and just the general, thing of this is that I need upward mobility. I need to know that if I play well, that I can earn my starting spot back. I need to know that if I play well, if I'm Malachi Flynn or if I'm Gary Trent Jr., if I'm playing well, that you're going to let me close this game. But you're not.
If OG and Gary play this game, Dennis is not in this game. I guarantee you.
That's not true.
Right?
That's
yes,
not true.
It is.
Don't guarantee it. He's been on the court every single time.
They sacrifice Gary's minutes every single fucking game. For and it's
but this game, this particular game, I think at some point Darko would have seen where this game was going and opt for some other kind of lineup.
Dennis is only doing what he's told. He's not attempting a coup like Fred VanVleet did. I'm sorry, but people said that Fred VanVleet was only doing what he was told. So you are running the same circular argument, but this time you're running it with Dennis and Darko, and it's the same thing.
Dennis is
it's the same thing.
He's doing what's allowed. He, like you said,
anyone would do this.
Exactly.
Anyone,
100% agree.
Unless you are ethical beyond belief. If you were given keys and reins to an offense and told that you are allowed to lead it because you're coming off a world championship with like, who cares? Who cares? Ricky Rubio. Did Ricky Rubio come in to the Cavaliers and be like, I'm here to lead the team? Ricky Rubio is a perfect example.
Yep.
Perfect parallel. But he would never do that.
Someone needs to take Darko into a dark room with a fucking chair and a computer and sit him down and play him games from February and March 2022 when it was Gary, Pascal, Scottie, and OG, and how well that fucking team worked and how well that offense ran during that time when Scottie and Pascal were the two primarily ball handlers. And really, Scottie was the point guard 80% of the fucking time, and Pascal was a great off guard for it because Pascal can fucking create offense. He really freaking can if you let him.
Yeah.
And they need to sit Darko in that room and say, look at this. This is what you can have, and you have the correct vision. Instead, you're putting a 30-year-old journeyman in between everything, and the guy that's 25 years old in a contract year, that's a career 38% three-point shooter. He's only getting 20 minutes a night on a team that desperately needs three-point shooting.
Who is going to handle the ball pressure? Bro, this is not college basketball.
I think every time
why do people think that teams are running full court press? It's not the way any look. If you tried to run full court press or some sort of like extreme pressure without the personnel and balance to do it, like someone like Scottie would shred you. Like after the second time you did it, it would be over. I'm pretty sure at this point even Pascal would. Right? This is the pros. You can't play this way in the pros. You could do this in high school. You could do this against JV. You could do this in AAU. You can probably do this in college, Division II. Division I, it gets dicey. Okay. I've seen teams try to pressure Scottie. He's not like, he doesn't panic. He'll just find the next guy. Maybe you think that his dribble is too high or not refined enough. Like, I feel like people are using their own little peewee, basketball like experiences to somehow ascribe that to professional tactics. It's not how shit works. Find a team that runs. It's exhausting. It's fucking exhausting to like. Teams might press like hard, maybe towards the end of the game when they're really desperate. But like, it's very rare. And even then, it's not difficult with proper spacing to release ball pressure. You don't need to dribble into like four defenders. You can just pass. I mean, and Scottie's a big playmaker. He can see over the defense. That's the difference. Yeah. People act like Magic Johnson was not some great athlete. Like he was a good athlete. He wasn't some great athlete. You watch Magic Johnson dribble a basketball. It's very fluid. It's very loose, but it's also very high sometimes. He's not like Tracy McGrady. He managed to do it. Like he managed to push. Like I want my best decision makers to make the most decisions. That is my ultimate point. I want my most dynamic, best decision makers to make the most decisions in my offense. I want my best offensive players, my best scorers to have the ball in positions to score as often as possible. And I want my best cutters to cut hard. I want my best movement shooters to have screeners who cut screens for them. And I want them to actually get passes in their shooting pocket. And if those things happen, this offense will work. And if they don't, it won't. Yeah. So we can talk till we're blue in the face about what might happen if Precious Achiuwa properly seals on a screen, or if Siakam properly boxes out, or if Scottie Barnes, correctly communicates a switch. We can talk about it. But until it happens, it's never going to work. And you'll always go back into this, well, we needed a heroic outpouring of isolation basketball. This is not the way it has to work. This is not the way the coaches designed it. This is not what was promised to us. And I will continue to scream until we get what was promised to us.
Well, I mean, the coach's main man is the one fucking it up. So, I mean, like, they can sit up there.
He's not the only one. I'll tell you that. I mean, we spent a great deal of time talking about Dennis because I feel like it needed to be said. But, like, he's not the only one, for sure. He's not the only one.
There's this year where your two best players do need to play hero ball to either get you back into a game or win you a game. And do I agree with that's the best option to go with? No. But, I mean, you need to win.
Sorry, this comment just made me laugh. I want my best bench warmer to warm that bench.
Guys, maybe they're going to flip Pascal to Washington.
For what? And why would Washington take him?
I'm so scared with that.
Bro, Vince, if you start going on if you go on a Kuzma rant right now, like Marco, Vince just needs to start calling in every single game with a Kyle Kuzma mask on, just being like, "We need Kyle Kuzma."
That's
like
right.
Kyle Kuzma.
I would take Kyle Kuzma and Tyus Jones for Pascal Siakam right now.
Wow.
Make it happen.
What? That's crazy.
No.
That's crazy.
And picks.
You wouldn't be able to offer enough picks.
They're rebuilding.
How many picks?
They wouldn't give up nothing. They're rebuilding.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. They're a dumb franchise, so let's try to take advantage of it.
I'll give you like a great deal. Nah, they would never do it. I was going to include Bilal Coulibaly.
Yeah, he's untouchable.
No. Gosh,
he is very untouchable right now for them. They're very happy.
So is
with
Denny.
him.
They're not parting with Denny.
Do you think if Masai had the opportunity, he would have took Bilal? Because long
100%.
athletic wing, yeah, this is a
Denny
Masai
anyways.
archetype.
100% he would have. Yeah. Yeah,
You think that was our player going in?
of a young OG Anunoby.
He's so much better than a young OG Anunoby.
He is
so much more athletic.
Like he's so much more fluid. B, he is so much more athletic.
Yep.
Like I actually I did a side-by-side comparison of his tape from France to Vince Carter in high school. It's dead ringer. It's crazy. Like, yeah, sure, Vince gets a little higher. He's a little bit more bursty, athletic, whatever, but the fluidity is all the same. And he works so fucking hard. I've gotten to know a lot about Bilal Coulibaly. I covered him a lot in the pre-draft process. He's going to be really good. I like it. I was actually looking at a lot of my pre-draft mock boards and stuff. The only player that I am like, oh God, I feel so bad about having him so low is Ozar Thompson. I had him at 9th. I would have him 5th today. 5th or 6th.
What did you have his brother?
3rd.
You thought the gap was that high?
Huh?
You thought the gap was that high?
Yeah, I was wrong. What?
Where do you have Dick? Grady.
I had him at 19th.
Oh, okay, that's fair. That's fair.
I would have him higher today. In fairness, I would have him 13th or 12th. But yeah, I had Jordan Hawkins 5th.
Yeah,
I was the highest person I think on Jordan Hawkins in the world, and I don't know. I don't know.
I liked Hawkins.
I don't think he had him 5th.
From these kids.
I thought he was a great movement shooter, but I think Grady's IQ is a lot higher on the court. And I think Grady has a higher ceiling to be more.
I don't know if he has higher IQ, but he certainly has better measurements, and that is what I will say. I give him that. He has also probably a slightly bigger, potential impact on the game, if that makes sense. Like he could probably do more for you in terms of potentially a playmaker, secondary ball handler, all that stuff, right? I have been impressed overall with Gradey Dick. If you ever wanted evidence for I don't give a shit about makes and misses, that should be the evidence. Because Grady's missed a lot of fucking shots, and I could care less. The last 2 games, he's been tentative. Even this game, there were a couple of there's a couple good ones that he passed today where I'm like, no. We did not draft you for that. Don't do this shit, right? I understand sometimes you pass up a good shot for a better shot, but you can't pass up a good shot for a worse shot. Yeah. That is, yeah. And you need to know where that better shot is when you're passing up the good shot. Yeah, otherwise, you take the good shot every time.
There was one time today where he grabbed a rebound and he just could have went right back up with it. And instead he ran out and he went right to the corner and then passed the ball. And it was like, dude, if you just would have went right back up, there was nobody there. You can tell.
I remember that, yeah. He's thinking.
He just needs 1 or 2 big games.
But he'll be fine. It's a weird thing, with young players, like with Scoot, with Grady. You judge him on 10 games and you be like, all right, shouldn't have drafted him that high. Number one, I don't care. But the first 10 games, number 2, I'm more concerned about are you getting to your spots and you're just missing, or are you actually struggling to get to your spots? Yeah. Grady is not struggling to get anywhere. He is fully getting everywhere he needs to be. He's getting open shots when he's coming off one of those curls. He's a foot ahead of his defender, and he's going up, and he's wide open, and he's just missing.
And the most promising part about it is the fact that in 4 years, in 2027, he's going to be 23. He's going to be 23. in 4 years. Like, he's only 19 right now, right? Like, he's gonna have so much to grow. Like, he's so raw right now compared to. I mean, when I want to see when he's 26, 27, 28 years old, what he's gonna look like. I think he's gonna be an.
I'm curious what he'll look like at 22 because like honestly, I see Tyler Hero, right? And I mean Tyler Hero again, just I don't know, like the last couple of weeks have been like really starting to study skill work on basketball, right? Like how, and this is like across basketball. I'm a basketball junkie. Like I watch AAU, WNBA, women's high school. I don't care. Like I'll watch basketball in all forms because everyone's doing something different. I'm kind of curious how the influence is bending from one variation to another, from EuroLeague to China to Turkey, whatever. And one thing I'm learning is like, if you can get to your spots, you're good. That's it. Like if you can get to your spots before your defense can recover to you at your spot and you're good enough at your spot to get your shot off clean, there's nothing you can do. Tyler Hero is really good at getting into his spots. 1-2 dribble, boom, baseline pull up. 1-2 dribble, come up to the free throw line, pull up. 1-2 dribble off a screen, boom, coming off a three. Okay, so Gradey can do probably all that stuff within a year.
Yeah. And
there's nothing that's stopping him. His difference is he's like 4 inches taller or 3 inches taller.
Exactly. His measure.
And that massively changes the equation for me. If you could give 3 extra inches of height and 5 extra inches of length to Tyler Hero, like we are talking franchise player for the Miami Heat right now. That is the gap. It is so small. Because there's nothing else he's lacking. He's got playmaking vision. He's got scoring chops. He's got a lot of shit going for him. He's just small, and he's not very athletic.
I mean, can I? I don't like Tyler Hero that much as a player, but can I come to his defense a little bit?
Sure.
I think he will always kind of have a little bit better handle, a bit better quickness. Both cutting and on the ball. And I think Tyler Hero is pretty good. And if Dick was to turn into Tyler Hero's skill level, but at his size, that's like the best possible outcome for him. Right? That's like his ceiling.
Gradey could be better than Tyler Hero.
Yeah, I think Gradey's defense though is what intrigues me the most because right now it's kind of subpar. But I mean, with that length and that athleticism and the measure,
he's not like a great athlete, nor is he super long. He's long enough. Like I think when his shoulders fell out, he'll have a 6'10" wingspan and 6'7", 6'8" height, and he's a good enough athlete. Like I've seen him. Like he's not a bad athlete. Like he's functional. He's on balance, which is all good. But it's not like he's not Shaden Sharp. He's not.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
How many guys are Sharp though?
Fair enough, but like he's an average athlete for an NBA player. He's an average athlete of above average size and length.
Yeah, I mean,
but I don't know. I don't even know if the length is above average because then like he measured at what 6'9", 6'8" wingspan. It's about average for a wing. I mean, you got Cade Cunningham at 7 feet. You got Scottie Barnes at 7'3". You got OG Anunoby 7'2". Like these are the guys he's going up against. He's smaller than those guys.
Right. I just think the defense has so much more that's going to be there in the next few years. Like
it can't get worse.
It can't get worse. But he's also like, I mean, I hate to use the age excuse, but he's 19. Like this time last year, he was gearing up for his first college basketball season. No,
that's fair. And also like there's different types of 19. Like there's 19 like international player who hasn't done a lot of work in the weight room. There's 18 like Dwight Howard. You know what I mean? Like totally different. So like with Gradey, you look at him, you're like, okay, I get it. Like there's a lot of strength and conditioning work that needs to be done here.
For sure.
It's the same thing with Bilal Coulibaly. Like, can you imagine Bilal Coulibaly in a couple of years, strength and conditioning NBA? Oh my God. Like this guy's going to be unstoppable.
Yeah.
Or maybe he falls off. I don't know. But I'm assuming if things stay on track for Bilal Coulibaly, he's going to be like their starting small forward for the next 15 years. So that's sort of the thought process here is like, yeah, like once he gets a little bit stronger, he can hold his position. He can study the scouting report. He knows how to beat his guy to his position. He's a smart enough defender. He's capable. I think he should be like an evolved version of Kevin Huerter meets Tyler Hero meets Gordon Hayward. because he's got all that rebounding and length that Gordon Hayward has got. You know, he's got like a little bit of movement shooting, like Kevin Herter, and he can even do some of the on-ball stuff like Tyler Hero. So he could be like a really good player. And I'm starting to see, like I started to see on draft night why the Raptors would pick him over someone like Jordan Hawkins, Kobe Buffkin, or Keontae George. I get it.
I would give him an even higher ceiling than that because
wow,
the very reason that we love Scottie is he's tall and he's a playmaker. But
that's not the only reason I like Scottie Barnes. But yeah, sure.
Let's put it this way. I mean, I don't know if he'll ever be that level, but him being able to see over defenses, if you have a center try to come over and switch, because a lot of the times he's going to force teams to switch on him because he's going to be able to shoot on movements. Even if you have a tall center, he's going to be able to play make over that. So that I genuinely believe that if he reaches his ceiling, he's going to be a really good NBA player, like a lot better than any of those players that you just mentioned. Even if Gordon Hayward was an all-star, like you combine shooting, scoring, and playmaking right next to Scottie. I think like that's the only reason why I have any hope for this team. Like that would be my last words. Like I really hope they become like a Jokic Murray level combo.
I mean, first of all three players I just described are lottery players. You know that, right? All three were lottery picks.
They're all good players.
Two of them were basically all-star level. You know, Gordon Hayward, actual all-star max player for the Celtics. Tyler Hero, max player for the Heat. Herter, obviously, like a little bit lower than that, but 6th pick in a weak draft. If he ends up better than the best version of those three, and please understand, like when I'm comparing, I'm saying like if you actually take the best elements of those, like if you could give Tyler Hero Gordon Hayward size and rebounding, we're not talking about Gordon Hayward. We're not talking about Tyler Hero, right? We are talking about a completely different, much better player. So I'm not saying like he's a watered down version of all three. I'm saying like you're taking like the best elements of all three guys, because I tell you right now, if Kevin Herter, if you could take like Kevin Herter or Rip Hamilton's movement shooting and give it to Gordon Hayward, holy shit. Like we are talking about like basically Peja Stojakovic now, aren't we? You know, so it's like you're extracting like the best elements of three very good starting level players in the NBA, and in the case of two of them, max level type guys who are lottery picks. I think that would be an extremely rosy optimistic thing. As a Raptor fan, I hope you're right. I hope he ends up even better than what I'm projecting. But that to me is like the 99.9th percentile outcome. So if there's something beyond that, then I'm sleeping on him for sure. And if he ends up being like, I don't know what's better than what I just described. I think I'm describing a perfect basketball player. But like, if he ends up being like,
we'll give him LeBron,
Larry Bird, you know, meets Steph Curry, meets Klay Thompson or something like that, then wow, great. You know,
I feel like everyone's being so tough on him again, all the forums and the chat rooms, and I feel like
I'm not.
I know, but it feels like everyone and their aunt and their grandma has something to say about him, and it's like, other than Scottie Barnes, erase Scottie Barnes from your memory for a second. How many?
No.
But how many lottery?
The channel doesn't make sense if I do that.
Facts. But how many lottery from 2010 on that we've drafted have had this big of an impact 10 games into their career?
A lot. What are you talking about? He's had almost no impact.
Which ones?
Hold on. Are you suggesting that Gradey Dick is having a good season so far?
No, but he's
he's not. He's just asking. He's asking
how many have played this much.
Yeah, right, correct. How many have played this much?
Rafael LaRusso was 2004. He started.
No.
Ed Davis played right away. That was 2000. What was it? Ed Davis, 2010. Terrence Ross was occasionally starting very soon as a starting small forward. OG Anunoby was a starter. Pascal Siakam was an opening day starter. He didn't play starter minutes, but he did start for you. Let's see. Jonas Valanciunas played a year in in Europe, and then he came over and he was your starter. OG Anunoby was your full-time starter. DeMar DeRozan was your full-time starter. Scottie Barnes was your full-time starter and minutes leader. What are we talking about here?
Right, but what I'm talking about is positive plays.
Those were all positives,
right.
Except for Rafael LaRusso, those were all positives. OG Anunoby was an overwhelming positive. If I show you OG Anunoby and Siakam's first 10 games relative to Gradey Dick, they blow him out of the water. Scottie Barnes in his second game put up 25 and 13 against the Boston Celtics. What are we talking about? That means he scored more points in his second game than Gradey Dick has scored in his first 10 games combined. What are we talking about?
That's why I said forget Scottie, because Scottie was trumped everybody.
Okay.
But like OG, other than defensively, OG
was hitting threes. Maybe
I'm forgetting Pascal. I don't remember Jonas's being overwhelmingly positive. Like, it's
Gradey is also positive. Much higher pick than virtually all these players except for Jonas. Except for Valanciunas.
Valanciunas was a 5th overall pick.
Yeah. Everyone except Valanciunas.
But like, I just feel like every time he's on the court,
that's fair too.
He makes the he just makes the right play every time he's on.
I'm with you 100%. The box score is not telling the full story on Gradey. I'm fully in that. Don't watch the box score with Gradey camp, just like I'm in the don't watch the box score with OG camp, just like don't watch the box score with Scottie camp. These guys and Jakob and Otto, basically smart players are doing things outside the box score that most people are not going to realize. And Gradey is one of them. I'm very happy that our 19-year-old rookie is a really smart basketball player. Very happy about that. He should definitely start to hit some shots at some point, hit the weight room, get better defensively. I have no doubt that he's going to be really good. I do, however, have some doubts that he's going to be as good as some people think he's going to be. But it's hard to say at 19 years old how good someone's going to be. I mean, he seems like a really hard worker.
So if he's a JJ Redick type player, how happy are we?
Pretty happy.
Fine.
Extremely. I am.
I don't want to say extremely happy because he certainly has the potential to be a lot more than JJ. No offense. No offense to JJ.
No, he does. But I mean, like, if that's his floor, that's a great floor.
Toronto fell on 6. He was 20. No, Scottie was 19 the day he was drafted. He became 20 after he was drafted.
Other than Scottie, but like everyone else, like Terrence Ross had very precious Achiuwa-esque moments early in his career. And that's me as a 12, 13-year-old Raptors fan watching that game.
Mm-hmm. I don't think so.
Maybe I need to go back and watch them early.
You definitely need to do that. Yeah. I mean, when you talking precious Achiuwa, you talking really, really, really dumb basketball.
I don't mean just like precious Achiuwa. I just mean like some boneheaded mistakes.
Oh, sure. I mean, everyone has boneheaded mistakes. They're rookies. I mean, even Gradey is having 2 to 3 boneheaded mistakes every single game. And today he completely lost his man a couple times. Like it's happened. But that's the thing about being a rookie. Like you're not like, I think, first of all, like 60 rookies every single year, right? So 2 rounds, 30 teams, 60 picks. I think 15 to 20 will never play. Either they stay in Europe, they stay in the G League, they never get a minute, or if they do play, maybe they get 5 minutes, 10 minutes the entire season. Okay. So of the 40 that will play, usually most of which are first round picks or early second rounders like Christian Coloco, Andrew Nembhard, Jalen Williams last year, or lottery picks or first round picks, late first round picks like Christian Brown, Walker Kessler, etc. Last year was a very, very deep draft. I would say you'd be lucky if 4 of those 40 players contribute to winning as rookies. Very lucky if 4. Mm-hmm. Most of them are contributing to losing.
Yep.
If you look at their box plus minus, almost all of them are negative. Now, obviously, 0 is not the high water mark for or the flip mark for box plus minus. It's usually like -2. So maybe some are like they're not overwhelmingly negative, but they're not like overwhelmingly positive. I consider overwhelmingly positive for a young player to be 0.5 and up. Scottie Barnes was 0.9, but like almost every other rookie that we talked about is negative.
Yeah.
That's why what Scottie did as a rookie was so freaking impressive and rare.
And the most impressive part is he did it when he was the number 2 option in that run.
The number 5 option.
No. But in the run from January, February, March, April, leading into
fair. Fred did play some games during that run. OG did have some big moments too. So I think, people remember the Lakers game or a couple of really high points and they're like, oh, he was the number 2 option. He wasn't. He was occasionally number 2, sometimes number 1, sometimes number 3, sometimes number 4. He bounced around. He did, however, start the season as a number 2 option next to Fred, which I thought was very interesting. And then Siakam came back, and then he was somehow relegated to number 5. He played all over, and he did that last year too, and he's done that this year as well. I don't understand why Scottie Barnes continues to let his role get adapted this way. But this is a constant problem across 3 different years and 3 different rosters, now 2 different coaches. This is on him. He needs to fix this. He needs to go up to Dennis Schroeder and Pascal Siakam and say, this is my role on offense. This is how I want to play. Unless there's something extreme happening in the game, I want the ball in these positions, and you're going to give them to me. And if not, we're going to have a fucking issue. That's it. Kobe would have done it. So, Scottie Barnes, you grew up a Kobe Bryant fan. Take a lesson from the Black Mamba. Do not let role players dictate your fucking role on offense. You are a star.
Matt Barnes would have smacked Dennis.
There was an extremely interesting stat I saw today because I maybe am still under the belief that Pascal and Scottie cannot coexist on the court at the same time.
Not an uncommon thing. Do you remember what Kendrick Perkins said the second Scottie Barnes was drafted? Let's pour one out for Pascal Siakam. His days are in Toronto are numbered. So that was literally when on the night Scottie was drafted. He said this. Now I rarely ever agree with Kendrick Perkins.
The second Scottie was drafted, the literal second Scottie was drafted, he started saying that.
Yeah,
but analytics do show in lineups where Scottie's the point guard and Pascal's the 4, they are both overwhelmingly positive for both players analytically. And then when one's off the court, and vice versa, their numbers are down, their true shooting's down, their BPM's down, like everything is down. But then when they're both on the court and Scottie's playing point and Pascal's playing the 4, it's overwhelmingly high. And then when OG is playing the 3, it's even higher. It's even higher. So like they can't coexist, but they coexist when Scottie's at point guard, not Dennis Schroeder.
Fair enough. Yeah. Julian, what's up? Unmute your mic. You can't unmute because you've chosen to mute yourself.
I did.
Okay. Nice Scottie Barnes jersey in the background. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
We're good.
Boys, real quick, I gotta bounce.
All right, Vince.
Peace.
Take care of real life. Be a good dad.
We'll do it. Love y'all. Ciao.
See ya.
Peace.
How's it going? I'm not gonna lie. I'm having flashbacks to last season, and I don't like it so far.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Yeah, we were just about to go to the post-game presser, but we've just been waxing poetic about this offense.
I know. I'm surprised you guys are still on. I just got home from work, and I usually miss these, so it's kind of nice.
3 hours and 46 minutes. Well, you may not miss this, but anyone who sees this tomorrow definitely will. They're going to be like, 4 hours of complaining about, Dennis Schroeder? We're not going to listen to that.
Fuck this shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you watch the game?
I did. Yeah. I had a little bit of time at work. The amount of times I told myself, get fucking Pascal off the floor, because like the amount of fucking blow-bys I watched, the amount of times that I just, like there's one that he's literally coming up on the sideline and gets beat, but like he's got enough time to recover because it's like the basket's over here. You won't be able to see, but like he had time to cut to the basket and cut the drive off, and he just fucking quit straight up. And I'm just like, I don't care about your 39. If you're just going to do this on defense, this isn't worth it to me. Like, I don't know.
I liked his defense in the first quarter against Boston.
Yes.
I will continue to cling on to, I know he can do it. He can be better. Tonight was ironically not the worst defense I've seen from him. Also not the best, but also who was good defensively for you tonight? I didn't like Scottie late. Yes. Amazing. But Scottie early, not so great.
That's almost like a given nowadays. I'm just like fourth quarter Scottie. Just wait for fourth quarter Scottie. Like Scottie will go in with like 10 points and 5 and 2 and 3, and I'm like, yeah, he's probably gonna finish with fucking 20 and 8 and 7. Like it's like fourth quarter Scottie for now. Like at this point, it's just almost a given. What's my question actually is what's if everything goes perfect for Gradey, what's your highest upside? Like, what is he like?
We just literally talked about it. So when you have a moment, scroll back to about the 3 hour and 25-minute mark, and you'll see us talking about his athletic profile, Tyler Hero. We did not say Grayson Allen, so we did not go to every white guy comparison, but we did talk about Tyler Hero. We did talk about Gordon Hayward, and we talked about Kevin Huerter and what he does well and what he doesn't do well and stuff like that. But yeah, so I don't want to rehash that for everybody else who was already here, but definitely go check it out. Yeah. Any final, like, I'll give you all like one final take. Also, thank you so much to Quada from Mars. Jersey Hack, you can turn your old Bosch jerseys into Scottie jerseys with some minor tailoring. That is true. True. Very true. Yeah.
Have we heard anything about Christian? Like, do we know what this respiratory thing is?
No.
Well, they're keeping it close to the chest for a reason, though. It can't be. It can't
Was
be
that pun
nothing.
intended?
It's not actually.
Okay.
It was just like they're keeping it a secret. But like, is it
Yeah.
that serious, or is it just not that serious enough that it needs to be? I don't know. Like, what
Well, they have not. They have not applied for the the disabled player exception. So that would make me think that they have some reason to believe that it could be okay this season. That being said, it could also be, that they don't want to announce what's wrong, but then why is he still with the team? Why is he still practicing? Why is he, he's not doing contact practice, but he's doing shoot around and stuff. So I'm inclined to believe that I think it's going to be okay at some point, but it has held him out of Summer League. This is some very, very crucial time he's missing, and the team really needs him. So I hope he gets better soon. He's definitely one of my favorite players on the team. So yeah.
Yeah. I like his upside too. And yeah.
John Cooper saying, this is pretty good, these streams. I miss not participating as much, just reading things and just getting to know the community here in Toronto and all around. I don't think this community is necessarily the most reflective community of Raptor fans, but I am very proud of this community generally for being critical thinkers and just not being so casual. And I don't know, like I find like sports can be so casual. Like there can be an extreme level of like, my team won, everyone's great. My team lost, everyone's shit. And I like that we can deal in a little bit of nuance here. Where we can discuss process, we can discuss politics, we can discuss a lot of different things. And maybe we're not always right. Maybe it's not always fair, but I'm trying to be fair. And I got to tell you, if anyone did what, Precious did last game, or Dennis did this game, or Siakam did 5 games ago, I would be calling it the same. Scottie didn't box out very well, to my understanding. To what I was seeing, like he defended a play and then he just ball watched as somebody grabbed a rebound. That's not good. So we got to call it. We got to say, this is bad. Scottie Barnes, you have to be better, Yeah, he did have a heroic defensive effort in the fourth quarter, but his first quarter defense was not great. So call it what it is. We got to be fair. Anyways, we're going to the post game. There's 20 minutes of post games, including Chris Boucher and stuff. If anyone wants to hang around, you can hang around backstage and we'll do a final chat. But if not, have a good night, y'all. Julian, thanks a lot for coming on. Lane, as always, pleasure. And Ghostface, thanks for coming on, man.
Yes, sir. You'll have a
peace.
All right, see you guys. Okay. And present video file. Man, I hope this downloaded. And it did. Great. Okay.
Some sort of big comebacks in your time and some frenetic lineups like that. When did you start to get the old feeling about tonight?
It's not like we were playing hard at the first half, so I felt like, we always had a chance if we turn it up a little bit. Obviously the Dallas one was amazing, and every time you come back in the game down 20, it's amazing. We did it with the Spurs before and now that, so I'm definitely happy of the win, but, we don't want every game to be like that.
Was that sort of the message afterward? Like that first half was, as
sure.
you said, was not to your standard.
Well, we definitely told ourselves at half, we did it before. We could still do it again. We definitely knew that we didn't play our best basketball, so it was just about, making the whole team click together, and obviously we got the players for that.
Where do you think this team is 10 games into the season?
We're still learning. Like I said, everybody's learned from every part of the game. Obviously, we had the coaches, the players. But like I said, I think we're doing a good job. We're working hard. We're trying to help each other out. And games like this, you see the work that we got to do, but also the potential that we have.
Chris, how impressive was that performance from Pascal, particularly the third quarter?
He never looked down, you know what I'm saying? He always seemed like we could win the game, and he gave me remember when we against Dallas, we had Kyle Lowry did a kind of similar thing where he was just, we're not going to lose this game. And I felt like I saw that from Pascal, and he drove us all the way there. And, obviously it shows how competitive he is, but also, how much he cares about this team.
How was the chain tonight? We heard you got it over Pascal.
Yeah, I had my John Cena moment, you know what I'm saying?
Oui, Pascal, quelle était la différence entre la première partie et la deuxième partie? Vous avez pu revenir au score. Qu'est-ce qui a été le déclic, le changement de...
La défense, je pense qu'on a vraiment mis la pression en défense. On a commencé à pick up full court, ça a aidé. Je pense que aussi juste mettre les shots, rendre les shots un peu plus difficiles en contestant, ça a aidé aussi.
Et personnellement, comment tu peux jouer ta performance ce soir? On a entendu que le coach tu as eu la chaîne aujourd'hui. Comment est-ce que tu peux juger ta performance aujourd'hui?
C'était bien, comme j'ai dit, je peux encore faire beaucoup mieux, peut-être de venir faire ça plus tôt, mais je pense que, comme j'ai dit, mon rôle c'est toujours le même. Et je toujours trouve des façons de venir et mettre de l'énergie. Aujourd'hui, c'était mon moment, puis je l'ai saisi.
Chris, tu l'as dit en anglais. Vous avez déjà vécu ça, donc ça vous a servi pour ce match-là, mais c'est quand même pas quelque chose à reproduire à chaque fois. Comment éviter justement de reproduire ça à chaque fois?
Répétition. Je pense qu'on est chanceux en ce moment parce qu'on gagne ces games-là, mais je pense que on veut pas commencer à penser que ça va arriver à chaque fois. Puis faut juste se dire que si on joue comme ça 3 quarts, 4 quarts, on peut gagner par 20 à la place d'être down par 20.
Et étonnamment, à la fin, ils n'ont pas remis Gafford. À quel point ça vous a aidé? Est-ce que tu as senti qu'il n'y avait pas cette présence au milieu et que c'était plus facile d'accéder au cercle?
Je pense que parce qu'on jouait plus petit, c'est difficile de mettre un big. D'habitude, ils matchent les minutes avec Yak. Je pense qu'en ce moment, c'était un peu plus difficile. Le pace de la game était plus vite. Alors, comme je dis, je pense que c'est ça qu'ils se sont dit.
So they say no lead is safe in the NBA anymore because of the three-pointer you guys found to do without many threes.
Right.
What changed in the second half other than the obvious, or maybe just the obvious?
Yeah, no, I think just the obvious. Obviously, like we didn't have enough energy. It's just it wasn't enough. I think they came out, they played freely. Transition, turnovers, which I had 6 turnovers. Just being like, not even that, because I don't think we had too many of those, but just not enough energy and not matching what they had coming into the game. And we all know in the league we can't do that. Especially with our team, we have to have that energy from the beginning. And we had good moments throughout the season, but we can't just come into games just expecting to win without doing the little things.
Both in the Dallas game and this game, you just feasted in the paint. How much of that comes down to running and getting position early when you get a stop or a steal? How much of that is just?
I think for me it's just I continue to play whenever I get the ball. Again, just using my abilities and again trying to do it in the flow of whatever's happening with the offense and just trying to figure out for me just finding my spots and finding ways to continue to be aggressive and I just think that the more I do things the better I get at it.
Chris was saying that your performance sort of reminded him of Kyle from that Dallas comeback back in 2019, just that especially in that third quarter you weren't going to let the team lose. Is that sort of what it felt like for you in the second half?
I think for me it was just I think just looking at everyone's body language, I just thought obviously you get down, you have the you want to come back and it's every possession is so it feels it weighs a lot, any mistakes and it's the crowd don't help you either. It's and everything feels you getting stabbed every second every time something happens. And I think for me one thing I was trying to tell everyone is just we can't get it all back at once. We have to take it one possession at a time. And sometimes we have a little 6-point run or whatever, and then they come back, they make a couple of threes, and it's it feels it kind of sucks the life out of you kind of thing. And then it's just when you're trying to come back and you just got to, be patient with it, continue to work the game. And I think when you have good attitude and you know, the basketball gods kind of like rewards you, like, and we have to have that attitude, like, every time people make mistakes, you know, instead of just kind of like getting on them about the mistake, it's like encouraging them, and I think for me that's what I was trying to do, just encourage everyone and bring just a little bit of energy.
Speaking of the basketball gods, when you took that last shot, how did it feel at your hand? What were you thinking when it hit rim?
I mean, yeah, like I work on that shot every day. Like I take that every day, and it's funny today. One of the coaches, Drew, you know, like we was working out before the game, and I mean even before the game, all the time we work out, and he always tell me like he would live with that shot, you know, and I told him it's a bad way to live, so because I just feel like that shot is always like it's there for me, and I work on it every single day, and obviously, luckily it went in, but to me it's just about like I'm not doing something that's out of like what I do. Like that shot is always there for me, and I take it 100 times out of 100.
You scored 39. Were you okay with Chris getting the belt?
Oh yeah, Chris was unbelievable, man. Or the chain, the belt, whatever you want to call it. Like Chris, I think Chris' energy, like whatever he brought to the game, man, he was blocking shots, like finishing in transition, just playing like solid basketball. And I think that, you know, like what he was like plus like what? Yeah, so like just his energy, yeah, I thought he deserved it for sure. And I think for me, like it's been really tough on Chris, you know, like there's some games he's playing, some games he doesn't know if he's gonna play, and I think one thing that I said that last time is like his growth, just like understanding that, you know, sometimes it's gonna be a little hard, and him not just like put his head down and kind of like getting away from the team. Like he's been so professional. I love his attitude, like, you know, and I think that, you know, coaches see that and everyone sees it, and it's only gonna pay off for him.
Say about this team that you're able to have this big comeback without OG or Gary in the lineup?
Yeah, I think we're resilient. I think we have guys, like we always say, that have a chip on their shoulder, and I think for us it's just like not being complacent. Like we can't come into game just you know, expecting that thing is going to happen for us, and thinking that it's going to be easy, or thinking that everything's going to go our way. Like that's not how life works. So I think once we, you know, we've showed in spurts like that, like we can do that, and I think that the challenge is just for us to continue to do that, like over longer periods of time.
Oui, Pascal, c'est ta meilleure performance de la saison statistiquement. Qu'est-ce qui a contribué à ce qu'on a vu ce soir, que ce soit toi personnellement et l'équipe en général?
Ouais, je pense que pour nous, on a commencé le match un peu pas avec trop d'énergie, et ouais, mon challenge aujourd'hui, c'était juste de continuer à apporter l'énergie à l'équipe, continuer à faire ce que je peux. Ouais, aujourd'hui c'est venu avec des points, mais à la fin c'est pas le plus important. Le plus important c'est d'être toujours là, néanmoins tout ce qui se passe, avoir cette même énergie, ce même focus, de continuer, de se battre jusqu'à la fin, et vraiment je suis content de tout le monde, le Malachi, Boucher, tous ces gens ils sont venus, et even Gradey, ils ont contribué à l'équipe, et ça c'est important, et on doit essayer de le faire tous les jours, et pas venir à des matchs et avoir juste l'air nonchalant un peu. Ça n'a pas marché avec nous, donc je pense qu'on a montré qu'on peut le faire, donc il faut qu'on le fasse tous les jours.
Et que dire de la performance de Chris ce soir?
Ouais, il était, comme je l'ai dit en anglais, il était exceptionnel. Son énergie, son activité, bloquer les shots. Il a juste apporté une énergie à l'équipe qu'on avait besoin, et ouais, j'aime bien quand il fait ça, et moi je l'encourage toujours de le faire tous les jours. Et cette année, dès qu'il a eu l'opportunité, il a toujours fait, donc c'est important.
Pascal, est-ce que le fait d'avoir connu un pareil scénario contre San Antonio, ça vous a aidé ce soir à vous dire que vous pouviez le faire?
Ouais, bien sûr. À la mi-temps, les vétérans comme Tad, Garrett, ils sont là, ils sont toujours sur nous, continuent à nous parler. Et à la fin, on sait qu'on peut le faire. Et tout le monde le savait à la mi-temps, qu'on n'a pas joué comme on pouvait jouer, ou qu'on n'a pas joué avec l'énergie qu'on a toujours. Donc à la fin, c'était juste de se regarder dans les yeux et essayer de le faire. Et bon, parfois, tu as la chance, comme aujourd'hui, ça a bien marché, mais je pense que ce qu'on apprend aujourd'hui, c'est que ouais, on peut pas avoir cette nonchalance là quand on arrive dans des matchs. Et ouais, c'est ça le challenge, c'est la prochaine fois de le faire au début.
Juste une dernière question. Tactiquement, ils ont enlevé Gafford à la fin. Est-ce que vous avez senti que c'était un petit peu plus ouvert pour aller au cercle? Ouais,
non. Pour nous, c'est quand on voit les match-ups, c'est essayer de toujours les utiliser. Et, ouais, ça fait du bien.
Second game back after missing a fair bit of games. How are you feeling first and foremost?
Good. Just happy to be out there competing with my teammates. I'm happy to get the win today. Just looking forward to the next game. Obviously, we're going to watch film, learn from this, and just move forward from it.
You were a big reason in the momentum switch, especially kind of closing it out in the fourth quarter. What did you see out there?
I didn't close the game in the fourth, but just being out there with energy, you know what I mean? Just being able to capitalize on them being out of rhythm, out of sync, and kind of increase our intensity on defense. I think that's what brought us back into the game, and we just capitalized on that and just kept doing what we do.
How impressed were you with Pascal Siakam? Just switching momentum in the third.
Big time. That's what big time players do: come in, take over the game, perform at a high level. So that's something that he's done before. I don't think any of us are surprised that he did that tonight.
And then when it just comes to playing with energy, how can you carry this going into the rest of the week? Because you guys got some big games ahead.
We just got to understand that we got to come out and start every game the way we started off the second half of the game. Just come out there and play the right way, play with intensity. And I think if we do that, we'll give ourselves a chance every night.
Walk me through this one, because you guys were down by 19, as much as 23 in the third. What were you seeing out there?
We just came out kind of flat. I think everybody could see that. We didn't have too much energy, but we've turned it around a little. Not too late because we won, but definitely can't do that moving forward.
I know it's probably a bit of deja vu from San Antonio a little bit. What do you guys find in yourselves to be able to do that, though?
I think we're a resilient team. We've been there before, like we did in San Antonio, so we knew we were capable of it. And when we came out with energy, it just kind of turned the things around. The crowd got into it, and it just went from there.
You look like you're playing in rhythm. What are you seeing in your own performance and how you're able to contribute to the team?
I think, for one, bringing energy, continuing to be someone who makes good decisions with and without the ball, and just continue to get more comfortable out there. I think it's been really good the past couple of games as far as the comfort level, and I think that'll continue to grow. And
then finally, just how impressed were you with your teammates, Chris, Precious, and just, having that energy off the bench?
It was huge. They brought it. We need that every night from everybody. And then obviously Pascal, he's done that before. We've seen that out of him before. But tonight we really needed it, so that was huge.
Malachi, what do you like about the Dennis and Malachi yourself as a backcourt? What advantages are presented there?
I think two guards who have a good IQ, can play make, can score at the same time when it's needed. And someone who can push the pace. I think we both can push up the pace and bring some energy to the team on the defensive end. So kind of similar in those ways.
When you're pressuring ball handlers as soon as they get across half court, or even as soon as they inbound the ball, how are you navigating angles and making sure that you're not obviously getting beaten, but also you're containing the ball handler the best you can?
I think a little bit is knowing tendencies of other players, knowing their strengths, knowing your strengths as a defender, and then also we got pretty good help defense, so you can always rely on them at the end of the day.
Does it go into film to understand who you're encountering and who you're dealing with as a ball handler?
Yeah, I think just watching basketball. I watch a lot of games, and I think you kind of just see people's tendencies the more you watch them. So that just comes with being a fan of the game.
I guess if you're not going to make threes, getting 76 points in the paint is pretty impressive. How were we able to pound the ball in there so effectively all night?
We did it better in the second half than first half. I thought that our defense in the second half really gave us a chance. We came up with deflections and steals and blocked shots at the rim that just opened up the floor. Us an opportunity to drive, and then we were trying intentionally to go at certain matchups there on the court and just try to score closer to the basket. Just like you said, the three ball was not going in. We had to adjust and then try something different.
Pascal has the ability to really take advantage of those matchups that you got. He punished people down there. How is his game evolving in that respect? He sees matches that he can exploit and does it?
For sure, and it's also the team that needs to recognize those situations, how to get into certain matchups. They were switching 1 through 4 for the majority of the game, so that allowed us actually to pound the ball inside. After that, when they started to hedge and show more, those were opportunities for us that we took advantage of. Scottie slipping out, rolling to the rim, Precious to rolling to the rim. So I thought that second half we did much better job on both ends of the floor.
You talked about before the game about protecting the paint, and obviously in the first quarter especially, that didn't seem to be there. What was your assessment of what was going on, and how did you fix that?
We fixed it at halftime when I talked to players, and I told them, I don't expect you to go out there and win the game, but I expect you to go out there and play with joy and play with fun and compete on a much higher level. And we did not do a good enough job in those aspects in the first time. They were getting way too easy to the paint. They were getting wide open looks. I just didn't thought that was our identity and that's the way how we need to play. And guys responded, and they did a really great job in the second half. We ended up winning the game tonight, but to be honest with you, Eric, I prefer not to dig up a hole of 19 points at the halftime and then have to work double more and double harder in the second half.
Did it feel like some of the frustration offensively was impacting the defense in the first half?
Oh, but for sure. Like, we always after a game, we're going to look in those kind of like in different aspects, but definitely like we did not make shots. They were, sagging off of us. They were inviting us to shoot mid-range shots, and that's a bait. When you see those shots being available there and like taking those, and it's not about the making or missing. It's like we're still missing opportunities to attack the rim and finish at the rim with higher percentages shots and getting more to the free throw line. So I thought that in the second half we did a much better job in that aspect, and just like you said, our defense sparked us in the second half, and then everything is easier. It's easier to shoot the ball. It's easier to drive it. All of that is connected.
Well, he had a few rookie moments here and there. How important was Gradey tonight, even just as a floor spacer with Gary and Achiuwa?
He's such a live body out there. The way he moves without the ball, the way he's in a place, like, it's really good. At the same time, game is happening in some moments a little bit too fast for him. He had a turnover in the second half after just using one dribble. And that's something that we're really focusing on, trying to, when he's driving the ball, to use second and third dribble to touch the paint, to be able to score, but also to kick the ball out. And as the game was progressing, he was able to put it together. There's no other way to learn it than to go through it, and we gotta live with some of his mistakes. He's our future, so we gotta really invest in him, and we gotta have patience with him.
Jericho, what's it say about the character of this team that you're able to overcome that deficit without OG or without Gary?
It says a lot about character, but also like we can talk about character in the first half as well, right? That's always fair to say, but it's not easy to come back from double digits at the halftime and find a way and energy to win the game. And we just gotta learn what it takes to get going from the jump ball from the start of the game.
How important was Chris to the defensive turnaround from this team late in the game?
He was outstanding. Like we talked about, like when he was getting just a crack in rotation or not playing. Like that guy, he's putting a lot of work in. He's playing in our play groups. He's staying ready, and all of that keeps his mind and body in the right place when his numbers are cold, like it was tonight. He was ready to go out there. It's a long season. Like all the guys, they're gonna be in rotation, out of rotation, starting, not starting. Like they gotta stay ready, and that's why tonight the chain went to Chris Boucher.
Not Pascal? What's Pascal got to
do? There is something that Pascal got a high praise for me, and everybody knew what he did tonight. But it's not just like who scores the more points. It's the effect on the team. And you asked me the question about Chris Boucher. Now you want to take a chain from him, So chain goes tonight to Chris Boucher.
All right. Okay. In summation, yes, we gravitated a little too negative. Bring Ghostface back on here. Anything stick out to you out of that entire post game that was like, wow, can't believe you said that?
All of it was expected, but I think like the look Darko gave when they say you ain't get the chain to Pascal, it was a bit alarming. Or maybe like, he realizes that he's not boxing out.
Just the very secrecy of like he did something tonight that he knows. Like, bro, like what are you doing here? This is like some like this is like wearing reflective sunglasses while playing poker. Like, what are you doing? No, I mean, look, like I think a lot has been said. Julian coming back on. Julian, anything in that post game stick out to you? Like, wow, that was a big statement.
I heard Malachi's political Dennis and good IQ, and I just kind of shut off my brain there.
Hey man, I've listened to Malachi talk for 3-4 years now. This is about as much joy as I'm getting listening to Malachi talk. I'm feeling very happy for him.
I don't have, and he's grown on me, like, because I was kind of on yours. Well, to be fair, like I'm still like I've told you this before. I'm a noob, right? So my opinion is worth fuck all in basketball, right? But like I kind of see where you were coming from, where like, and at the same time, I also see like maybe it is a thing of like he doesn't get enough run. If you don't have enough time to make a few mistakes and know that you're going to come back in, I can understand why that could screw with you. And so I can see now that he's getting run and he knows he's probably going to keep getting run, where like even if he makes a mistake or two, it's not going to hurt. Right. It's not going to hurt him. You know what I mean? And so I'm growing. He's growing a lot on me, and now I'm not. That's the obvious answer. Like you're not going to say like oh, me and Dennis would never work in the same lineup. You're just not going to say that, right? Like that's literally how you get kicked off.
It's never shocking to me like how often they ask you answers that have no two ways to answer it, right? They're asking you a question like let's do a mock version of this right now. What did you think of Chris Boucher's performance tonight? How many different ways can you answer that? Chris was kind of shit.
Yeah,
like he was great. Like he was obviously very good. Like what the fuck do you want me to say? Like what do you think of Grady's mistakes? He's the future. Like I appreciate Nikola Jokic for kind of trolling the media the other day when he just came out and just kind of asked his own questions. I wish more players would just do that. I understand. Like these guys they have a job, right? Not bitching about it. Like I've been in a media scrum before. I understand how this works. You have an article, you need to write it. Tomorrow's article is going to be about a big comeback win. It's not going to be about a stupid first half. Only an idiot channel would devote 4 hours to talking about how stupid the first half was. I mean, smart content creators out there are just going to talk about the historic comeback. But I really appreciate my big moment was knowing, thankfully, as much as I've been very critical of Darko Rajakovic, I think for the most part this season, I've pretty much called out his lineups a few times. Called out him, preferring to go with Malachi, even though he was, and I've been wrong about that for sure. And tonight I spent a lot of time harping on his decision to continue to go to Dennis Schroeder, even though it's not really working. And I don't think he deserves that level of trust from anybody in the world. But I will say what I appreciated was he got a lot of kudos for that second half, talking about character. And I think that was a nice softball that the media kind of gave him, like to talk about the resilience and character of a team. And he said, let's talk about the first half, the character too, because that's fair. And I was like, good. Thank God. Because see, like Pascal and Chris Boucher are on one flip side of the mental equation here, where they want to talk about how great the comeback was. Right. And I feel like if Scottie or Jakob or, Malachi apparently now too in that group they are just going to hone in on we should have never been in this position. This is unacceptable. And at the end of the day, you want more people in your locker room to be of this is unacceptable camp, as opposed to we got away with the win. Let's talk about the win because it makes us feel good. No, nobody should feel happy about this win. Nobody.
They should all go in there feeling like shit and being like, let's dissect this first half. Fuck the second half. Yeah, we won. We did what we were supposed to do. What did we do wrong in the first half? Like,
yes.
And I feel like what you're saying about the art, having the right articles and everything. I feel like, and maybe I'm wrong on this. I feel like that's just is that not just for the casual fan? The only people that read that shit is just the casuals. Is it not? I feel like the people that really enjoy basketball, want to watch good basketball, are going to look for these types of 4-hour-long conversations where we're actually deep diving some of this stuff and we're ranting about this. We're talking our ideas. What do you think about that?
Well, my long term, I think you have a point. Like my long term goal is that we as a collective fan base can get to a point where we can identify bad basketball when we see it, so that no one would ever think to present it to us again. Right? My hope is that, because at the end of the day, like, I mean, today, right, the average person, when they see a carton of cigarettes, would be like, that's cancer. I'm not picking up that carton of cigarettes, because consumers have gotten better. They've gotten smarter. Most people look at, super high saturated foods or whatever, and they're like, this is terrible for me. This is heart disease. I'm not going to do that. 50 years ago, that's an easy purchase.
Yeah, we still eat
right?
it, but we know it's bad for us.
We eat it, but it's exactly. So the consumer being smarter is a really, really long-term strategy of hopefully this channel and hopefully other channels as well. Thinking Basketball is doing a great job. Whereas I hope that what we can come to appreciate is that you can achieve good results through bad process very easily. You can also achieve terrible results through good process. I would prefer that we achieve results through good process, regardless of what those results may be. And I don't think tonight was good process. I think it's alarming. I think it's very alarming. I think maybe the most important part about this, that you get beat the way you did. You get blown out. You get disrespected. Nobody wants to look up tomorrow at ESPN.com and I was on the team that lost by 30. That has to be pride. And to me, you come out and you lay an egg against Washington like this. This is character to me. And then you need coach and Pascal Siakam and Boucher at halftime to say, look, guys, we did this once before against San Antonio. We can do this again. Like, this is like immature. And I would accept this if this was a young team. This is not a young team. This is the 7th oldest team in the league, and they're playing like the youngest. They're playing like the youngest. And, Washington and San Antonio are really young teams. These are teams being quarterbacked and played by young players. Who's the oldest player in San Antonio's lineup? They have Jeremy Sohan, who's 20, Victor Wembanyama, who's 19. These are main rotation cogs for them. Julian Champagny, like Keldon Johnson. Like, you played San Antonio without Devin Vassell. You played San Antonio without arguably their best player, right? And you were losing to the worst team in the NBA by a lot of measures. And this is not a sustainable recipe for success. This team needs to wake the fuck up. They need to play much better brand of basketball. And whatever disconnectedness they have going on right now in the locker room, whatever, vibes are wrong, all the body language that I'm spotting from Scottie, from Pascal, to everybody, all this body language that is wrong, you need to hash it out quick.
The lack of energy.
The lack of energy. How do you have a lack of energy? You've played 4 games in the last 13 days. How do you have a lack of energy at this point? I understand, like having a lack of energy against Philadelphia on a back-to-back after a tough loss against Chicago. That's human. I'm not stupid. I understand that.
Not to mention,
but we had energy that game. We did come out with the right pump. We did come out. And, I'm really happy that Darko credited the defense, not the isolation scoring in the offense, because he's right. And he is correct. Defense fueled offense in the second half very many times. Very many times. Scottie would get a big block or a big steal, or Boucher got a big block, and it fuels transition. And, somehow you can avoid Dennis Schroeder touching the ball. It will complete transition. So and then suddenly you get the home crowd into it, and suddenly momentum starts to shift, and the other team is already, clearly immature with Jordan Poole and Kyle Kuzma. So they are just begging to lose the game too. It's sometimes knowing your opponent and their tendencies as well. But at the end of the day, like, this is playing down to your competition. This is not even playing down to your competition. This is getting whooped by your competition. And to anyone who is like thinking like, Rob, they won, please understand, this is the win. Look at that line. The red line is the Raptors. They lost wire to wire.
It's just bad.
The Wizards stopped scoring the basketball for the entire fourth quarter, it felt like. They scored, and then they got to about the 7-minute mark, and they stopped scoring. And you somehow just caught up.
The Wizards just flatlined. It's right there. It's right there on the screen. They flatlined straight up.
And I mean, that is defense. Because if they continue to score the way they were scoring, and that's what people don't understand. Like the Raptors don't have some huge peak in scoring. Do you see that?
Mhm.
Like there is a peak right around the third,
End of the third. Yeah.
end of third, where you see an acceleration in scoring, and then there's a peak maybe like right in the last minute of the game where you pick up free throws,
I
etc.
guess there might be a little one just before the flat line in the first as well.
Yes, that's another one as well.
But like, and
Yes.
I feel like that actually that's, if I remember correctly, that specific spot looked good until we flatlined, and then it just looks so bad.
Yes. So what I'm
was
saying is
just-
like the offense pretty much consistently, like throughout the third, second, etc. I know that Pascal is going to get a lot of credit for the 39 points, etc. But then, if you're going to credit someone for 39 points, look at his usage in this game. I mean, he was over 40% usage for this game, guaranteed. When we look at it, so yeah, disproportionately, if you're going to have 40% usage,
Now-
you're going to take a lot of shots. You're going to take a lot of shots. And to his credit, he was very efficient tonight.
He was.
He shot
but
really.
He had a mismatch everywhere he went. Like this is what he's supposed to do in like I get he should get some praise for that. Like you're not gonna find, I don't know, name some role player. You're not gonna find Duncan Robinson doing this to you know what I mean? Like he's not gonna drop 39 on anybody. You know what I mean? Like even if he's gonna mismatch.
But like that's the point. Like Duncan Robinson's mismatch is going to be systematically weeded out very quickly because he's not that level of player. But
Yeah.
Tyler Hero, Jimmy Butler, Bam Adebayo, they could easily get a 39 piece against a hapless team like this.
Exactly. But that's what they're supposed to do, right? And like this is I think this is where people get kind of lost. It's like, why? And I texted my brother the same thing. Is like this game for Siakam is akin to Fred VanVleet's 20-20 against the Hornets. Why does it matter?
Yeah,
in that sense, you know what I mean? Like
in a way. I mean, in another way, again, like because your offense was so inefficient from three. I mean, and he's part of it. Like, so that's the thing. It's like it's so hard to explain. Like, so say he goes, 0 for 4 from three. He goes 15 for 24 from the field, right? So he takes 24 shots and he gets 14 attempts at the line. So this is basically the Siakam game, right? Like he just goes nuts. So that's basically, if you assume that those 14 free throws are 8 shot attempts, he attempted 32 shots in 38 minutes. That's a lot of shots. That's like twice the volume of shots that Barnes is, creating basically. And in fairness, he was more efficient than Scottie by a hair, right? Scottie shot just under 50%. Siakam shot well over almost 60%. So,
no doubt.
You go to the efficient
apples to apples either.
It's not apples to apples. The more shots you attempt, whatever. But
I'm just speaking straight experience to experience. I know potential wise, Scottie's off the charts, but
even after 3 solid games from Siakam, where his usage has been upticked a lot, I guarantee you, if I did a cost analytics profile of both players, Scottie's still ahead because of the defense, because of the rebounding. So that's the point.
He's not.
Like 10 games into the season, we still have a 22-year-old who is lapping your 29-year-old ex-All-Star. That's the problem. You actually have a 22-year-old who, through 10 games, is pretty much lapping that All-Star's any 10-game start to his season ever. So there is a very credible reason to put the ball in Scottie's hands a little bit more. But I am more or less saying right now, it's also on him to do that. He has to demand it. Too many times tonight where he had the ball in transition, he gave it to Dennis Schroeder. Nobody forced him to do that. He did that of his own volition. That's his fault. He needs to own up for that, and he needs to stop doing it. He needs to stop letting himself be the center in this offense. When Jakob Poeltl's not playing, Scottie's playing center. Chris Boucher's out of the corner. Scottie's in the mid block. Scottie's offensive rebounding. Scottie's setting screens. Why? Why do you continue to let yourself be the center in this offense when you clearly not? I know it's effective. I know you're setting the best screens. With OG out, you might be the best point of attack defender on a big wing. But to people saying he got burned defensively, bro, that's Jordan Poole. That's Jordan Poole and Tyus Jones.
He's
240 pounds and 6'9". Who is supposed? How is he supposed to guard Tyus Jones? Like
he's not supposed to. The fact that he somewhat made it work was more impressive than the fact that he got beat. Like they were supposed to cook him straight up. Like
yeah, and I mean like and I think Tyus Jones basically, like there was a stretch in the third quarter or the fourth quarter where they attacked Kuzma and Tyus Jones and Jordan Poole, basically found Precious Achiuwa every single time and just took him one-on-one to the woodshed. And you're like, that's Precious Achiuwa. He thinks he's a top five defender in the NBA. So this is like, to me, it's like, well, first of all, this is the NBA. No one stops anybody one-on-one unless you're OG Anunoby or, you know, like an elite Drew Holiday. Maybe those guys
Jackson. But like, even
Jaren Jackson, if you put Jaren Jackson one-on-one or Bam Adebayo one-on-one against Tyus Jones, like 30 feet from the basket, they're getting cooked too.
Yeah,
Tyus Jones is a really good player. People do not realize that, but he's a really good player. He's a starting level point guard in the NBA.
But Jaren Jackson isn't a point of attack defender mostly, is he? He's a good team defender.
He's switchable, but he's not like he's not a point of attack necessarily guard defender. Like, he's a help defender, help side.
OG's a point of attack. Yeah, I consider
OG gets cooked all the time too. You know, he's
but
great.
He's good enough to recover. I think is the difference.
He's willing to recover. Pascal is good enough to recover too. He doesn't recover often enough.
That's true.
So that's kind of where I'm at right now. I think it's like, I don't mind, as I said, sometimes you just lose. The 96 Bulls lost to the expansion Raptors. Sometimes you just lay one. But the Raptors have laid 4 so far. They've laid 4 eggs so far in terms of energy, in terms of focus. They came out lackluster against San Antonio. They've come up lackluster against, this team now. You're playing down to your competition. This is a sign of a young, inexperienced team that lacks leadership. And I, for one, hope that they will not be soft against Milwaukee, because Milwaukee is certainly a team that is struggling to figure it out. But unlike this team, if you play around with that team, and they're even crawling around at halftime, they're still in the game, you're cooked.
Mm-hmm.
You have to stomp that team. I wonder if they looked past this team. I wonder if they saw the Wizards, assumed, hey, Jordan Poole, Kyle Kuzma, we smacked this team in preseason. And maybe, this game was pretty close, to start. It wasn't it got away from you a little bit, but by the end of the first quarter, you had almost closed it, right? But it's in the middle of the second, they started to widen that gap, and they held that gap for the entire game.
Yeah, it was 7 points after the first. Even I was like, okay, it's okay. It's a bad first quarter. We're good. But and then 32 to 20 in the second, it was like, oh my God, what is
you were getting
going
smacked by 20. They closed betting at one point. Almost.
Yeah, they did.
It was 15-1. I was like, oh my God, 15. I took the bet. Thank God. I took the bet. I assumed the Raptors would come back. I was like, okay, let me put $10 on a 15-1 or it was 14-1. But holy shit. The idea that, at some point ESPN thought 99.8% you were done. You were cooked in this game. That's crazy. That's crazy to me. I hope the Raptors take this message. I have a feeling, listening to Chris Boucher and Pascal Siakam, that they will not. Mm-hmm. That they will continue to play down to their competition. I really want some trades to happen, man. I can't even tell you how badly I want certain trades to happen. There are certain guys that I just see on other teams, like a Harrison Barnes and guys like this, where I'm just like, okay, I know they're a talent downgrade, but I can watch Harrison Barnes play basketball for 82 games and not want to poke my eyes out. Mm-hmm. He's a professional guy, puts in a professional effort. Yeah, he'll have an off shooting game every 3-4 games, but man, at least I understand the process of how that guy plays. I'm not going to constantly be out of position. Otto Porter didn't have a great game today. He got blown by constantly. He was a little high on his coverages. His shot wasn't super impressive. Maybe just a weird, fit for him in the starting lineup. But man, he didn't do anything that was what the fuck is he doing? You know what I mean?
No.
I just want to get out of the what the fuck am I watching basketball? This has been a year and a half of covering this shit, and I'm just I want better. I demand better basketball.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right, man.
I'm with you on that. I'm just glad I went to the first game and not this one.
You went to the first game?
Yeah, I went to
the Wizards preseason.
No, Minnesota. The first actual game of the
season.
Oh
wow! Okay, yeah. You got to watch one of the true ascending stars of the league in Anthony Edwards.
I was this close to get, because I had 2 tickets. I was supposed to go with my brother. Brother canceled on me because he had to work. I was this close to texting you and be like, "What are you doing?"
That would be nice.
Because I was trying to find somebody, and I was like, man,
there were $150 tickets for this game for a pair that someone was selling on Facebook earlier today. I was like, wow, that's
I didn't
not
pay that.
bad.
I think, what did I pay? I paid 300, but I was like section 113, row 6 or something. I was like 16 rows from the floor. So
that's not bad.
No,
I mean,
it
it's
was
Minnesota. It's like it's not a marquee thing, but it's an opening night. That is marquee. So
yeah,
that's
yeah,
interesting.
exactly. And it was like I just wanted to see. That's why I got that jersey. Actually, I'm gonna hang it up on my wall behind me. But yeah, that was. I'm very, very, very.
You have
happy I went to
officially
that one.
gotten a more Raptors friendly podcast setup than I do. You got the headset. I'm holding a microphone. I got the ironing board. You got a Scottie Barnes jersey. It's nice. All right, I just got to like tape my Scottie Barnes jersey to the mirror behind me, and people will be like, "Oh, that's a professional podcaster." Anyways, all right. Thanks a lot for coming on, Julian. Thanks a lot for coming on, Ghostface. Ghostface, any final thoughts, man?
I have 2 quick questions. Just
questions. Okay.
Yeah. So McDaniels has got the hook real fast these past few games, right? But as I remember, I watched all his shot attempts, I think, before this or after his first game, right? Up until that point, I don't think Scottie had given him the ball once, like play make for him.
Okay.
So I'm about to use Pat Bev to compliment Scottie Barnes, and I don't know how you feel about that, but Pat Bev said this thing on his podcast. He said James Harden is so good as a playmaker because when he puts the ball right in your hands, like you don't got to do nothing but shoot it. Do you think Barnes could maybe like help McDaniels get out of his slump?
By giving him the ball?
Yeah, by making better passes than Schroeder would.
Hey man, honestly, I think yes, 100%.
Yeah.
Scottie's passes have been off target all year. They have been ridiculously off target. There was 2 today that were off target, and I'm like, what are you doing? Like, this is not good. They have been. I'm close to saying they've been more off target than anyone else on the team. That might be a stretch. That might be a stretch.
Do you have any insights onto why that could be?
No idea.
Is he just feeling weird? Is he just? I don't know.
I have no idea because like he threw a pass to Otto that like was like a foot high.
Yeah, he had a jump.
He knows better than that, right? He threw a pass to Siakam, like full court. Like Scottie played football. Scottie can make a pass like that 100%. I've watched him do that as a rookie, off target. There was a pass today to Siakam that just fell out of Siakam's hands. Now, was that Siakam not being ready to catch the ball? 100%. That was Siakam not being ready to catch the ball because that was on target. But in most cases, I feel like Scottie would have made sure that he was ready to receive that pass a little bit better, or he would have thrown it a little bit softer if he thought he wasn't. Like Scottie's a very cerebral passer. Like his passing is the stuff of legends when it comes to like film breakdowns. I'm like, how did he see that? How did he do that? How is that on target? How, like he's going away from the play, pitching backhand, and it's on target. So him being off target is very strange to me, but it's been consistent throughout the year. Every single game, there's an off target pass where I'm like, I didn't know he could throw that off target. It's concerning. It's very concerning.
I wonder if he's rushing a little bit because I don't know. I can't.
I would love to say he is. I would love to say he is, but the passes that are not very clean are not usually being like super fastly processed or super quickly processed. It's not like he's more like the funny thing is like sometimes he'll be on transition and he'll get a pass and he'll barely touch the ball and it'll be a touch pass away and it'll be perfectly on target. One of the biggest reasons why I want Scottie to run point is because he throws passes on target in shooter's pocket. Now he's been very on target with Gradey passes, but not as on target with other people passes. So I don't know what that is. His passes to Gary have been incredible. Passes to OG have been incredible. Gradey have been good.
Well,
for the most part, Otto has been okay, but that one pass where he laughed it off, that was not. But some of his passes to Siakam have just been like, whoa, what the hell? Or Precious. I think he had one really good one to Boucher today, though. Really good one, right in his pocket. So yeah, I have no idea. It's weird. Maybe I'm noticing it more than I've ever done it before, but I don't think I am. I think I would have seen this before with him at some point, and he's been on target passer since AAU. So I don't know what's going on. But yeah, Worth noting. Yeah, but I have not tracked how often he passes to Jalen McDaniels, but that would be something to look into. But yes, Scottie is the type of person who can definitely get you rolling on offense if you're struggling. He's helping Malachi a lot too.
He is. I kind of hope that happens because I think sometimes with McDaniels, even if like he's not that good of a shooter, the spacing does look better with him out there at times. So I
mean, career average, he's average to above average. There's no reason for him to be shooting what he's shooting right now.
Yeah,
He's
I don't know what it is.
gotten in 70 minutes. This should be like a daily counter on this channel. 70 minutes of game time across, I think, 8 games or 7 games or 8 games. He scored 5 points. This is crazy. This is like up there legendary shit. This is like the start of Anthony Bennett's career type of shit. You know, it's bad.
Hey, babe.
It's bad. Oh, it's real bad. The analytics are telling you that this guy is like up there for like Rafael Araujo meets like Aaron Baines level of terrible. And that certainly was not the case this offseason when we signed him. Like I was literally scrolling through my phone today and I found this graphic where it says I fit in Toronto or something, and that's the caption. We all felt you fit in Toronto. I don't understand why you're playing so poorly, but 10 games is 10 games. I hope he turns it around. The Raptors could really use him. I really liked him in the preseason a lot. I liked his off-ball cutting, his fluidity, his movement. I think CJ Moss did an entire podcast talking about him as well. He's an interesting player. If he could pop for you, he has every tool in the world. Every tool in the world.
He's lanky as hell.
He's lanky. He's fluid. He can do all the off-ball cutting, spacing, shooting, movement shooting that you need. He can space corners for you. He can switch 1 through 4 easily, you know, for you. I think he's a little bit underrated as a defender. Obviously, he's not his brother, but he's underrated as a defender, I think. So he is just such a big matzo ball for it to not work out. Like if he's really going to be this bad, like this is like clearly a player that you were counting on to some extent, at least. If not for depth, trade piece down the line or something, you signed him to a 2-year deal when his competing offer was a minimum contract.
From the Sixers, right? Because they didn't have the cap space.
Yep.
Yeah.
So again, like everyone who just keeps like, you know, saying like, oh my God, we got such a great deal. Please understand the competing offer was half the money for half the years. Like it's the same thing with Dennis Schroeder. What was his top offer from the Lakers? Probably $6 million.
Right.
And you give him 12.
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't know. Anyways, we shall see. I hope I was not too harsh on Dennis Schroeder. I'll probably, you know, think about this tomorrow and be like, oh, maybe I went too far.
Would you trade him for Lowry?
Huh?
Would you trade him for Lowry?
100% in a second.
Yeah, I
yes.
would too. I'm glad.
Yeah, I would. For the nostalgia, if nothing else, for the nostalgia.
Yeah. Lowry could be 39, I'd still take that.
Yeah, but also like the salary. Okay, here's an actual question. Let's say the Heat really want to move off of Lowry's contract. Would you do the following trade? And this is in some real crazy territory here.
I know where you're going with it.
Do you?
I would guess Schroeder and Siakam for Hero and Lowry, something along those lines.
Oh shit! I didn't even think of that. I was not going to put Siakam in this trade. Siakam defenders, please relax. I was not going to trade Siakam in this trade. I was actually going to trade Schroeder and Trent for Jaquez or Jovic and Lowry. Ooh. So they get like the pop. You don't have to lose an asset for nothing. Technically, they get a younger / better, maybe at this stage in his career, point guard who kind of fits Heat culture. He's very, very much Heat culture. I'm surprised he hasn't played for them yet. Yeah. And they get Gary Trent Jr. scoring power off the bench. That team often struggles to score. Maybe Eric Spoelstra can do something for his career. I have no idea. Maybe they would start Hero and Trent together as a backcourt. I have no idea about that either. And for your side, you get a young prospect who can shoot in Jovic, you know, a big who can shoot, who can hopefully grow with this Gradey, Scottie, OG thing. You don't have bigs who can shoot. You have Christian Koloko who hasn't played yet. But other than that, and I mean, even him is not someone you would consider like a lights out shooter. It's not like Jalen Williams or even Chet Holmgren or Victor Wembanyama. Like you need a big like this. You need him somewhere and they're not going to be cheap to get in free agency. You're going to have to draft one or trade for one, right?
Right.
You need one. It's so crucial. Especially if you have wings who can't shoot. Like, you so desperately, like, I'm shocked that, you know, like, they made this entire brouhaha to trade for Jakob Poeltl. Bro, like, I understand the nostalgia of having Jakob Poeltl, but Kelly Olynyk, like, I'm surprised this hasn't occurred to them. Like, Kelly Olynyk is everything you need, and he's a good defender. Like, how did that not? You're telling me Jakob Poeltl would have been more expensive? Huh?
He's a better playmaker than Yak, but I don't think he's a better rim protector.
He's not a better rim protector, but he's a way better shooter.
Playmaker as well, yeah. He's way
and a better playmaker, better creator. Like, he's a little bit more like portable, and you know, there's no
Kelly
like
really flies under the radar. Like, I feel like he's really underrated for some reason.
He does. You know, he kind of he looks like a role player from the 70s, doesn't he?
He does.
And I think like people don't give him his respect. I think there's a lot of guys like this that they're just quietly very solid starters, and they don't get a lot of credit because they kind of just look weird. I think there's a lot of people like that. You know, they just, I don't know. Like
But you're right. I never thought about it, but like, yeah, Kelly would have been perfect if we could have got him.
Yeah, and I mean, he fits, and he's not that old. You know, I think he's like probably 30-ish, 31. I don't know. I mean, there's so many examples, but you need a stretch big, and I mean, you desperately need one. How expensive would Miles Turner have been? Exactly. Like, okay, fine. Maybe you don't get him for, you know, Kem Birch and a pick. Maybe you have to throw in an extra pick. Is that really that bad? Like, do I feel that bad about that? No. You got a starting center for the next 3 to 4 years minimum.
Who can space the floor.
Who actually works for Scottie, you know,
He's not going to try and take over the offense.
He won't take care. I mean, Jakob's not really taking care of the offense.
I didn't mean that as in Yak does.
But I mean, like at the very least, he can stand 25 feet from the basket and not kill you.
Yeah,
and he can shut down the paint, and he can set screens, so you're not having Scottie to do that. And you can play him on the court like in the final minute of the game because he can actually hit free throws. I think he can hit free throws.
If Yak could shoot, he'd be so dangerous, though. Like, holy fuck.
Yeah.
If he could shoot, he wouldn't have been available.
He could shoot. Yeah, no, we wouldn't have gotten him.
And I mean, you know what's funny? They replaced him with a player who fits so much better in San Antonio. No, not Victor Wembanyama. Zach Collins. Zach can shoot. Nurkic can shoot. Like, I mean, shit. Like, I mean, I would be very sad if we had to watch Jusuf Nurkic play basketball because I hate his defense. It makes me sad. It makes me cry, like probably tears of sadness, like worse than onions, you know, watching Jusuf Nurkic play defense. But he can shoot, you know.
What do you think of Steven Adams, Rob? I know he can't shoot, but like, what's
great screen setter.
Great screen setter, great leader, great teammate, great low utility type of guy.
Yeah,
you know, if this entire thing what if like the entire thing in Milwaukee blows up? I wonder if you can get Brook. That would be so stupid.
How old is
He's 35?
Yeah, I was gonna say it's getting there. But maybe
I mean,
at the same time, you get him for 36 and 37. He's not gonna be anything he was, but like he's gonna be respectable and he's gonna still hit some threes. How old was Gasol during our run? 36, 37?
But that's the thing. He was there during our run. We did not trade for Marc Gasol like when we traded for Marc Gasol when we had Kawhi Leonard and Kyle Lowry in their prime. Like, lining up windows is so important here, right? Like you got to line up primes. Like we got like the second to last prime Kyle Lowry year. Sorry. Yeah, we lined up the second to last prime Kyle Lowry year, the third to last prime Kawhi year, the very tail end in terms of like productive starter minutes from Serge, Mark, Danny, right? You got like the first years of Fred and Pascal's prime, right? And you lined all of that up together. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And you're milking like the last morsels of, you know, competitive basketball like that Marc Gasol can play because he was pretty much washed the next year. Like you had to thread it like so carefully. And you know, like it's like you gave up better players. You gave up more years. You gave better players. You gave up worse players who had more years, longer window to give yourself a chance in the now. You gave up Jonas Valanciunas, who to this day is a starting center. in the NBA, and a serviceable one at that. You gave up Jakob Poeltl, who you then inevitably had to trade back for. You know, I mean, like, you gave up so much. You gave up DeLon Wright, who would be the best point guard on your team today. Every one of these players were leveraged, mortgaged away for the championship, right? And you lost most of those players. Like, you gave up a lot to win that championship. Don't let it, fool you. But in order to build up the treasure chest of assets to be able to leverage that and to create that, you need superstars who are peaking at the right time. Because if you miss the window, it's over. It doesn't matter. Because once you've missed it, the asset's gone, the window's gone. It's all gone. So the thing with Siakam is, like, you have an asset here. You can extend the window. You can give somebody a better player now. You can do what those teams did for you back then. They gave you an aging, Marc Gasol, and you gave them 2 young assets back. Is Pascal Siakam right now worse than Marc Gasol was back then, that we're just not able to? I mean, DeLon Wright was a starter level guard, for somebody. He may not be the best starter level guard, but he's a starter level guard. And he was like 22, 23, 24 years. No, I think he was like 24 years old in his prime or before his prime. Jonas Valanciunas, same thing. So can we do that for somebody else? Somebody else who fancies themselves as in a championship window, where Siakam can give them like a 2 to 3 year contention around an existing star, and we can take back something to extend our future and kick this can down the road a little bit to where we're a little bit closer. And at the very least, at that point, like, we're holding on to a 3rd-year Jarris Walker, you know what I mean? A 32-year-old Miles Turner, as opposed to a 32-year-old Pascal Siakam. You know what I mean? Like, it is different. You just have to figure out after 15 to 20 games which team has taken a leap that they weren't expecting to, that has the assets that you want. But the good thing is you need so much. Huh?
You think the Pacers will want Siakam?
I don't know. I don't know how Rick Carlisle feels about him. I also don't
they signed
know.
Bruce Brown, right? So I don't know what they're trying to build.
If I was his agent, I would be pushing him to Indiana for a lot of reasons. Number one, it's probably good for your brand if you like to get big numbers and that team scores
Smaller
like crazy.
market.
I mean, yeah, Tyrese and
It's smaller market, yes, but you would be a top 3 team in the East, and you would put up massive numbers. And Tyrese sets you up like you wouldn't even believe, right?
Top 3 in the
What are
East.
you getting back? Are you thinking about getting Tyrese back?
No,
No.
they would be
okay.
They would be mental if they did that.
I was going to say,
I mean,
you want to Pascal with Tyrese, right?
They would want Pascal with
Yeah.
Tyrese and Bruce Brown and Benedict Mathurin.
Yeah.
Who
are you getting back? Yeah, I guess Miles Turner, but like plus what?
Okay,
How you
fine.
gonna make
Maybe you don't take Miles Turner back. Maybe instead of that, you take Jarris Walker, TJ McConnell, and Buddy Hield, and a future pick. They get to keep everything. They even get to keep Andrew Nembhard.
For their run.
You take the loss on the PR department, but depending on how you feel about Jarris Walker, you get your big of the future who can actually play 1 through 5 and actually score and has basketball IQ that would make Precious Achiuwa blush. Number one. Number two, you do get, at least for the moment, for the interim, you get 2 really smart players in TJ McConnell and Buddy Hield, who can sort of like support your existing whatever the hell you're trying to build here, until Gradey can take that role, until Jarris can take a role, until Malachi can take the role. I mean, this is just a learning experience, until that point, right? You kick the can down the road. And sure, at the end of the day, if you turn Pascal Siakam into Jarris Walker, who's a lottery pick, a top 8 pick, and a future first-round pick, have you really lost? I don't think so. I think that's a pretty decent, return. And it's certainly going to be a hell of a lot better than trying to sign and trade him later, or, conversely, trying to sign a 30-year-old Pascal Siakam to a 4 or 5 year deal in which you guaranteed are holding on to a, in my opinion, declining asset. I mean, if he is not, like, if he really is trending, I made it very clear, he is a quick twitch athlete. The only way for him to extend his career is through IQ and shooting. That's really it. IQ, shooting, and rounding himself out as a playmaker, defender, etc. If he continues to leverage his existing advantages, which is downhill attacks, quick twitch, stuff against hapless defenders that have no chance, like Kyle Kuzma and Jordan Poole, it matters. It matters to other general managers who are looking at this, simply saying, this space that you're using right now on the court is not available in my offense. You isolating mid-post area, this is the place that is currently occupied by my Shai Gilgeous-Alexanders and my Nikola Jokic's and my superstars. If you were doing this the way you did it against Milwaukee, where you're doing it off the ball like a Jeremy Grant type, now I can see how the hell you're going to fit into my offense. You don't have this space with the Kings because that's where Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox are. You're going to have to be in the corner. You're going to have to be popping up above the break. So I think like in a lot of ways, this is kind of putting a kibosh into his own trade value, but also this is also delaying the inevitable evolution that he has to take as a player to extend his career so that he's a very productive player beyond 30. Because there are certain guys like a Kevin Love where you're like, okay, like you can see how that's going to age pretty well. Chris Bosh, he learned how to shoot, space the floor a little bit more, become more of a perimeter player. Kevin Garnett. There's a lot of guys where the more the game went out, like older Rasheed Wallace, Chris Webber, like the more they extended themselves out to three. Blake Griffin, right? These guys were not hitting a lot of threes in their early, 20s. They were attacking the rim and hanging on, dunks, and everything was mid-post area. But in order to become a successful role player, you must be able to shoot in the NBA. Vince Carter learned that. It extended his career until the age of 43. Nobody saw Vince Carter playing until he was 35. The way his career was going, he learned how to shoot. It is a very important thing. And Pascal Siakam must continue to buy into that if he wants someone to extend him a max contract next year. Of course, he can go the Fred VanVleet route, which is simply to say, I'm averaging 25, 5, and 5. You can't not offer me a max contract. And someone is going to say, sure. So maybe he'll win.
Seems like that's where we're heading, honestly, to be honest.
Probably. Anyways, guys, great chat. This has gone 5 hours. Raptors, Wizards, 5 hours. How does this community do it? I don't know, but I'm thankful to the 200 plus people who are still watching us at nearly 3:30 a.m.
Yeah, no
this
shit.
Community is goated for life. To the three.
None of us work. It's official.
Oh, I do work. I have to wake up at 7 o'clock tomorrow, but Jason Chow live still going. ... Yes, sir. It is. All right. Thank you so much to this community. And cheers,
last question.
guys.
How's quitting smoking going? I know you said, yeah, I know, right?
Terrible.
Are you trying to quit cold turkey?
No.
Oh, okay, got you. I did. I don't know if you've heard of it. I quit last year on November 10th was my anniversary of quitting.
Congratulations.
I went to laser therapy. Blue. It's just a little. Have you heard of that?
No.
It's just a blue light that's like goes. They
Okay.
put blue light on your fucking hands. Like it
works.
Strong. I swear to God, I smoked my last cigarette before I went up. Took half of my pack, put it in the garbage right outside. Afterwards, 45 minutes later, I walked right by it, and I haven't fucking touched another one since. I don't know why. Now, to be fair, you need to be ready. Like, you need to have other reasons. It can't just be like, oh, I'm gonna quit just because. Like, as soon as you have a little fucking thing, it's gonna. But like, so I heard about this like 10 years ago. It was like $3.5 grand or $4 grand. Like, it was expensive at the time. And since then, like the government has actually done research and like looked into it, and like they're like, okay, this is actually some merit to this. So let's do more and let's invest in this. So now I actually had to go to Ottawa. I'm in Quebec. I don't know if you knew that. I went to Ottawa to do this. I got a hotel room. I did so and all that. So basically, I went in there for my first one, and then the way that works is they say 9 in 10 people can stop on the first treatment, which is a 145-minute treatment. It's a blue light laser. It's
9 out of 10 people.
Yes, that's what they say. You can go on. I went to Omega Laser. Omega Laser. There's I think there's 9 different ones, 9 different Omega lasers in Canada. But yeah, they say 9 in 10 people will stop on the first one. The 10th person usually takes the second one. So what they do is nowadays it costs $300. I paid $350 and I was done. Okay. And
that's
you get
not bad at all.
I know
mean, that's like a month of smoking for a lot of people. That's less than a month of smoking for a lot of people.
That was in my head. I was like, man,
were you a heavy smoker?
Almost 2 packs a day.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah. And now like you find your hair coming back. You find like your skin is like normal and your teeth, breath, all of it. Right?
Everything's better. But so the way that they work, you pay for the one treatment, and if you ever relapse, you have 12 months where you have 2 follow-up treatments whenever you need them.
That's
Free,
awesome.
100%. So I'm just spitting it out there.
No. This is great. This is great. Like I was looking into hypnotherapy.
Try the laser. It literally, I almost fell asleep. I legit almost fell asleep. It's a blue light. It doesn't feel. You don't feel anything. There's no pain. There's not even. You don't feel anything, man. Anything. I literally almost fell asleep on the table. It takes
And you
about
didn't have cravings?
Zero. I swear to God, man, it's zero. I know. So the way that they explained it is like it basically just regulates your endorphins. So when you smoke, you get a spike of endorphins, right? Which is normal.
Right.
Literally
Yeah.
how it works. Or same thing when you eat. Well, instead, if you were to go to smoke, you wouldn't get that spike anymore because your endorphins are now level. It lasts for about 3 days, according to them. Okay.
So basically, okay. So after the 3 days, if you have like a habitual, so for instance, like if you're a coffee smoker or if you're a smoker around certain people, then your triggers are gonna reactivate.
Exactly.
I
Which
get
is why
it.
I tell you need to be ready because if as soon as those 3 days are up and your endorphins kind of come. So what I ended up doing is I went on the Wednesday. I stayed for 4 days, and then I went back on the Saturday, and I took my second free one. I said you get the first one, you get follow-ups. I just took a follow-up. So instead of the first week is the worst one. So like
Fair.
right off the bat, I had 6 days of no cravings whatsoever. By the time I went back to work, I literally it had been a week, and all of a sudden I didn't have any cravings at all. It was over.
That's great, man. I'm really happy for you. I got through about 2 days of nothing.
It's hard.
And then I relapsed on the 3rd day. And yeah, it is certain triggers. I have a feeling my girlfriend is a really big one. Certain conversations, certain, cues. I'm just like, also watching this dog shit offense is a pretty big trigger too. The coffee is also a big trigger. So I just need to replace it with something. And that is what's worked for me in the past. So I'm gonna do that. But yeah, it's a weird thing.
Yeah, I'm just throwing it out there because
it always comes back to like the ideas you have about it. Like for me, growing up, smoking was just something that people from my country did a lot.
Yeah,
that's
and I
like in Europe, right? Exactly. You grew up in Europe. You grew up in Serbia. Like it's very difficult to go to Serbia. But I do care about the environment. Number one. So there's like tie that in, right? Mark Manson, like my girlfriend showed me this thing today. She said, Mark Manson talks about gaslighting yourself into believing that every bad thing in your life is happening to you because of smoking. And I just outright rejected that. I was like, I refuse to gaslight myself. But at the end of the day, like, it is really good it is terrible for the environment. It's a scourge on the environment. Not only smoking, but also the butts and cigarettes and all that stuff. So yeah. Anyways, thanks so much for the feedback. I will definitely look into this. I'm gonna try to quit one more time by myself. Like just try it. Try it with the combination therapy and the
next time I come on, I'm gonna ask you again. So be prepared.
Okay, cool. All right, man. Take care. Have a good one.
All right, man. Good night.
See ya. Good night. Okay, thank you to everybody. The 187 of you. I found out the other day that some people have trouble sleeping and they listen to this while they go to sleep. So there's a very good chance that even though I'm seeing 187 people here, oh yeah, I have done this. I have done this for sure. Yeah, it's interesting. I always become very moody. Like, so for instance, when I'm quitting smoking, like all those Mario explosions last year, not all of them, but like most of them came while I was quitting smoking. I have tried to quit like 15 times. It is kind of weird actually when I think about how much resolve I've had. But my big cue is that my birthday is coming up on November 26th. So I was just like in my head, here's something that just kind of blew me away the other day. Kobe Bryant was 41 when he passed away. 41 years old. I remember this because I was looking through old photos and I found a photo of Kobe that I shared on social media that probably no one else has seen before. It was from Bahamas Film Festival 3 years before he passed away. So Kobe was obviously like very big into film and he was looking to go to a lot of film festivals and stuff like that. So it was really cool. The long story of it was realizing how quickly this can pass. the days, they don't last forever, right? Most people who pass away at 40 probably told you that they thought that they had till 70. So just realizing that, you know, if I'm going to be sick in my 50s, I would hate to think that I cost myself so much in my 30s. So there's that thing. Not to get super morbid about this, but yeah. So I wanted to make a good decision for myself ahead of my birthday. And usually September, October, November, December, January, almost every single year, consistently. August till February, March is usually my most productive time of the year. It's usually when big shifts happen. It's usually when big decisions are made. It's usually when big projects are made. It's usually when I'm very ambitious about new chapters. And I just can't think of this new chapter of my life happening, you know, dropping the ball in 2024 and bringing this thing with me that has just, you know, not been good. It has not been a good decision. I wish I can go back to the very first time I tried smoking and just not done it. It's a terrible thing. I don't have any other addictions. I don't do drugs. I don't drink. I mean, I don't often drink maybe like once every, you know, 2 months. I don't have any other addictions. This is my only, this is the one. Even with my phone, like I can not doom scroll. I cannot go on social media for a couple of days, whatever. It's just this one thing. And it's bothered me for a long time. But yeah, so I am non-negotiable. I'm not smoking after I turn 36 in 12 days. So now it's just a matter of getting from this point till those 12 days. I was saying that some of you have reached out and said that you listen to this as you're trying to fall asleep because you have trouble falling asleep, or because it's really cool to have a community of people, and I really appreciate that. So I'm sorry to rain on your parade after a win. I want this team to play better. Please understand, I don't care if Scottie has 10 points, 5 points, 2 points, 30 points. It doesn't matter. I don't care if Pascal Siakam has 50 points, 20 points. I just care about process. That's really all I care about at this point. Good for you. I've smoked weed hardcore for 10 years. Haven't smoked for a year now. You can do it, champ. Thanks a lot, B. Appreciate it, man. And also caught your I found my people. That's cool, man. Yeah. It's always good when that happens. Hit the sub up, hit like on your way out. There's 190 of you. I'm assuming at least 100 of you are still awake. If not, 90 of you fallen asleep. But do hit the like. It does help the algorithm, and maybe some crazy person is going to wake up tomorrow and listen to 5 hours and 6 minutes of me ripping Dennis Schroeder. All right. Yes, I have. Don't love it. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan, but I do know like that I look like a shrunken head at times. Like I look so tired, and my skin is very gray and very dark, and I'm just someone who always looks so young. Like I was getting ID'd up until I was 32, which is crazy and probably a little bit disrespectful, but I've always looked really young for my age. And lately I've started to feel like I look my age. Like people genuinely think I am 35, and I'm just like, when the fuck did this happen? So I have a feeling it's a lot of smoking, not taking care of myself, not eating well. So yeah. That's for sure. Yeah. So smoking is terrible for you all around. Whatever you smoke is pretty much, bad for you. But yes, cigarettes are a new level of terrible. So don't do it. All right. Peace, guys. Have a good one. Thank you to everyone for the super chats and, for the attention and for tuning in. And I will see you guys after hopefully a very good character win wire to wire against the Milwaukee Bucks on Wednesday. We'll see if there's a film session that I want to do, but I have a feeling I want to do something else with my day tomorrow. So maybe we'll do the film session with the coach Thursday. We'll try to do Thursday. All right. Cheers, guys. Bye.